Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live. Monday morning, and what better way to start your Monday than some county championship action. Now, today is day 2 in this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, and it is a day that Nottinghamshire will start on 298 for 6. Yesterday, Hasib Hamid won the toss and he elected to have a bat, and Ishan Kishan and Liam Patterson-White will be out there in the middle very, very shortly. But let's remind you of all the action from day 1 with the highlights.
Bad run away as White comes in again. This one whipped off the legs by Hamid is going to be the first runs of the match in the 3rd over. Jack White round the wicket to the lefty, who's going to get his first run, and 4 of them here. He's just punched that one away nicely off the back foot. 11.5 overs we've seen so far. Nottinghamshire winning the toss and deciding to bat first. This time a straight delivery from O'Rourke. He's going to go for 4.
Slater on 7, gets bat on that and beats the man who's gully area and backward point in between the two. It's going to be 4 runs.
Ball's driven nicely by Hamid through the offside for 4. Very good shot indeed. Let's just hope that it stays okay this afternoon as Hamid drives this next ball into the offside, and that will reach the ropes and away for 4.
In he comes now. Slater goes back foot, pushes it out to O'Rourke. Square on the offside to complete the session then with Nottinghamshire 90 without loss. Hamid 52 from 95, Slater 34 from 97.
52. This ball is catching the edge, and Hamid's gone. Just short of a length. Hamid, I think, was trying to work it onto the leg side. Can on 7, he's going to get a boundary to add to that 7. Some birthday money or whatever. This one is, in the same place, identical. And look, he's not moved a muscle, Freddie McCann.
Oh, really? I'd have gone back myself. Short ball here, pulled, and that's 4.
See ya.
Backward of square leg. Here's O'Rourke again. Short ball, edged and gone. Oh, for a moment I thought he wasn't going to give that. At best, though, celebrated O'Rourke was certainly straight down there.
Coastal areas.
O'Rourke ball. Slater will pull this on the leg side. Cries of catch, but there's nobody there, and Ben Slater will go through to a half century. Crikey. O'Rourke starting a new over. Slater will cut this away for 4. Lovely shot from the left-handed Ben Slater. End of the ground, nice and full. Lovely shot from Clark. Twice he's driven straight back into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
2 round the wicket on the leg slip. Oh, just out of the reach. The leg slip races. Runs so quickly, and will it be quickly enough to the rope? Yes, it is. 4 runs.
It's generally a big tureen full of soup.
Here's Moriarty to Clark. Oh, now then he's gone aerial here. Could it be? Oh, has he got it? He has. That's a brilliant catch. Matthew Revis, I think, is the man backpedaling at mid-on.
It's more cut away. This will be another boundary, I think it will indeed. This time to Jack Haynes. Best
around the world in 80 days play. And Moriarty is in, and that's drilled to George Hill in the covers and taken. And Slater has gone 4 short of his 100.
Ashley and IPL.
Moriarty in, and that's driven by Kishan to get his first runs for Nottinghamshire, and they're going to be 4 through the covers.
In his 9th over, comes around the wickets, driven brilliantly, beats the fielder, and that is such a gloriously well-timed drive. I was going to say it's certain to, but now it does get to the boundary. I thought that really slowed up towards the end. I thought he timed that so nicely. He's on 15, round the wicket again, and he goes to smash this one away leg side. How far has that travelled? Let's have a look. It's gone for 4 through mid-wicket.
And the upper hand.
Kishan on 19, down the leg side, and that's flown past the keeper low, and that's gone over the rope. Let's see what that is signalled as, and it is a 4 off the bat. So 35 runs, 4 maidens from his 9 overs for George Hill. In he comes, bowls into the pads, LBW, and out! Haynes has gone, LBW for 18, looked a good shout from here. That's 5 down.
Here comes Kishan, dancing down the track towards Jack White. He's got hold of that one. after some white, and he's laced this one. Got hold of it, pulled it through mid-wicket. Yeah, lovely. Not great radio, but Jonathan just shows me the best off a couple of paces, little jump, and then steered into the offside. Beats O'Rourke this time, and should just be pulled back by Finlay Bean, and just had to make sure he didn't stand on the rope as he reached down to get it. Couple to LPW takes him into double figures. 298 for 6.
So that was a bit of the action from day one there. A strong start from the Nottinghamshire openers, and in particular Ben Slater. Now, speaking to him last night, he was gutted to obviously not get to that 100 mark, but a fantastic innings of 96. And if we take a look at where he scored those runs, you'll see that really most of them came through the offside. 32 singles for Slats yesterday. But if we click a button and by magic we'll remove all the shots apart from the fours, and you'll notice that again they were through the offside. 12 fours in Ben Slater's 96 yesterday. Now, as I said, he was gutted not to get to the 100 mark, but what was his overall view on day one? Well, the Trent Bridge media team caught up with him, and here's what he had to say.
Ben, well played, 96 runs today. What did you make of your return to red ball cricket after a little break?
Obviously happy to score a few runs. Disappointed not to get to 3 figures and still be batting now. So, or at least gone a little bit longer into the day. Yeah, but I suppose I'll take 96.
Have you found getting back into the groove of competitive red ball cricket today?
Not too bad really. I mean, a few of us played twos game last week, so yeah, not too bad really.
Kookaburra ball as well for these couple of rounds. How was that out there today?
Yeah, nice. Obviously, the wicket didn't really do a great amount for the seam, especially what we're used to in England with the Duke ball. A bit of a different sort of challenge really. I think it went soft pretty early, they were saying, so it was hard to sort of get it away. Wasn't really coming off the bat very well, but yeah, no complaints really.
How did you feel about batting out there with the Hasib again today? You made a good 50, and how important was it to get off to that good start, even though maybe scoring was a little harder first thing?
Yeah, no, I think they bowled well at us early on. We know that's what they tend to do. They've got good bowlers and they do keep it tight. We obviously, I think we've got a good partnership. Me and Haas, we've had some good partnerships over the years, and I think we complement each other well. I enjoy batting with him, so yeah, it's nice to get another significant partnership. What was it, 90 odd or something? So yeah, it's always nice when we can put a few on for the first wicket.
He's only been here about 24 hours, but how's Ishan settling in? Seems to be all right out there in that last hour or two.
I think he's settled in well. Obviously, comes with big pedigree. Played for India, IPL, and all that. So, yeah, he's a confident man, and I think we've seen that with his batting there tonight.
And just short of 300 on day one. What's your assessment of that overall?
I think obviously we would have took 300. The wicket's not doing a great deal, so probably would have liked to have been probably 4 down, maybe not 6. But yeah, we've still got batters in and batters to come who can score runs. So yeah, we'll try and get as many as we can tomorrow.
OK, so yesterday we heard the devastating news that David Sid Lawrence lost his battle with motor neuron disease. The players and umpires are on the field, and a minute's silence for David Sid Lawrence. And of course, all of our thoughts here at Trent Bridge are with David's family. Right, it's time for the start of play. That means that I need to hand over to your commentary team and say a very good morning to Dave Bracegirdle and crew.
News of his death coming through yesterday morning at the age of 61. Struggled or battled bravely against MND for many years. Sadly lost his fight yesterday. Rest in peace, Sid. It is the second morning of this Division 1 County Championship game between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, and it will be the home side to resume on 298 for 6. Top scorer yesterday was Ben Slater, who made 96 for the home side. A couple of wickets for George Hill and Dan Moriarty for the visitors. So Notts will resume this morning. We've had 94 overs of the innings. Went off last night just a little prematurely. We lost the last 2 overs of the day to bad light, with Ishan Kishan 44 not out and Liam Patterson-White 10 not out. So it will be all about Notts trying to muster as many batting points as they can get this morning. Obviously Yorkshire also will be eyeing up maximum bowling bonus points. Very good morning to you. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Very noisy public address system here at Trent Bridge this morning, which we've just turned down a little bit as the sun comes out. Kevin Howells is here from 5 Sports Extra, as always, keeping an eye on things. We might have 1 or 2 guests popping in through the day, but also here the voice of Yorkshire cricket, Jonathan Doidge. Very good morning, JD.
Good morning, Dave. Yeah, morning everyone. Bit of sun to greet the players out onto the field of play, but we've both been down at pitch level and it's a pretty stiff breeze, isn't it? Westerly today. So we'll see how that, if it does, affect play, but all set fair anyway for a bright enough start.
We're into 11 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham as Jack White bowls the first ball of the day, and Ishan Kishan on 44 pushes it back to White. So those 2 overs last night, I think my understanding of the regulations is if it's after 6 o'clock, you can't claim back those 2 overs. I don't know why that is, but a bit daft really. But we get 96 overs today. We don't get the 2 that were lost. But if it had been before the normal finishing time when they went off yesterday, would have been able to claim those 2 overs. I don't know. All stuff and nonsense. 298 for 6. Jack White, figures of 1 for 31. Bowls, and this is pulled into the leg side, into the hands of Wharton and Down, and a life early on for Ishan Kishan. He gets a single to move to 45, but that should have been gobbled up. Second ball of the morning.
Yeah, very safe pair of hands as well, Finlay Bean. That is a rarity. Straight to him. It was hit firmly, but it just shows, doesn't it, you've got to be on it from ball 1. And what an opportunity with the big name to take his wicket so early on. Would have been a major plus for the Yorkies.
Saw the 3. Thought it was James Wharton, but it was Bean who took one yesterday, actually, didn't it, to get rid of Lyndon James. Liam Patterson-White on strike, and his first ball is eased into the offside.
So people do get frustrated.
Yeah, Slater pulled one straight to mid-wicket yesterday as well, didn't it? 299 for 6. Just do this update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment. Or maybe not.
Thank you, Alec. The T20 stint. Nottinghamshire have returned to County Championship cricket. They're playing Yorkshire at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, good morning, Dina. Good morning, everybody. We've just started, and already a little bit of drama because second ball of the morning. Notts have got a new player here, the Indian Test star Ishan Kishan, surplus to requirements in India's Test team at the moment. Hit his second ball of the morning, straight into the hands of the fielder at mid-wicket, and down it went. So a life for him. He's on 45. Notts have added 1 to their overnight score. They're 299 for 6 against Yorkshire.
Thank you, Dave.
Quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham.
Newsreader and he wasn't sure, so I got Vino to do it for ease.
Going to be Jack White from the pavilion end, bowling to Liam Patterson-White. This is eased into the offside. And there's no run. 299 for 6 as a bit of ELO drifts into our ears from the BBC Radio Nottingham studios and then drifts away again. So lovely to have you with us this Monday morning. We had, if you're just joining us, we just had a minute's silence for David Sid Lawrence, former Gloucestershire and England fast bowler who sadly lost his life over the last couple of days. Flags flying at half-mast here at Trent Bridge. White round the wicket, bowls and gets a little big on Patterson-White. Just sways out of the line of it. End of the first over. Just that one moment of high drama. Second ball was alive for Kishan, put down by Finlay Bean. Single taken, so 299 for 6. If you want to get in touch, I'm on X at Brace Cricket, and JD's operating a new email address this week.
Yeah, Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or on X it is now BBC at BBCWYS, although I can't guarantee I'll pick any of those up because I don't actually have a login for it. Willow Rock then to start things off from the Radcliffe Road end today. I think he grew into it yesterday. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 61. Took a little while for the radar to sort itself out in his morning spell. It was a rapid delivery with which he took his wicket, that of Freddie McCann, and he's round the wicket here to Kishan first up, who cuts firmly and will get 4. Finlay Bean's out there in the distance and will, as we all do whenever a catch has been dropped, every time that player scores a run, you kind of feel increasingly guilty. I think just about all of us who've ever played cricket have been there. 303 for 6, a second batting point for Nottinghamshire. So 2 apiece on the scoreboard, as it were. Kishan on to 49 in his first knock for Nottinghamshire. And he will make that a half-century in his first knock with a short ball from O'Rourke. That's a lovely shot as well, right over the top of it. And gets it away through third man to raise his bat. 57 balls, and that was an 8th boundary for Ishan Kishan. It's going to be a short stay with Nottinghamshire, but it's looking like an exciting stay. He's a player to watch.
Yeah, and we mentioned it yesterday, didn't we? It's not as easy as perhaps we tend to forget, just to jump on a plane, fly 7, 8, 9 hours, different government, different conditions, but he's just gone out there and played cricket strokes. It's been very impressive. Knots 307 for 6.
O'Rourke in again, 1 slip and a gully in place, and goes wide of off stump, and a big waft this time from Kishan, who was trying to hit it. I think he was trying to replicate the Alex Hales shot and missed. It was coming somewhere in this general direction. So to him, Patterson here. And they won't want to concede too many at Yorkshire this morning. They'll want to try and wrap things up as quick as they can. They've had that one opportunity already. And he comes again wide on the crease once more, straight and full this time. Playing slightly across it, Kishan with the defensive push. Walton Fields. I think Yorkshire seemed happy enough with the day yesterday. Just from having a chat with 1 or 2 people down there this morning, that they were happy that they kept on persisting and picking up wickets after obviously a tinge of disappointment about the morning session. But still a big job to do this morning to finish off this innings, and Nottinghamshire are still batting at lunchtime. Then they'll be going a long way to putting this game maybe out of reach of Yorkshire, as that's turned to mid-wicket. Bestfield's no run.
Yeah, normal logic, I think, suggests, certainly I was thinking that driving in this morning, that Notts probably would take getting to 350 this morning, getting those 3 batting bonus points, but when you've got somebody who can hit the ball as destructively as Kishan seems to be capable of doing, scores his runs so quickly as well. If he's around there for half an hour or so, maybe the 400 might be on. It's a long way off yet.
Yep, short ball here from O'Rourke and ducking under it Kishan. Final ball of that second over of the day. Then Will O'Rourke 1 for 69 from 16 overs, 3 of which have been maidens. Nottinghamshire 307 for 6.
Yeah, well done Yorkshire yesterday, +3 on the over rate. It's nice to see they were always eager to get on with things. We did have lengthy spells from both Don Bess and Dan Moriarty, but it is nice to see a side that quickly get around and always eager to get on with things. Second hour of the morning yesterday from midday until 1 o'clock, bowled 18 overs, which is no mean effort. 32 overs bowled in both obviously the morning session, the afternoon session, and would have done the same after tea, but for the bad light coming in. Going to be Jack White. Yesterday he got the wicket of Hasib Ahmed, second ball after lunch. And he's now going to bowl to Liam Patterson-White, yet to score this morning, and had a bit of a mow at that one, well outside the off stump as it goes through to the wicket keeper. Day 4, of course, of the Test match, and India already have lost a 3rd wicket in their second innings this morning, and it's the captain Shubman Gill who's gone. He's been bowled by Bryden Cars for 8, so India 97 for 3 at Headingley, leading England by 103. And just quickly scanning up and down the county championship scorecards, there's play underway on time in all 9 county championship games. White in to Liam Patterson-White. Tucks this to mid-on and there's no run. 307 for 6. Ben Slater made 96 yesterday. Everybody getting into double figures. Mead 52, Clark 31, McCann 23, Jack Ames 18, Lyndon James made 12. And now Kishan 53 not out. Liam Patterson-White 10 not out. And the 3 to come: Farhan Ahmed, Dylan Pennington and Mohammed Abbas. Conditions good at the moment as the next delivery is played to wideish mid-off. There's no run. See a little bit of blue sky just approaching from our right, the west. Clouds are high and a gentle breeze at the moment. And there was, Jonathan was saying, it's been gusty this morning, was gusty for a lot of yesterday. Those of you that are looking at the monitors, seeing the pictures, that filthy black cloud has gone away. In real life, actually, it doesn't look as dark as it does on the screen. But that's beyond us now as White bowls, and Patterson-White again can't get it away for runs, turning it to Moriarty at mid-wicket. Decent number of Yorkshire followers down to watch this game. It's
yeah, the usual suspects. Just been talking to a few of them down side of what is currently being used as the changing rooms. Alice and Steve.
307 for 6. White making his way back to the bowling mark. Umpire at the far end, Steve O'Shaughnessy, former Lancashire Worcestershire all-rounder. Russell Warren at square leg. Patterson-White this time just runs it out onto the offside and there's no run. Russell Warren spent the last couple of years of his playing career here. Before that he was a batter, top order batter with Northants. 307 for 6. Overnight 298 on the board. Crowd have turned up in reasonable numbers this morning. Again, like to see all the stands open so they can find a favourite viewing spot wherever they want to be and have a little look at the action. They'll see White coming in again to bowl to Patterson White, and turns it again onto the leg side. So it wasn't particularly threatening in the sense that there wasn't much playing and missing, but Liam Patterson White unable to get it away, and it was a maiden in the end. 307 for 6, but another over slips by, so 97 overs have gone, and get bonus points up until the end of the 110th over. So Yorkshire need 3 wickets in 13 overs. Notts need either 43 or 93 runs in 13 overs to get more batting points. Trent being brought out for Jack White.
Yeah.
Johnny Bairstow would come down to this end, just have a little word with his New Zealand quick.
Had a few words with me as well, Johnny, earlier on. But you didn't have many of them winners last week at Royal Ascot. I said, well, I went on Tuesday, Johnny, and had 4. 4? Where were my texts?
He likes his racing, does he?
He does.
No slips.
No. On the defensive to Kishan, and they're going to save a boundary there because there is a fine leg in place to that first O'Rourke delivery. So he's got a single, and you would expect that slip will go back in. It does. Adam Lyth for Liam Patterson White.
And a second coming, I think.
Yeah, rightly so. But interesting that they've decided that that's the way they're going to play things, with 4 wickets remaining. Big opportunity when Kishan pulled the second ball of the day to Finlay Bean. Not saying it was an easy chance because he struck it well and he got his hands to it, but it ended up on the Trent Bridge turf. 308 for 6 O'Rourke then, with those 2 slips, George Hill and Adam Lyth back in place, and he's round the wicket bowling to Patterson White. Full length delivery, turned square on the leg side. Matthew Revis, who was taking the plaudits from Alice and Steve this morning for his catch yesterday, he does the fielding there, 1 run. It was a heck of a catch, wasn't it?
Important one as well, Joe Clark, because he can obviously score his runs very quickly. I think he top scored in both innings for Notts at Headingley when the sides met 3 or 4 weeks ago. Just mistimed it, and still took some catching. Really good leap from Revis.
Slips it out again as O'Rourke bowls to Kishan. It's up there to drive, and he's opened the face and got it away backward of point. Bess sweeping square on the boundary. He's doing the fielding, and they get back for 2. I always, every time, it's one of those memory glitches, forget what the stand is called on that side of the ground.
Well, it's the Bridgeford Road
side, right.
Side of the ground. The stand is the Smith Cooper stand. The sponsors all over it, and it has been for many years. And that's the road down to West Bridgeford, which is ahead of us.
Here's O'Rourke in again, and that's short, and Kishan easily ducking underneath it. He's not the tallest of men, even with the foreshortening and the distance between O'Rourke as he walks away and Kishan. You can tell that if they stood together, there'd probably be a good foot between them. 311 for 6, Kishan on 56. Ball still relatively new, but I think the Yorkshire boys were saying that it went fairly soft, fairly quickly yesterday. And that's not great for either side, to be honest, is it? As Kishan's forward and pushing into the offside, no run, because when you're trying to work runs on a slow pitch, which he definitely feels like, and with some of those dismissals and strokes that we saw yesterday, you know, players getting under the ball, feels like he's not quite coming on, as we so often get with English pitches. And then a softer ball as well, making runs from that when you seem to be waiting forever for it to get to you, is a skill in itself. Certainly doesn't help the bowling side either. You want it. Good pace, even bounce, as in comes O'Rourke, and Kishan defence. End of the 98th over of this Nottinghamshire first innings. 311 for 6, and a man who made 96 of them is just joining us. Good morning, Benny Slats.
Morning, how are we?
Oh, we're all right, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Not
Played
too bad.
yesterday.
Thank you.
I'm glad you got out when you did. I can say that as a Yorkie because you spared my blushes because I was commentating. I'd not handed to the girdle for you to hit the boundary for your 100, so I'll probably take full responsibility.
Oh,
so let's clear that one up before we start.
You jinxed me. Dave, you should have been on that.
He's telling me that a couple of years ago he came along when you were presented with some Lifetime Achievement Award.
I can't remember what the award was. It was an award, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
Lifetime Achievement Award, an old man's award.
Yeah, I was only 31 at the time.
Here's Jack White from the far end. We'll properly introduce our guest after we've just seen this delivery, which is punched by Patterson White up to mid-off. Fabulous of you to just spare 10 or 15 minutes with us, Ben, for popping up. I know it's a busy time when you've scored runs. The media all grabbed you last night. I didn't get the chance to congratulate you. Very well played yesterday. I saw your interview, and I know there was a little bit of disappointment there, but what a run of 50s you're on. That's got to be great comfort in that you're in such good form, and you've carried on your good form despite the little break from the red ball cricket. I'll bring in just for a comment after Jack White's bowled this next delivery to Patterson White. Whips it away through leg, and Ben's absolutely right. It was a nice shot, and he'll feel $1 million for getting a boundary. 315 for 6.
Yeah, I think obviously it is I'm on a good run at the minute. Disappointing, obviously, not to have got through to 3 figures in this run, but I think if you look at it, I think I've scored a few runs on a few dicey pitches over the period that we've had, so probably can't be too disappointed in it. A couple of good scores last game at Headingley when it was a bit of a dicey wicket, so you've got to take them. It is obviously disappointing yesterday not to get to 3 figures, but I suppose that's cricket at the end of the day, isn't it? And there's more to life than to hundreds, I suppose.
Patterson White on to 15. Let's go through to the keeper. And no run, 315 for 6 in the 99th. Ben Slater with us. Just quickly, without prying too much into your domestic life, so how's it been the last few weeks? I know you played a little bit for Chesterfield, but is it, have you been able to have a little bit of a breather away, or have you been, pumping iron all the time, or what have you been doing?
After the Headingley game, I think a few of us had a little bit of time. Obviously not being involved in the 2020s, me, Hassan and Brett. So I took advantage of it, and I went on my first summer holiday in about 20 years, I think.
There's White round the wicket bowls. This is dropped on the leg side. A single taken by LPW, 316 for 6.
Nottingham Marine or something like that, was it?
Yeah, just back up to Chesterfield, actually. Weekend in Chesterfield.
We have played a bit for Chesterfield, and
played I think the last 3 or 4 games. Obviously during this break I missed one to go away to get some sun, but yeah, I played 3 or 4 in this last block, and then me Hass played the 2-day game 4-day last week for the 2s.
White in once more and just run away by Ishan Kishan down to third man. We'll get a couple of runs. Ishi, you're calling him, I presume?
Yeah, that's what we're calling him, yeah.
And he's got some football skills as well, I notice, which is, it's unusual. You get some overseas come in and they're not used to the morning kickabouts, but...
Yeah, he's miles better than Carl Verena at football, that's for sure.
I was saying yesterday, it's... we sort of take it for granted. You can get somebody to jump on a plane, fly 7-8 hours and just drop in and you expect them to produce. But this fella looks something special, doesn't he?
I think he's been here, though, hasn't he? I think he's...
There's White. Through to the keeper. So Ben's going to blow that theory apart here. He's been playing here, has he?
I assumed that he was with the India A team. Maybe not. You might be right, to be fair.
Have been. No, I don't know.
But yeah, I thought he'd been over here, but... To be honest,
even so, just to drop into a new dressing room.
Yeah,
to
come in and to start how he has. I think we knew that was going to be the case. He's a confident lad, talented lad. as we've seen in the IPL. And
11th most handsome cricketer in India, apparently.
Is that right?
He's on that list.
11th?
Yeah.
He's not made the top 10 then?
No. Kohli's number 1, so I don't know how much we can read into that. Tell me, yesterday, we all know about the Kookaburra ball and for the quicks. They've got to make something happen at the start, and this isn't a criticism, but you'd have been aware, at midday you were 6 not out. Desperately keen, obviously, to see the new ball off and get through that first hour. As JD will talk you through this over as well with you.
Here's Will O'Rourke then, and driven by Liam Patterson-White. He's got plenty on that, past Jack, and Jack White giving up the chase, 4 runs wide of mid-off.
Yeah, you were 6 not out at midday, but as I say, that's not a criticism. You know, if they bowled wide, you left it. It just seemed like, right, we must see the new ball bowlers off, stick around for an hour, and hopefully the Kookaburra then will have lost a lot of its potency.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just, obviously probably didn't really want to give it away, especially knowing that it was probably going to be batter friendly, especially today. Obviously hoping that it'll start spinning at some stage with us winning the toss and batting.
O'Rourke, now then, Patterson-White unbalanced as he tries to play that slashing cut shot and misses.
We'll have a lot of Yorkshire followers on the live stream and on the audio commentary as well, so a word for them on the guys that you faced here. Will O'Rourke, from here it looks like he's pushing it through at a decent old rate, and obviously Jack White at the other end that you'll have played against at Headingley. I mean, he's not slow either, is he?
Obviously O'Rourke played for Test cricket, and I think it's his bounce, obviously tall man and bounce, especially on this sort of pitch. It's a hybrid and they tend to get a little bit more bounce, so
here he is again then, bowling to LPW, short and easily ducked under. Can I just ask you, I'm just going back to what you said to Dave a minute or two ago about your run of form but you've not converted. James Wharton, playing for Yorkshire, he's got in the 60s a few times this year and not gone on. We spoke to him at Chelmsford a few weeks ago at 68, something like that. I've never seen a man more disconsolate that, you know, he's got 68. And we saw your interview this morning, and you last night felt like you were, you were going through your interview with the Trent Bridge TV channel, and there was a feeling of disappointment for you. Is that just a personal disappointment, or are you starting to think that people go around saying, "No, you can't convert"? You know, is it one of those types of things as O'Rourke bowls to LPW, which is a good delivery, just nips on him slightly?
Not really. No. I think when I was younger, when I was at Derby, I had that issue, and a lot of people spoke about it, and I think it probably got to me back then when I was a bit younger. But ever since I've made the move and come to Notts, converting's not really been one of my issues really. So once I've got myself in and got into the 70s, 80s, I've gone on and got big scores for Notts. So it's not necessarily been an issue since I've been here. It's just probably one of those things that's happening this summer.
Yeah. O'Rourke in again, short and wide of off stump and left by Liam Patterson-White.
And Yorkshire folk would know, especially yesterday, it happens to the best, doesn't it, Harry Brook?
Well, yeah, obviously I saw that once I got in the changing room. Obviously not a nice feeling getting out in the 90s. I had a few in my career now, so it doesn't get any easier. But like I said before, I think there's more to life than worrying about getting to 100, I suppose.
You said yesterday you'd take 96 any day of the week.
And they dropped me on 11, so I got 85 more than I should have got, so you've probably got to look at it like that as well.
Here's O'Rourke again, and Patterson-White defends. And of course, 96 against Yorkshire, it's like a 200 against anybody anywhere, isn't it?
I think me and Clarkey will say the 250s me and Clarkey both got at Headingley was like getting 150 in the last game, how much it was nipping. So, yeah, me and Clarkey were saying we both got hundreds, both innings up at Headingley last game.
Tell us if you could hear anything, because we were only surmising. Early on yesterday, there was the one from O'Rourke round the wicket that went down the leg side and away. It looked for all the world as if it was 5 wides, and it was signalled as 4 byes, if you remember it. And it seemed as if Bairstow was sort of, that's going against me. Did he say anything? Could you hear anything?
He wasn't best pleased with that, to be honest. And I think he probably had a leg to stand on, because I thought it was a wide, to be honest, but yeah, he wasn't best pleased.
going to be Jack White from the far end, pavilion end, Stuart Broad end. Going to be bowling to Ishan Kishan. This has eased into the offside. And of course, the perfect morning for you. Stayed together, kept your wicket intact, 90 not out at lunch. I think that's the 8th time you've put 50 or more on you and Haas. So that partnership absolutely
this season.
Setting the innings up. Yeah, this season absolutely setting the innings up. But then second ball after lunch, it's difficult to see what it did. It just jagged back a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a weird dismissal, really. I think it just stuck in pitch a little bit and didn't come on as much as he thought. And yeah, you don't usually tend to see him get out.
322
like that.
for 6 white balls. Ben Slater with us just for a few minutes, and again you were sort of made to wait a little bit. That little 15-minute delay, it seemed like you could have got out there a little earlier.
Well, yeah, I mean there was a few clouds over at the time, so I think we were happy to sit in there and let them drift over.
What's the surface like, and what's it going to do you think? And is 322 par, above par, bang average? Where are you?
I think we said we probably wanted at the start. We probably thought it was going to be a 400 pitch first inning, so I think we want to try and get there. Hopefully, with these two in, we can do.
Jack White balls again, and Kisham pushes it back to the bowler. Seems like he's a player who seems to go in fits and starts, doesn't he? He seems content just to nudge it back to the bowler for a little period, and then suddenly he'll unleash again.
Yeah, I don't think he likes blocking too many, so yeah, I think it might be
playing by numbers.
Yes, yeah, maybe something like that.
There's another left-handed fella who plays here who doesn't like to leave too many.
I'm not getting into this with you.
There's Jack White. Presume this is Ducky you're talking about. This is round the wicket and pushed into the offside. I had to comment yesterday when I saw Joe Clark warming up in number 17's gear, and I've left my gear. Ducky doesn't mind if I use all his stuff.
Yeah, I think Joe left his training kit at home yesterday, and he's left his playing jumpers at home today as well. So he's not had a good couple of days in remembering his kit.
322.
Surprised it fit him, to be fair, because Ducky's quite small, isn't he?
He's a little bit, yeah. Shorter than Kishan. Next ball on its way now.
Be a good
on the leg side.
I'm not sure actually. He might be taller than him, because I noticed this morning that Fahan's taller than Ish. So, but Fahan's still growing, isn't he? He's only 17. Yeah. So I don't know. Ducky might have him covered, to be honest.
We'll let you go in a minute, because obviously there is a possibility that bang bang wicket you'll be out there. If anybody has just very quickly got anything that they want to pop to Ben about yesterday or anything just for the next couple of overs.
I want to ask you one more.
I've just had a few messages from Fergus O'Neill abusing me, so there's half a chance you'll get something from him in a minute.
This is turned on the leg side by Kishan, takes the single, and is it the end of the over? We'll keep strike. Yeah, 323 for 6. Yes, Fergus did the T20 at Old Trafford with me and introduced me to the fielding position, the slice man. He likes the slice man. One or two people just saying you're a little loud, Ben. Your mic's set differently to us, so we'll just turn you down just a whisker.
So, as an opening batter, when you turned up for this match and the teams are announced, and Yorkshire didn't announce Ben Code, a bloke who's taken 300 first-class wickets at less than 20, what did you think?
To be honest, I saw a conversation happen when we were in the change rooms. Obviously, Johnny must have gone and told him, and you can sometimes get a sense of...
Even if you can't hear the conversation.
Yeah, and I sort of said I don't think Code's playing.
Here's O'Rourke to Kishan, who plays firmly but not timed up to mid-off.
But yeah, like you said, his record's outstanding, and I think when we were going up on the bus to Headingley last game, there was... obviously Sam Cook was making his debut here, and the numbers were put up, and it's had Code at the top, average of 19 or cut one way, whatever way round they were, and we all looked at each other on the bus, and we were obviously going up to Headingley. We were like, we don't stand much chance here, lads, going up to Headingley, and obviously the way he bowled in that first innings, he's probably unlucky not to.
Yeah, now then, that's a short ball, and he's ramped it all the way, is it? No, one bounce, 4, lost it for a moment. Kishan into the 60s, 63, 327 for 6.
Yeah, obviously.
So, you know, is it just, well, I've still got to face whoever else they put up?
Yeah,
so.
obviously, the other lads who play, obviously, very good. Obviously, Jack, similar bowlers, him and Cody, line and length. But yeah, when someone with numbers like that doesn't play, it's probably always a bonus.
Well, this is my 7th season doing this, Ben, and it's never happened before, and I can't imagine it being more than might be 9 seasons since Ben was maybe last not selected. It might in fact have never been not selected when he was fit since he came into the side. So it's a moment, really.
Ball's disappeared into the building site. David Milan's down there. We can just see a picture of him on the monitor. Don't go in there, David. We might never see you again. Mark the Mod says, I can remember when Ben Slater used to bowl. Why doesn't he turn his arm over now and ask him about that very first wicket that he took for Notts? Was that the Alex Thompson run out? I think it was given as a stumping, but it was so far down it was a run out, wasn't it?
You still don't give me any credit for this, do you, Dave? I worked hard on my bowling to get those wickets.
You seem to have dropped down the pecking
order. Yeah,
Freddie
stuffed me, Annie. Freddie stuffed me out of sight, really, getting in the team.
And Monty, have you kept a little bit of an eye on Monty now?
Yes, well,
most economical bowler in the
He's in the T20s, yeah. To be fair, he's worked hard on that. A bit frustrating in the nets when he were prepping for red ball and he's bowling his Sunil and Orion swingers here and all over the shop. But yeah, to be fair to him, he's worked hard on it, and he's getting the rewards of it at the minute.
So you're not called into Shiny's bowling meetings anymore?
There was a time when I was in those meetings, and I've been ushered out of them at this present moment in time. I might have to try and. To be fair, I've been getting a few wickets for Chesterfield, so I keep telling the skipper as well. So you never know. You never know.
David Milan has returned from the building site, and we've got a replacement ball, so that one's maybe lost forever. What do you make of the view in your new digs? Obviously, you're way down in the hospitality suites, and it's not the easiest to see, is it, from where you are?
I don't actually know. I think the lad's quite enjoying it.
Okay.
That's my delivery now. Sorry, I'm enjoying listening to you both. So ball short of length that he misses trying
Something
to.
That's never been said.
Yeah,
before,
I'm going to say that. I've not heard that one before.
Thankfully, we haven't had a clattering of wickets early on. I was just dreading you coming up here, and then a couple of wickets, and you have to go down and get ready to field. Second day's they always talk about golf, don't they? Third day, moving day or whatever, but sometimes second day can, especially when you've still got wickets intact at the start of the second day, it's a really good opportunity for you to push on here.
Here's O'Rourke then. I'll try and remember to talk you through this one. Kishan from the crease drops it into the offside. Wharton fields.
Yeah, that's what we said this morning, obviously, with these two at the crease. See, Liam already got 100 this year, and see Ishan, how good he is. So he said this morning we've got to try and push on and get as many as we can up and around that 400 mark, and hopefully beyond if these can stay in for the next hour or so.
So it's make a dart for the 350 inside 110 and then just back for as long as you can, essentially.
Well, I think 23 in 8 overs with Ishan at the crease. I don't think that'll be a problem.
Oh, famous last words as O'Rourke's in.
Well, if he stays there.
Tried to pull that one. Finlay Bean does the fielding. Finlay Bean, of course. Sorry, Finn, you won't want me to remind you, but dropped Kishan's second ball of the day at mid-wicket.
Did he?
Yeah. We
banged it straight to him
on your way up.
Just travelling.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. No, with no addition to the overnight score.
Yes, he had a Dominic Bess moment. Well, at first we weren't sure if yours was a bump ball, but then the replay sort of confirmed it, and also Dominic Bess, as JD pointed out very quickly, Bess's reaction I think pretty much told us that he'd spilled you.
Yeah, let's not talk about that, shall we?
No. You get him, you don't get him.
So 3:27 for 6, final ball of the over. O'Rourke in again, and Kishan has played that one nicely actually. Just losing his balance slightly, but kept it enough to get it away backward of square leg, and he's got 4 more. 67 to him, 3:31 for 6 after 102.
What's Fergus got to say then? He's back in Australia now, is he?
He told me to get a ton and call me weak. And I probably can't say the rest of what he messaged me, to be honest. There's a few choice words in there from my Australian friend.
It is great that people have an association with the club, either short term or long term, and go away and still and still follow what's going on. Often from the other side of the world. Andre Adams is a regular viewer and listener, and gets in touch. Darren Pattinson, who was obviously before your time, you'd have known James Pattinson, but his brother Darren from his time, he still follows the commentaries. Just a little bit of perhaps helps them get to sleep late at night down there.
Especially with me and you on, Dave, I reckon.
There is a bit of that, isn't there? We've no longer got Fletcher to do that. He no longer pops up to say hello. We're about 40 minutes into the morning session. It's gone okay so far for Notts. 3:31 for 6 after 102 overs. So we've had 8 overs this morning. You all right for another over or two?
Yeah, I'm happy to stay while ever these two are.
Well, there's Mr. Howells hasn't eaten all the confectionery. There's some just behind you. You have to be aware of Kevin just sneaking in and snaffling a bag of Haribos or whatever. There's some behind you.
Got a bit of Yorkshire-related news as well. Anthony McGrath's confirmed that Abdullah Shafiq's visa has been issued and he will definitely be available for York on Sunday.
So White continues round the wicket, and this is pushed to point, and there's no run. 3:31 for 6. Revis doing the fielding at point. The test match at Headingley. Obviously Shubman Gill out earlier on, but India still 3 down, 108 for 3. India leading England by 114. Surrey's openers still together, 71 without loss. Notts top of the table, of course. Ben and Surrey are there, aren't they? 10 points behind at the start of this round of matches. It's like the shark in Jaws, isn't it? They've just chomped their way up the table over the last 3 or 4 rounds. Getting one of those funky fields in now. 2 short extras catching for Liam Patterson-White. As White tries to drop it in that area, but he's frustrated as this is pushed out into the offside. Wharton doing the fielding. 3:31 for 6. Steve O'Shaughnessy just going down and having a little bit of a look at where Jack White's feet are landing. Get off my land, he says. Can't run there. Lengthy old run up that Jack White's got. And then turns, hair flopping in the breeze as he comes in and bowls, and Liam Patterson-White just happy to block it, and the whole process will start once again. In the 103rd over, Notts 2 bonus points, Yorkshire 2 bowling bonus points. Guess the onus very much on Yorkshire here just to try and make something happen. They require 3 wickets in 7.5 overs to get another bowling point. Not side for this game, Ben, with Mohammed Abbas and Dylan Pennington, the 2 frontline seamers, then Lyndon James, and then the spinners, Liam Patterson-White, Farhan Ahmed. This is drop to leg, and yourself if required.
Yeah, and Haas as well. Me and Haas if required. I don't think we will be, though, to be honest.
He's bowled a bit in the seconds, hasn't he? I was looking at the cards.
Yeah. He bowled well this week as well. He did. Couple of wickets. Not bowled in a month, and then 11 on the spin in the 11 overs on the spin in the second innings. He did. I think he was a bit sore the next day, but yeah, he bowled well.
Is that with a view to anything in particular, or you were just running out of bowlers at that point, running out of options?
Well, we only had one spinner, and
yeah.
I was carrying a bit of a tweak my groin a little bit, so Haas was second in line, and he bowled well.
Here comes White again round the wicket, and this is pushed back to the bowler. Have you fronted up okay today after your...
Yeah, fine. I think, obviously, with me playing obviously club cricket over the last 3 weeks or so, and getting a bit of time out there and in the twos game this week will have helped. So nothing like playing at this intensity.
Any trophies? I can't remember you being struck particularly yesterday.
No. Thankfully, after my last, the previous couple of games up at Headingley, I took a few on that spicy wicket, and first morning here against Hampshire.
White is in bowls, and this is run to backward point.
Thankfully, I managed to.
Was that Kyle Abbott?
No, Fuller. Well, on the forearm, off a length.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, thankfully I managed to stay out of the way of it yesterday.
3:31 for 6, end of the over. Patterson White 20, Kishan 67. They've added 48, either side of the overnight enforced break, obviously. Really handy the way the lower order have contributed this year. It's incredible the volume of runs that have come, if you like, from unexpected sources, that just at a time when Notts have needed it this season.
Yeah, I think that's probably something we didn't really do as well as we probably could have done last year, especially in England when you play, especially here when we play on wickets that tend to do a bit. It can happen where the top order get blown away.
But Fergus has scored good runs. He got a half century at Edgbaston. Brett Hutton's 2 or 3 times he's stuck around, got 20s, 30s, 40s, useful contributions. Dylan in the first couple of games got some decent runs.
Yeah, I think obviously the way Ferg played when he was here, it sort of spoiled us a little bit down the order.
George Hill into the attack at the Radcliffe Road end, wide of Kishan's off stump first up, and he leaves.
What problems, if any, does George Hill present, because he's the leading wicket taker in Division 1?
Yeah, I think obviously we saw at Headingley with the Duke ball on a green wicket, similar to sort of a Ben Coe really. You're always at you, never really misses a little bit either way with it. So when it's green and
here he is again, Kishan defending.
When it's green and doing a little bit with the Duke, it's a challenge. See a little bit different with a Kookaburra on a used wicket that's pretty slow. So
Yorkshire went to spin fairly early on against you. Moriarty was on very early, and then Best followed.
Yeah, I think so. They sort of saw how the wicket was playing for the seam and thought they'd go spin pretty early just to see what happened with it, really.
Here's George again, very wide on the crease, and that is disappearing out down our way for 6 runs. Straight off the bat of Kishan, who used his feet to come down. And George had no response there. 73 now to Kishan, a 54-run partnership for his 7th wicket from 89 balls. He's got 33 of them, and Liam Patterson White has 20. George, 15.35 is averaging this season, 34 wickets. And he's taken him on a few different surfaces, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
He's having a good season.
Somebody called Aaron Lord has...
oh, God. This could be anything, this.
Great to hear my second favourite Slater on the radio this morning.
That's actually quite nice for him, to be honest. I thought it was going to be a lot way worse than that. I'm happy to made second.
In comes Hill again. He's got underneath this one, Ishan, and it's a bit of a pitching wedge out towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. Picks up 2.
Who would be the other one then?
I think he's referring to my dad there.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, I think he likes my dad better than me. So
it loses me very often when he goes down an ice hockey theme, and
it's pretty disappointing really, because I thought we were decent friends, me and Aaron, but obviously not.
He's got more time off today. He didn't have time to send leisurely tweets yesterday because he was in charge of production and cameras and all the replays and everything. Had to do it all himself yesterday.
Here's Hill again. No, he's got this one. Just tried to play a late cut, really. as Kishan. He has done of a fashion. It probably would have gone to hand if there'd have been somebody in at first slip, but it's made its way down and over the boundary for 4 more. Pedal to the metal here.
Johnny didn't fancy a sprint then, did he, with the pads?
No. No, I think he was backing a stayer there rather than a sprinter at Royal Ascot. 79 now to Kishan all of a sudden.
Yeah, we're saying playing by numbers. He's just suddenly decided to go again, hasn't he, this over?
Just had a message from Fergus O'Neill saying he'd be 80 not out on this wicket.
Final ball of the over. George in again, this time just a defensive push square on the offside to complete the over at 343 for 6.
How's his big mate going, Will Sutherland?
He's all right. He's here today. I saw him with the glove on as Jack White was warming up. So I didn't see him yesterday, but that's not to say he wasn't here.
Yeah, he was here. Yeah, he was here yesterday.
Right.
Ferg's mate, he loves him.
Yeah,
Ferg's obsessed with him. He's obsessed with the chief. Obsessed.
He got a 50 odd in the first T20 game in a vain chase against Northampton at Headingley, and you thought, yeah, this guy's going to finish a few games this season. Then he gets an injury, and so he's not been as effective, I don't think, as anybody and himself, I'm sure, would have liked. And he's missed out a few games bowling wise. He was only allowed to bowl again last Friday night in the match up at Durham. He's not got many more runs since that 50, really.
Dominic Bess into the attack. Just very quickly, Sussex extended their last wicket pairing for the first half an hour or so this morning. They're now all out for 361 up at Durham. We're in between innings there. At Chelmsford, Essex 296 all out, Hampshire 24 without loss. Somerset still going along very nicely indeed. They're 360 for 3 at Edgbaston on a flat one, and Surrey 82 without loss, replying to Worcestershire's 209. All the scores on the BBC Sport website and app. Give you Division 2 in a wee while. It's going to be Dom Bess into the attack. Bowled 22 overs, none for 58 yesterday, and his first ball this morning is cut away for a single by Liam Patterson-White. 344 for 6. So you like out on the field, Dom Bess, a chatty player. I mean, he's skippered in the match at
Yeah, he's a good lad. Obviously, we've got Zach and as RS&C and their cousins, so yeah, he's a nice man, Dom.
Comes in again off a couple of pacers, bowls to Kishan, who just content for the time being just to nudge this back to the bowler. Kishan now on 79, faced 87 deliveries. Might have to start looking at those debutant lists if he goes on much further, as this is pushed into the offside. You didn't make a ton against Yorkshire on your debut, but you did on your Trent Bridge debut, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, second game.
Where was your debut? The Oval?
Oval, yeah.
Just what you want, really.
First one,
Debut
yeah.
at the Oval.
Was that the Morning Morkel match? Did he play in that one?
I can't
Just
remember.
Around the wicket, and
I
it's,
can't remember. I'm not sure.
Did Craig Brathwaite play?
Yeah, I mean, Craig, he might have done actually, because I think he kept being.
Because I think Craig
Craig in
Brathwaite,
the head.
I interviewed Craig Brathwaite afterwards. He said, I've never been hit on the helmet before. Morning Morkel got me from one end and Conor McCurr from the other.
I think he got done about 3 times in that game.
This is played down the ground by Kishan. He'll get a single. And then you came here for your home debut. You got a ton against Yorkshire. What do you remember of that?
I can't really remember much of it, to be honest. It's a while ago, isn't it? 2018.
You're the elder statesman now, aren't you?
Yes, I am. It's a good job we've got Bassey, to be honest, because he's the only one older than me at the minute. So, I mean, Brett looks about 37, but he's younger than me, which is disappointing.
Of course, Brett. But he went away. He wasn't here when you came back.
No,
when you came, he was away at Northants. Harry Duke back on the field. That shock of golden hair protruding from underneath his cap. 345 for 6. Notts require 5 runs from 5 overs to get that third batting bonus point.
The way he started the last over off, George, I think he's thinking 55 runs off 5 overs.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about that, whether he's actually eyeing up the 400. I think I'll take 5 5 runs here, and then for him to
all,
go back into his shell a little bit.
Has had all the regulations explained to him, has he?
I hope so. I hope so.
You're a lefty as well, aren't you, JD? Are you left-handed?
Left-arm bowler, right-hand bat.
Okay.
One of those.
Lefties, well, 2 lefties out there. Lefty here in the commentary box.
George Hill, very much a right-arm and right-hander, and he's bowling to Kishan, who cuts that one into the deck. No run. It's very unusual to look at a scoreboard and see George Hill going at more than 4 and over. It's just more like 2.5 most of the time. So maybe that last over from Kishan obviously bumped things up a little bit. Down the track at him, big 6 just down to our left. 4 to follow. Here he comes again. And that one nicely back foot punch, really, backward of point. Out there in the deep. Will O'Rourke will return it, 2 runs.
Do you ever allow yourself to get into a mode, I'm going to take this fella down, I don't like this fella, I'm going to take him down? Or have you got to stay more professional than that, and every ball on its merit, even the worst player in the world can bowl a good ball, sort of thing?
Yeah, I think so. I think especially the way I play, it might be a bit different for Ish.
Here's Hill to Ish, who runs one to Gully. Tumbling stop by Adam Lythe.
I think sometimes it crosses your mind, but I think for me it probably get me into trouble. But I think the way Isham plays, it might not make too much difference, and he's obviously very talented, so I'm not running down and hitting him over his head for 6.
Hill is in, and that's pushed into the offside. James Wharton picks up.
What about for Chesterfield? Do you get 1 or 2? Oh well, here he is, the big I am, the pro. Can't get a game for Notts this week, so he's going to play here against us. And all this sort of stuff. You know, we've all heard it in club cricket.
Not really at the minute. At this stage of my career, I did when I was younger, but I've done all right the last couple of years, so I've not really had
bit of respect there, is there?
Hill to Kishan, pulls this one. We got plenty on that, but straight, unfortunately for him, to Matthew Revis, 1 run.
I can imagine Fletcher's getting a bit of that now, because he's obviously he's gone back to the ranks. He's playing for Papple. Where
I think he's given a bit out from what I've heard. I think my dad went to watch. My dad went to watch him when he was up again when they played Cookney, 'cause it's not far from Bowls over where Mum and Dad live. So he went to watch Fletcher at Cookney, and apparently he was giving it out against them. He was so.
Saw him at the weekend. He said he'd missed out on pre-season training this year. He was puffing and blowing a bit.
This one angled away down to 3rd man by Liam Patterson-White for a single. He's 22, Kishan 83, 3-4-8 for 6 after 106 overs. So 3-4-9 for 6 even.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I think his first year without any pre-season running in however long, so I think I'll be doing the same as him when the time comes.
But that's a long time off yet.
Yeah, that's what everyone keeps telling me.
Well,
I can't think of anything worse than winter than the winter training at the minute, to be honest.
Is there a grand plan for 5 years, 10 years time?
Not really. I probably should be a bit more proactive in that, but
there's Bess round the wicket into Patterson-White, punches it to the deep set mid-off fielder, gallops down the other end, and so Notts do get the 3rd batting point. Liam Patterson-White perhaps playing a little bit understandably in the shadow of Ishan. Kishan's played very nicely though this morning, moved on to 23, 350 for 6, and I guess that's job done. They've batted for an hour, they've got that 3rd batting point, and you know, now anything from here on in is only going to be for the good of the side. Get as many as you can. Kishan's on 83. Kishan pulls this to leg and through the diving mid-wicket fielder, and he's gone to 87, 354 for 6.
Yeah, he made that look not very easy.
I took Bumble to Chesterfield for Chesterfield CC do last year to the Panthers Rugby Club. You were conspicuous by your absence there, Ben, by the way.
Best bowls, and we just checked his drive.
Oh yeah, I remember. What time of year was that?
March, just gone.
I think I might have been away. It might have been in Abu Dhabi.
Anyway, talking about playing club cricket after he'd finished playing professional cricket.
Best to Kishan. Pulls this one and he's gone. Pulls it straight to mid-wicket. He was dropped in that position. Second ball of the morning, and now perishes just shy of a century. And it's a wicket for Dominic Bess. 354 for 7. The tall figure of George Hill leapt high to claim the catch, and Kishan's gone after 2.5 hours at the crease. 98 balls, 12 fours and a 6. Made 87 on his debut. He'll be having a little bit of a Ben Slater type thought as he makes his way back to the pavilion, maybe, but I think he can congratulate himself on a very fine first knock for Notts.
Yeah, so would have took 87 when he went out there, but see, he'll be disappointed not to go on, but 87's better than naught, isn't it, Dave?
Exactly.
So anyway, Bumble gone back to play club cricket, Lancashire League, whichever, Accrington or whatever he's playing for, and I forget the precise details, but he walks in and somebody's there at gully or whatever chirping away. He could never bat when he played for Lancs. Here he is at 7 now. He's by this point he's about 60, I think, Bumble. And he said, this bloke, he just goes on for the first 2 or 3 overs, every ball, telling me how terrible I am. I could never play for Lancs. So he said, I turned around to him after, I just thought, I'm sick of this. So I just turned around to him and I said, you obviously know me. I've never heard of you. Now can you shut up? And he didn't get a peep out of him.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, that.
Farhan on his way out to the middle. Played against his brother last week, of course, in the T20 game at Grace Road. Rian getting a half century. Seen Farhan as a night watchman a couple of times earlier in the season with some handy contributions. Just do a quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham, who into their midday news. So a wicket for Dominic Bess, ending that partnership of 71 between Liam Patterson-White and Ishan Kishan. Farhan, whose most recent match was for England Lions. Played against India A with Josh Tong 2 or 3 weeks ago now. 354 for 7. Still waiting to do this score update for local radio as Bess bowls, and Farhan reaching forward pushes his first ball into the covers. And there's no run.
People don't understand them.
Next delivery is just played very late off the stumps and guided down on an angle of 45, fielded by Jack White, but single taken. So 107 overs have gone. Yorkshire need 2 more wickets to get a third bowling point. Here is that radio update, where Nottinghamshire have just lost their first wicket of the second morning. It's the Indian Test star Ishan Kishan falling 13 runs shy of a century, out for a brilliant 87. Not's going along nicely. 355 for 7. There we go. I get 15 seconds at midday, Ben. 15 seconds to cram it all in.
It's not long enough, that, Dave, is it?
It's not, is it? I'd like to wax lyric, yesterday morning. I could only mention Ben Slater's been there for an hour. 6 not out. 6 not out in an hour. JD said, is he normally this slow? I said, no, normally he's a dasher. George Hill.
This season.
Yeah, George Hill to bowl to Farhan Ahmed. New man in, 2 slips. I think Nottinghamshire probably already got more than Yorkshire be that comfortable with now this morning, as Georgie's in and bowling. Good legs ball, turning to the leg side. David Milan's feeling just off the cut strip.
New manager for Notts County, Ben.
Yes, I saw the other day Chesterfield made some good signings. 4 through the door already, and yeah, I think we're spending a bit of money, to be honest, with who they've got so far.
Fixtures out on Thursday.
Hill in again, that's turned square on the leg side. Bit towards the inside edge of the bat. 1 run, he's off the mark. 356 for 7. So he's not off the mark, he's got 2 now. 356 for 7. So Chesterfield and Notts County, Leeds United all in the same box.
Yeah, I think we'll go up this year, Dave, to be honest. Automatics, no problem.
Well,
you heard it here first.
Well, once again, they're saying it's a very weak division, so it would need to be, wouldn't it, for Chesterfield to do well.
You fancy yourself as a bit of a harmy then, do you? Doing football reporting after you've finished playing. Here's Hill in, and Patterson White punches that one out into the covers. O'Rourke sweeping will field. They get back for 2.
I'm not sure about that, but I do like my football and like to go and watch Chesterfield when I can.
What's the plan after cricket then?
I don't know, to be honest. I think it should be a little bit more proactive in trying to find something that I would be interested in after. But a few, I know lads who do it alongside playing, but I think I'm the sort of person who, when I'm playing, I want to put everything into that. And
yeah, here's Hill.
Shot Liam.
Pulled by Liam Patterson-White, just off the straight. David Milan.
And whenever it comes to
4 runs.
Whatever's next, put all my energy into that. I don't really want to be
taking your eye off the ball.
Yeah, I think so, and hopefully I've got a few more years left in me yet. So try and come up with something in the next few years, I think.
What are you now?
33.
33.
Oh, he's a young man.
Oh, Dave, dear me.
Tim Sanders been in touch at Brace Cricket. Speaking of Fletch, bear a thought for the Attenborough batsman Matt Hill, who perished to the 7th ball of a Fletcher over on Saturday.
Hill is in, that's turned to mid-wicket by Patterson-White for a single.
He sent one of those little clips, and yeah, there's no balls or wides in there, so
umpire's got that wrong, has he?
And Fletcher's got him out 7th ball of the over. He always was lucky, Luke Fletcher, wasn't he? 363 for 7. Dressing room will be a quieter place without him, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. We miss him. What a man! What a man!
There's probably scope for going back for seconds as well when he's not about.
Hill over the wicket to Ahmed.
And Samit, you lost Samit as well, of course, in that department.
Don't get me, don't drag me into this, Dave. I'm not saying anything about my good friend Luke.
Ben, it's been an absolute
Thank you.
joy. You know, I know it's not always easy just to spare time to pop up, and certainly when you're over at the pavilion, it's a bit of a trek just to come over and see us. But now you're downstairs, absolute delight, and hope the listeners have enjoyed the last 45 minutes, hour, or whatever it is you've been with us.
Cheers.
Many congratulations. Yesterday was a splendid innings. And
thank you.
Good luck for second innings and the rest of the season. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you. Cheers, Dave. Thank you. Cheers.
Good luck for the rest of the season, apart from next time you're in.
Ben Slater with us on BBC Radio Nottingham and on 5 Sports Extra 2, 363 for 7. Thank you to Ben for joining us. Just nice, isn't it, just to get a little bit of an insight from the players out on the field. Covered a few topics as Patterson-White drives this back to Dominic Bess.
It's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, what other sports, you know? It's great.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know what's going on out in the middle. As much as we watch, you really do need to be out there in the heat of battle to really fully comprehend it. What what the wicket's doing, what the bowlers are doing, what Johnny Bairstow's saying behind the stumps. 363 for 7, and it is a game where it's perfectly normal. Oh, Patterson-White comes at Bess here. I'll just break off for a second because he's launched this down the ground. He's got underneath it. Didn't see it land. Has it gone fully into the?
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely went fully.
Boards, yeah. For 6 runs.
I think it hit the
fascia thing.
Yeah, that they used for the adverts.
Nice shot from Liam. Moves on to 36, 369 for 7. Yeah, it is a game of human emotions, cricket. It's perfectly understandable and reasonable to be upset at getting out just shy of a century, as Ben did yesterday. Played very nicely. Best bowls, and Patterson White's played nicely here, helping into the offside for a single. 370 for 7. Of course, he's had 100 already this year, Liam Patterson White. 2 in his career. 370 for 7. Yorkshire with just the 1 wicket this morning. I guess they always talk about the consolation of lower order runs as Ahmed defends, that there's not too much devilment in the wicket, and Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean and co will be, I guess, taking a little bit of solace from that. Still playing very nicely indeed. 370 for 7. Got 1 over left of the 110. Johnny Bairstow at this end. I don't think he's going to bowl. He's just hanging about. I'm not entirely sure who is going to bowl.
George,
yeah.
by the looks of it again. Yeah. Well, 72 added to the overnight score. And Ishan Kishan went from 44 to 87. So I make that 43 added this morning. Could have, maybe should have had none of those 43. George Hill in and bowling to the left-handed Liam Patterson White. That one goes under. Finlay Bean at extra cover. Jack White does the fielding. They get 2. Patterson White really has got going here. 4 in each innings up at Headingley a few weeks ago, but distant memory now. 39 off 65. Played his part in that very good 7th wicket partnership for Nottinghamshire. George Hill then making his way in, leaving our commentary position behind at the Radcliffe Road end. But there you go, 4 more, over pitching this time and straight down the ground by Liam Patterson White, and maybe Joe Clark might take a lesson or two about how to hit it just off the straight, because he didn't hit the stumps at this end of the ground and picked up 4 as a result. Only joking, Joe. 3 times I think yesterday he drilled it straight back into the stump.
Adjustment to the laws of the game then, Wes.
No?
You get a bonus. I'm not so sure.
No. Leave it as it is. Don't tinker too much.
You need to embrace change.
There's been a bit of that. I'm still not getting used to the Kerry Packer World Series yet. Here's George Hill, and that's deflected away down to gully by Patterson White. No run. Actually, I do remember that happening as a child, and oh dear me, the talk around the cricket clubs and all of that, ruining the game. And look where we are now.
Is there ever a week that goes by in any cricket club where somebody somewhere doesn't say that somebody's ruining the game?
Probably not. Probably goes for all cricket clubs, professional and amateur.
All sports, maybe. I think cricket seems quite caught up in it.
Hill in. Patterson White plays to Moriarty at mid-on, no run.
In fact, it does go on in all sports, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not going to go through all the moans and groans, but do you know one that really grinds me in another sport? Really grinds me, and I need to get over it. And one day I'm going to. I have the number of illegal throws there are in football, throw-ins.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, that winds me.
That rankle, does it? Yeah. In comes Hill, and Patterson White opens the face, runs it out for the easy single to the sweeping O'Rourke. 377 for 7.
Because I don't want to be a grumpy old man, do I, G?
No.
But that one's really good. If I ever conquer that one, I think I'll finally be free of all grumbles. That one really does wind me up. I watched a game the other night where the referee was really red hot on it. Oh, and the players didn't like it. Didn't like it at all.
Final ball of the over. Hill to Ahmed, who defends. 377 for 7 then at the end of the 110th over. No further bonus points possible now for either side in this innings.
No. And
Nottinghamshire lead 3-2.
yeah, I'm very interested in Ben confirming or saying, because I wasn't aware until he came in and said so. This is a hybrid pitch that's been played on, so we could possibly therefore be in for a high scoring game. What's that one in Birmingham? Somerset there, 384 for 3. I'm not saying that's hybrid, I don't know. Lammonby's got a century not out, 113. That's centuries in successive championship matches for him. He got one in his last innings before the break for the T20, but Somerset doing really nicely there. 384 for 3. More progress being made at Essex, where Essex are all out for 296. Another 5 for Carl Abbott. Hampshire 41 for 2 in reply. That was 2 wickets in 2 balls for guess who? Sam Cook. Jofra Archer watch. Sussex finally out for 361. But guess what? They're not opening up the bowling with Jofra. It's Robinson and Sandhu. The opening pair there. There'll be some media types getting really angst about that. Meantime, Patterson White's on 44, Nottinghamshire 377 for 7. O'Rourke around the wicket in bowls, and that's been stopped by Lythe. The way he jumped back, I thought perhaps he'd missed that, but he's got that one behind square there on the offside. Do you know those catches dropped at mid-wicket, Doidgy? We know how sharp the ball can come at you in the slips, and a lot is often spoken about that. You know, how is it more difficult when they come straight at you than when there's just a little bit of width and diving right and left? Those mid-wicket ones as well, I mean, they really fly at you, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
And often at this awkward around your shoulder area. As again, this next ball around the wicket, and that sits up a little on Patterson White, fends it off onto the onside. So you see them coming and you think, well, and often the fielders will get part of their hand or hands to it, just can't keep hold of it. To me, it's just the fact that everything's so tight to their body and just high up here to the right or possibly to the left. They are tricky little numbers, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. It wasn't an easy. Was definitely not an easy chance to Finlay Bean. He struck it well, didn't he? He wasn't just a lob or anything like that, or a mistimed pull. He hit it well.
And the wicket in bowls, just enough for a bounce. Not too much width for Patterson White to work with, but he'll get a single square on the offside. He moves to 45. Nottinghamshire 378 for 7.
Catches, obviously dropped catches, they're a source of frustration because everybody knows that nobody means to drop them. But if you put 2 or 3 down in an innings and one of those even is significant in terms of the runs that come the other side of it, then you kind of feel even more frustrated. And I suppose this is where cricket's an individual game within a team game, and so if Fred Bloggs drops 3, somebody will be saying we need to feel better. Well, he'll be feeling that even more because he knows basically that whoever's saying that means that you need to feel better because the rest of us didn't drop one. So, but we've all been there. Anybody who's played cricket, I can't believe there's anybody who's played regularly in cricket who's not put a catch down. Nobody means to do it. You can all actually catch as much as you like in practice, but in the moment when that ball's been leathered at you, you react and you either it sticks or it doesn't.
Yeah. Ahmed's on 2, and therefore we've got a couple of slips and a gully in as well as O'Rourke comes over the wicket, gets right behind that defensively into the offside for no run. This is O'Rourke's 20th over, 19.4 overs, 1 for 86, 3 maidens. It's been hard work out there again for Yorkshire's bowlers this morning. Conditions, I say they're drastically different from yesterday. Actually, we've had 1 or 2 periods this morning which got quite bright here, so the sun getting through somehow. It's a little bit more cloudy again over this venue at the moment. But certainly that, I say a breeze, it's a wind, it's a quite very strong wind which started yesterday. That continues to blow here by the River Trent. And a slip goes, a short fine leg goes in there, ducks out of the way of that one. That really didn't trouble Ahmed too much.
No, and I always wonder about those sort of bounces. What's the point? It's effort for what?
I'm not so sure it would have frightened me. Let's get this right. but for him, I'm not so sure.
I mean, is it just to get him on the back foot delivery? But even then, you've not. You've not asked him to get on the back foot. You've just let him duck comfortably underneath it.
It's a partnership of 24 so far for this 8th wicket Ahmed is facing. O'Rourke bowls now. Edged, caught and gone. Caught at first slip. And the catch is taken by George Hill. And it's the end of Farhan Ahmed. He's gone for 2. It's 8 wickets down. Nottinghamshire 378 for 8. Just wonder if maybe there were 1 or 2 things going through his mind. But that was a lovely delivery. What was he supposed to do about that? I mean, that's edge nicely, comfortably taken. We're talking about catches and how difficult they can be mid-wicket, and sometimes it slipped, but that was a comfortable one. Right into the body of George Hill, and he held on to it well. So it's the end of that over as well, at 378 for 8. So there was a wicket and just the 1 run to come from it as well. Patterson White is still there on 45. But some reward here for Yorkshire. They've had to work hard today so far, and they've just got a couple of wickets to show for it. I think we're going to see this one again on the replay. Just have a look at this. Nicely, I say nicely taken it was. It sort of got in. They had to snatch at it a little bit once it got into his body, make sure it didn't bounce straight back out. But he got hold of it. He kept it. That one was at 80. That bounce only came in at 78. But anyway, at 80 miles per hour, he's got his 8th wicket. 378 for 8.
And the ball before, as I was saying, couldn't understand the sort of bang it right over his head. But even if it felt like a waste of energy, what I suppose it did do, if you look at the dismissal, Farhan Ahmed, he was not of a mind to go forward. Whatever was released there, he was rooted to the crease. So he was anchored, and then it's about whether you play at the ball or not. And because he was anchored, he's just had a little push at it, hasn't he? It went through at a nice catchable height for George, straight in. So either way, Will O'Rourke got the job done. 2 for 86 off 20 for him.
Well, yeah, with hindsight, it sort of seemed to be set up quite nicely for him.
Still a strange. I mean, yeah, I would have thought the ball before might have been just, in that rib cage area, maybe, but either way, he's got the wicket now, hasn't he, sir?
Sure. Don Bess is going to bowl 25 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 73. The girdler is back.
I was looking for Nottinghamshire birthdays today, can't find any. A famous Yorkshire cricketer, one of the most famous Yorkshire cricketers, was born on the 23rd of June 1916, Sir Leonard Houghton. He, of course, who held the World Test highest scoring record of 364, made against Australia for quite some time until Sobers beat it back in 1938. Len Houghton, born on this day in 1916.
Marvellous player. Don Bess bowling to Liam Patterson-White, who's dropping forward really into the leg side. No run. Dylan Pennington, by the way, was the man who's gone in to join him. And just Mo Abbas left to bat now for Nottinghamshire as Patterson-White plays one out into the covers and O'Rourke for 1 run. Bang on 12 noon.
After a couple of balls,
Bess won the shootout.
Sorry to talk across you. After a couple of balls, a bit of a committee meeting out there.
Yeah. Well, Johnny's kind of, you get used to this, as he's come back to play county cricket again. He's always kind of buzzing around. There's always something going on. I suppose at least it shows he's thinking about things out there. He's definitely not silent, and there's always some sort of an adjustment going on in the field. He's thinking about things and
Once,
trying
twice,
to help
3
his bowler
times
take a wicket. And his best trying to do just that, but back foot punch by Dylan Pennington. I'm not sure that was part of the conversation. But he timed that really nicely, actually. 4 runs through square cover. So Dylan off the mark, first up, and 383 for 8.
They are my favourite delays in the game, with a long delay for fielding changes, and maybe a fielder moves a yard or whatever, and then the next thing, 4 or 6.
Yeah. Bess in again, floats this one up. Pennington drags it back to him along the deck. Bess in again, this time Pennington going back foot, pushing to Revis in the offside. The players out there with black armbands on, in memory of David Sid Lawrence. We had a minute's silence to open the day here at Trent Bridge. That one turned in front of square, final ball of the over to James Wharton under the helmet. So 383 for 8. How many overs have we had this morning, chaps? 94 were bowled yesterday, so 18.
Live maths, Dodgy.
I tell you, I
I'm backing
panicked
you.
as soon as I said that one.
I'm thinking, why has he done this? But you pulled it off. You pulled it off.
Listen
Brilliant.
to Rachel Riley here. Yes. 25 past 12. What's the odds on an extended period? 9 down at 1 o'clock. Oh, crikey, already having those sorts of thoughts.
But we're not in 10 past 1 territory, are we?
No,
With just
no.
Nothing lost yesterday, was there?
No, we don't get those. We were talking earlier, the start of the day, it's a strange one, that, isn't it? You lose time after 6 o'clock, you can't get those back, so those 2 overs are just lost into the ether. But if Notts were 9 down at 1 o'clock, then we would go on for a wee while longer. Bowling change, back comes Will O'Rourke. This is where Yorkshire will be just hoping he can knock over the last couple of wickets, but they'll be bowling to Liam Patterson-White. First of all, Patterson-White on 46. Mentioned it a couple of times yesterday. He got 4 and 4 when the sides met at Headingley, so he'll be pleased to get a contribution against the White Rose. Here he comes from the building site end, the pavilion end. 383 for 8. Patterson-White pulls this one onto the leg side and doesn't get a run.
Just a yard to the left. And look, that's what he's shadowing now, isn't it? Just a little bit more swing and pull on that of the body.
383 for 8. If you're listening on the ground, once again there will be the lunchtime presentation today. It happened yesterday. It coincided with the members forum, and it will take place above the ticket office, above the squash courts at the back of the Batman board there. Next one is banged in short by O'Rourke. Patterson-White threw the shot, goes through to the keeper. We had our guest Josie yesterday, who came and joined us, talked about that very first Australian tour of the UK back in 1868, and there'll be a presentation and photographs, the books there for sale, all about it. And that's above the ticket office behind the Batman board at the far end of the ground at lunch and at tea today. Is it the Muller Medal?
Yes,
she said will be on display as well. There's O'Rourke bowls, and again Liam Patterson-White pulling to leg on the bounce down to Matthew Revis, and they take a single as the sun joins us.
It does. Nice to see.
384 for 8. Any significant movements anywhere?
Oh, there's always movements, Dave. There's always movements. Somerset have lost a wicket. Lammonby is still there, though. 407 for 7. That's still inside the 110 overs. They've got 6 overs left of that, 104. So they've picked up a few points along the way there, Somerset. Lammonby's not out 122, 187 balls, 18 fours. So that one in Birmingham. Jimmy's picked up a couple of wickets this morning, Jimmy Anderson, Sir Jimmy. But Kent have continued to fight back well. Compton 111 not out. Kent in the second division 251 for 5. Anderson now 2 for 39 from 14 overs.
There's O'Rourke into bowl to Pennington, an attacking field, and the Notts number 10 steers us to point. There's no run. Former Notts man, of course, Ben Compton, and that was a move that certainly worked out for him, wasn't it? He went down to Canterbury, and there was a glut of centuries in his first season down there. There were a number of people talking about him being an England opener and all sorts of things. He just couldn't get a run in the side here, and when he did play, didn't score that many runs, but really pleased for Ben that it's worked out for him down at Canterbury.
Your new favourite cricketer's done well again.
Next ball on its way now, and this just strikes Pennington up by the left shoulder. Who's that?
Liam Guthrie.
Right.
7 for 94 he ended up with for Northants. Middlesex all out for 413.
Seems like everybody is aware of the talents of Liam Guthrie, a cricketer up until yesterday when he started taking wickets. So I must admit it completely passed me by, but he's gone well. So no wickets for Calvin Harrison then in that innings.
I'm just going to, is that fact or you want me to double check?
Well, if Guthrie's got 7, I know Broad got 2 yesterday. Next ball on its way now and heaved away by Pennington. He's taken the aerial route. I don't think Harry Duke's going to be able to get to it before it lands. He doesn't, and there's a couple of runs to Pennington, who moves on to 6. He's just trying to play attacking shots whenever he can against O'Rourke. 388 for 8.
No, Harrison 18 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 57. 8 bowlers used in the end. 413 all out Middlesex. Northampton 50 for no wicket.
386 for 8. Once again, Ian Smith did me with the screens. He'd
too quick.
Yeah, he'd popped the score up before I could look up there.
I tell you, it's blooming brilliant, actually, to be fair.
So LPW is on 47 and will be on strike to Don Bess.
Derbyshire 212 for 2. Kame and Madsen not out half centuries there. Lead Gloucestershire by 25 runs in Bristol. And Patterson White's on 47 into the pads from Bess, who's now bowling his 27th over. 1 for 78, 4 maidens so far. Surrey have lost 1 wicket, but they're 108 for 1. Trail Worcestershire by 101 runs. But 61, Sibley Patterson White to 48. Nottinghamshire 387 for 8. So Patel is an opener, but he is no more. Durham 25 for no wicket after Sussex made 361. I feel as I think I've been through all the scores. Oh, no, Leicestershire Glamorgan. Leicestershire 16 for no wicket after Glamorgan made 353. Best to Pennington. Pennington's on 6. Nice and gentle defence for the tall man Pennington.
And as you've got the cards up there, what's happening in the test?
Oh yes. India 136 for 3.
Thank you.
They lead England by 142. Best bowls driven. Lovely. Wow. Finds the gap square. That's one for Harry Duke to chase, but to be honest with you, nice to see the effort, but I don't think I would have been running quite so hard, because I think that always had the better of him. At races for 4 across the rope. Pennington to 10. Nottinghamshire 391 for 8.
Loves to chase, does Harry Duke. We saw that yesterday when he came onto the field 2 or 3 times.
Not so much. He stayed where he is, look.
Well, that's not his doing. The captain's left,
of course.
left him there,
I'm pulling your leg. Pennington's on 10. And that's driven, but for no run to mid-off. And that's Moriarty doing the fielding down there. Bess, 1 ball left of this over, gives that plenty of air and driven again to Moriarty, and he will take a single on this occasion. Pennington keen to keep the strike. He's on 11. Patterson White on 48, and Nottinghamshire at the end of the over 392 for 8. We are beyond the 110 over mark now. 114 overs gone. Best 27 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 84.
Never really followed or watched or got into or know anything much at all about Sherlock Holmes. Obviously his nemesis was it Professor Moriarty? It was Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson and
yes. And I'm I'm afraid I can't add too much to that, Dave. Apart from walking past the museum when you go down to Lord's Ofton on the way down to Baker Street.
It's opposite Madame Tussauds, isn't it?
Yeah, around that area, just up and around up the street a little bit, up on the other corner, but yeah.
No, it is a cemented part of English history and folklore. Well, not so much history, but the.
If we've got a Moriarty, we're looking for Sherlock and Watson out there.
392 for 8. We've got Will O'Rourke bowls now, and Pennington very much enjoying himself, and there's a big cheer, and I think that cheer was from the Notts balcony down below us. Could perhaps just make out the strains of 1 or 2 of the players cheering him on. 396 for 8, and he's moved on to 15.
He's finding the gaps nice and easily, isn't he? I mean, that one in the previous over, I mean, he got that so perfect, really square. And Duke was out there just a little bit behind, couldn't cut it off, had the better of him. So he's doing a really good job here.
Did have 1 first-class 50 in his time as a Worcestershire player down at Chelmsford. Jake Libby got 200 at the other end at the same time, the same innings. He's gone again and got hold of this one. And Harry Duke, here he goes, terrier after a ball.
He's slowing up. It's slowing up.
Touch and go, and the ball has just beaten Harry Duke to the road. Great effort, Harry.
Very good effort.
400 up for Notts, Dylan Pennington on to 19. And he scored 19 out of a partnership of 22 here. Who would have thought? Hope he's not hurt himself there, Harry Duke. He's dived for the cause. Yeah. Great chase.
He must be the quickest in that Yorkshire team.
Well, he's a wicket keeper, isn't he?
He would have been so good at the old school athletics, wouldn't he?
Will O'Rourke. There's now one more of those away from bringing up his own 100. He's 2 for 97.
He's so short, though, he needed a pole vault to get over the hurdles, wouldn't he, in the hurdle race?
Oh, did the sprint.
Cruel. There's Will O'Rourke bowls, and Pennington will help this away on the leg side and over the leg side and away into the distance, and that's gone for 6. Into the Fox Road stand. Crikey me. We've not seen these sorts of fireworks in the 2 seasons that Dylan Pennington's been at Trent Bridge. Saved them all up for today. Licensed to go out and enjoy himself, and he is enjoying himself. And we're enjoying watching him.
Not smart bowling, though.
That is his 100 as well for Will O'Rourke. 2 for 103.
You think going to trying this short ball a bit too much?
4-4-6, and this over.
He's going at nearly 5 and over, Kev. International fast bowler. Number 10 batter.
Still got the short leg in there. Man out on the leg side fence. O'Rourke round the wicket. Bowls to Pennington. Drives it straight past him. He scorched the earth as it thuds into the boards down at the pavilion end. 410 for 8. 4-4-6-4 in this over.
Yeah, I don't think you can knock that delivery too much. It was right up there in the block hole, but the previous 3 wouldn't have covered him in glory.
Johnny's off to have a word.
Yeah. Listen, Will, just bowl him out, will you?
He's having a longer conversation at the moment with Patterson White than he is with.
You get back down that end. Nothing to do with you.
I wonder if Patterson White is a bit miffed at the delays, the hold-ups here. Seriously.
Maybe.
Although Yorkshire can say, look, we're +4 on the over 8. We'll do what we like.
And maybe that's what he did say.
Well, yeah, that's fully justified.
For this 4-4-6-4, no wonder the captain's on the prowl a bit.
Yeah. Well,
does look like a grizzly bear, doesn't
Yorkshire
it?
have got to get him, haven't they? And then, 298 for 6 this morning to 410 for 8. It's definitely been Nottinghamshire's morning.
Yeah, more than 100 runs.
And Johnny doesn't rush to get back to his position either, does he? But in fairness to him, as he's walking, he's altering the field. He's not waiting to get back there before he sends everybody everywhere.
And still talking.
I was going to say, did he have a word with Pennington then? There's Will O'Rourke again round the wicket. What will he deliver now? Oh, Pennington backed away. I think he anticipated something nasty coming towards him. And he's backed away a mile and missed it.
That was anticipation of whatever's coming my way now. Maybe that is what Johnny said to me. I'm glad I'm not where you are now.
Yeah.
And Liam Patterson-White's called Pennington down just for a little word. Just calm down. Just calm down now.
Well, he's done such a great job, hasn't he,
Yeah.
so far? This 16 balls for 29.
410 for 8. Got 5 for at Headingley. Trying to do it with the runs here. And again a leg side ball deposited high into the Fox Road. Oh, it's nearly hit somebody 3 rows from the back. In fact, the gentleman 3 rows from the back has gone to fetch the ball from the... He's looking over the back of the stand, look. It's gone over the back of the stand for 6. So that's a mighty blow by Dylan Pennington. He's gone to 35, and that over... 3 4s and 2 6s, gentlemen. Help me. 3 4s and 2
Rachel
6s.
Riley to our right.
30.
Thank you, Rachel.
24?
24, yeah.
24.
Different competition. This is the championship now.
He's going for... They've told him go out there. We need to quickly get to 450 for the bonus point. Of course, there isn't a bonus point up for grabs.
No.
It was some fearful hitting, wasn't it?
From fearful bowler as well.
22 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 113.
And that is Dylan Pennington's highest score now for Notts. Previously it was 29 not out, made last season.
He's doing it, yeah, strike rate of over 200. Amazing.
416 for
Get him
8.
up the order.
Well, Dave alluded to this. I heard you're chatting away there to Ben earlier, and you're talking, Dave. I mean, you highlighted how important it is getting a good start, which, of course, Ben has been part of. But also, this, if anything does go wrong, sort of top order or middle, there must be a real sense of confidence, really, within the Nottinghamshire dressing room at the moment that somebody from middle towards tail is going to get them out of bother, one or two. And I say out of bother, but clearly, got something about them. Bess, 28th over, 1 for 84, comes around the wicket, and deep in his crease, Patterson White will punch that for a single. Doesn't get to 50 with it, moves to 49. Instead, 417 for 8.
We're getting a slow hand clap, LPWA, pedestrian by comparison.
Callum's been in touch, says, Dave, you're right, Calvin Harrison didn't get a wicket, but my word, he's taken a stunning catch, and he's just sent me the clip of it. It's backward point diving through the air, one-handed effort. Brilliant.
Pennington's on 35. Oh, he went back to that, and not too far away from getting a little feather through to the keeper Bairstow standing up. Lythe's in there at first slip as well. That was a good ball from Bess. Now this could be a different challenge, this obviously, for Pennington. He goes back and punched to extra cover for no run. Because he's given the impression as Pennington that he quite likes it with a bit of pace there. As long as it's not coming at him. Got a bit of width to work with, bit of space. Goes back and again. Got to be careful maybe of that bounce, but pushed it back up to Bess, no run.
Who's having the next over from the far end then?
Well, I think Doidge should take it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, I could certainly get it for 20 odd.
That one's worked to mid-wicket. I genuinely thought that's what you were talking about out of us commentators, but you mean bowling. So you're definitely taking O'Rourke off, are you?
Well, Dan Moriarty's getting loose.
Okay.
So somebody else is taking him off, I think.
Next ball. Oh, that's gone through everything. And real bounce as well, which has beaten Bairstow, and therefore that's going to go over the boundary rope, and that's going to be given us byes.
Salting wound.
4 of them, 421 for 8. Yes, it's got a bit of a horrible feeling about it for the Yorkies at the moment.
Yeah, it's not been a good session, has it? Catch goes down, second ball of the day. Player goes on to get an extra 40 odd runs. They get a couple of wickets in the space of 20 minutes, and then they've taken the foot off the throat, as it were, because they got the man out they wanted. Wicket number 7. Farhan Ahmed follows at 378. They've added another 43 runs, this pair, in just 30 deliveries. And yeah, that can happen with lower order partnerships, we know, when players just go out with a bit of gay abandon and have a bit of fun. But you've got to try and find a way, haven't you? Now maybe the Kookaburra is a reason that it's not as easy for the bowling side, possibly, but still, there's few excuses for one or two of the deliveries we've seen today. In particular, that last over by Will O'Rourke, I felt anyway.
How many overs has he bowled? He looked a bit weary.
You would if you were getting crashed around out of the park.
Well, exactly. No, but I seriously, I felt over half an hour or so, just this morning, just watching him around, he looked a little bit on the weary side. Perhaps he isn't 100% today.
They're having one of those periods anyway where they're letting things slip as Moriarty's in and Patterson White turns it into the leg side. And Wharton Fields, and Anthony McGrath's talked about this a few times already this season, and he's still learning about his players, and there'll be people, as the season unfolds, where they'll be thinking, they've had opportunities and they've not seized moments. Battered. Not sure who they'd be, but Patterson White pushes one down to the incoming long on where Bess fields, and that will take him to 50 in 82 deliveries, 2 hours and 8 minutes of batting, 6 fours and a 6. And it doesn't matter, does it, about that strike rate of 60.98? Nobody would have thought about that in previous eras anyway. He's done a really good job just sticking there with Ishan Kishan in the first place while he was blazing the trail, taking things on as well, and then also actually playing support to Dylan Pennington's firepower in recent overs. Leg slip and orthodox slip in place. Moriarty left arm spin, of course, for those who are listening and not viewing. And that one just dropped into the leg side by Pennington. Matthew Revis does the fielding with wicket.
It is a really interesting point, which we haven't got time to expand on now too much, but where both these two sets of players, where these two teams are in their story at the moment.
Yeah, Moriarty in, flicked off the legs nicely by Pennington for a single. George Hill coming in from square on the leg side. Yeah,
I mean, Pete Moore's and the team, they've been here a long time now. They're always constantly learning. But it looks if they know that, they've got such a solid set. I mean, I'm not too sure as I saw their success so far this season, clearly, but I mean, it's there, obvious for everybody to see now how things are working.
Yeah, Moriarty over the wicket. Has he got his man here? No. Bairstow thought he'd stumped Liam Patterson-White. The off bail comes off, but Russell Warren was not in agreement, said not out.
It's always an unlikely one to be given when the stumper's looking towards the standing bowler at the far end rather than the square leg umpire. Moriarty didn't know who to appeal to.
So 4:23 for 8, final ball of the over. Moriarty in and LPW defends. Yeah, I'd agree. It's part of the story and all of that this season for Yorkshire, which is one of the reasons they find themselves where they are at this stage of the campaign in the Championship.
But this is the early stage of the game. Who knows how this game is going to play out? Who knows how the rest of the season is going to play out? But Dave, of course, who follows day in, day out, I won't ask him to comment on this, but there will have been a few tough times when you have felt very much like watching Nottinghamshire, how maybe Yorkshire supporters are watching Yorkshire at the moment. There's, what is happening here? It's all taking shape, and it can take time. It can take a long time.
The last 2 years, I've heard the word, or the words, were in transition more times than I care to mention. This year, media day, Pete Moores, we're no longer in transition as Pennington just continues on his merry way, driving this through the offside. Partnership now up to 49, and Dylan Pennington's got 40 of them. Did say we're no longer in transition. The bulk of the players that we've had here, extra years experience now, and expect Notts to be more competitive this year. Whether more competitive at that stage, my word, Notts have done well, and here's Dylan Pennington doing well, because that's the 50 partnership as he cuts this to backward point. He's got 41 out of 50 and is rapidly closing in on Liam Patterson-White. Pennington 41 from 26 balls, and it's just the extra punch in the throat really that Yorkshire didn't need this morning. Once they got rid of Ishan Kishan and then Farhan Ahmed, I think they'll have been hoping, well, I think a lot of people would have been expecting them just to knock over 10 and 11 and job done, but Notts are still batting. Best bowls to LPW, Liam Patterson-White. He turns it on the leg side, 4:28 for 8.
I mean, Yorkshire, yeah, they've been in transition for about a decade now, Bryce.
There's Bess round the wicket. Here comes Patterson-White. Now he's lifted it. That's going to be fairly close to the ropes. I think it just landed in front of the ropes down below us. Umpire Russell Warren's not sure. Just waiting for the fielder to confirm it. No, he's raised the arms. He's raised the arms for 6. I couldn't really comment because we just can't see the rope from down below as the overhang of the gantry.
No, I'd agree. It felt like it was going to drop short of the rope to me.
Finlay Bean has fetched the ball. The umpire's just checked with him, and it is a 6 for Patterson-White. 4:34 for 8. And he will nudge this one along the carpet instead down to long on, and we'll get a single. 4:35 for 8. Liam maybe just feeling he's been overshadowed a little bit by the number 10 there and decided to play a big shot against Don Bess, who now himself is closing in on 3 figures. He's 1 for 97. Pennington on 41. 10-1. Pushes this back to the bowler. There is that feeling, JD, there is that feeling that
late lunch.
We might still be watching cricket in half an hour. Lunch should be at 1 o'clock, but if they're 9 down, we will have the session extended. 4:35 for 8. Notts, they began the morning 298 for 6 with Ishan Kishan on 44, Liam Patterson-White on 10. Kishan out for 87. He was dropped second ball of the morning without scoring by Finlay Bean. but was then dismissed. A catch at mid-wicket by George Hill from the bowling of Dominic Best for 87. That was 354 for 7. Farhan Ahmed caught Hill, bowled O'Rourke for 2, 378 for 8. And that's brought us to where we are now. Some explosive shots from Dylan Pennington in particular, who's 41 not out. Liam Patterson-White 57 not out, 435 for 8.
Moriarty to continue then. Bowling to Patterson-White. Left arm over the wicket, and LPW defends back to the bowler. As I was saying, you mentioned the word transition, and it sort of brought back to me, if you think about Yorkshire, 2014 and 15 title wins, 2016 nearly. And then from that point, change of coach as Patterson-White goes back foot and punches into the offside. George Hill will field 1 run. Well, at the point I sort of take over the commentary reins from Callie, who had all the fun. He's probably up there laughing at me now, saying, "Yeah, Doidgy, I had so many great times, and look at you." And it's just been a constant transition for one reason or another. Andrew Gale used the word transition quite a lot in my first season in interviews, and probably season 2, of course, we had COVID, so not so much cricket that year, as Pennington runs one down to fine leg for a single. Then there was the racism scandal, and then that brought a change of coach, and then Otis Gibson wanted to put his own spin on things, 3 years of that, and then a change of coach again, and so it's just felt like there's been a constant turnover during that time. Relegation, of course, involved in it, and then promotion back up to this level this year as Moriarty fires one down the leg side. Patterson-White misses out.
Some names there and memories, and of course the 2014 win was secured on this ground. Yorkshire beating Notts to win the title here in 2014. Side bottom returning to Trent Bridge with a win.
Patterson-White smearing that one to backward point where Hill fields 1 run.
And that was the match where Andrew Gale was actually banned at the end of the season game. Was that for a misplaced comment?
Yeah.
That saw him get a 1-match ban. Can't remember who led the side, and there was all the, well, will Andrew Gale be allowed to receive the trophy or not?
Moriarty in, back foot, square punch this time by Pennington. He's struck that well, timed it well out there today since he's been in the middle. O'Rourke fields 1 run. Pennington on to 43, 439 for 8, Nottinghamshire. They're piling it on now, that is, for York.
3 in a row. Would 2016 have been the Middlesex game?
Yep,
it was. You know, it was the win or bust for both sides at Lord's, last game of the season, 2016. Crikey, how time flies. And the penultimate game of that season, of course, not relegated, but the penultimate round of matches, Middlesex were here when I commentated on Jake Ball's first over hat-trick, which was quite extraordinary. Middlesex were 0 for 3 and they still came back to win. There's Dominic Bess. Pennington on 43. Again, a lovely stroke from Dylan Pennington through the offside for 4. My, he's looked $1 million, hasn't he?
He has. He's really timing it well.
Of all the things in this game, this might just be the most unexpected. With all due respect to Dylan, fabulous stroke play. He's on to 47 from 30 balls faced, 443 for 8, and Don Bess has got his 100. I won't want to see that, but and there's Pennington turning it to mid-wicket. There's a man out there, so only get a single. That would have been a nice shot to bring up his 50. Who is it in the long sweater? Is that Hill?
No, it's Will O'Rourke.
Okay, yeah. 444 for 8. If you're superstitious, you're a Notts fan, feet off the ground time, or maybe at 444 for 8 if past worrying about superstition. Patterson-White on 59, back on strike, and he will cut this away. Out to Will O'Rourke. I can say that with some confidence and certainty because Jonathan's just confirmed it for me. 2 more, 446 for 8. I think Notts were talking about 350, weren't they? 350 to 400, somewhere in that sort of area. They were hoping to land if all went well in the second morning this morning. down the leg side, turned away again by Liam Patterson-White, but they've long since gone beyond that figure. 4:47 for 8, and now all eyes on Dylan Pennington on 48 not out. Talking with Ben earlier about lower order runs that have bailed knots out a time or two this season. They've not needed particularly bailing out here, as this is played into the offside no run, but welcome runs nonetheless from their number 10. Mohammed Abbas still to come. He'll have had his pads on for quite a while now. This is down the leg side, stopped by Bairstow. 4:47 for 8 at the end of the 120th over of the innings. And this ball exactly at the halfway stage. 40 overs with the second new ball, or the second ball.
Yeah, they'll probably get 2 more in with spin on before the lunch break, and obviously if a wicket goes, as the girl has been saying,
it will.
We'll doubtless have an extra half hour.
It will, you know it will.
So Moriarty's going to continue. Very breezy out there, westerly. I think the wind speed up today from what I saw on the morning weather forecasts, both national and local, blowing straight across the nation, as Moriarty then to bowl to Patterson-White, who's on 62. Uses his feet down the pitch, strokes it down to long on, long off even, where David Milan does the fielding.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, because he's now long on. Without moving, he's become it's gone from long off to long on. Got a right-hander on strike, who's on 48.
Yeah, Moriarty then round the wicket to the right-hander, who flicked it away into the leg side. He's not quite going to make it into a 2 here. George Hill round to field. They get a single. 4:49 for 8. Nottinghamshire, I think you can now say, are in a strong position here after a very good morning for them. 151 runs added this morning for the loss of just the 2 wickets. Moriarty is in. Patterson-White gets this one away into the covers. George Hill fields again. 450 up for 8.
There's not going to be declaration with Dylan Pennington on 49 not out.
And he's back on strike.
72 they've added for the 9th wicket. It's come pretty quickly as well, hasn't it? 57 balls.
Yeah, plenty of runs to play with for Mo Abbas, and for this man who's got the bat in his hand when they get their opportunity with the Kookaburra. He's not for giving up the 50 though. He didn't try and play the big I am with that delivery, just pushed it into the offside. Right moment, Dylan Pennington. And he's been put down. Oh dear. Matthew Revis this time, the culprit. That's how many Yorkshire have put down. That's at least 3. And that was straight to him again. Should have been gone, Dylan Pennington.
Yeah, Slater, Kishan and now Pennington.
2 minutes before lunch, it would have been your extra half hour, as Pennington drives one straight back along the deck, and Moriarty fields to complete that over at 450 for 8.
Have a word with him, Liam. Have a word with him. 49 not out. Only one previous 50 made for Worcestershire against Essex down at Chelmsford. Made 56. Just those of you watching the live stream, it was, well, one of those that you try and find a reason for Matthew Revis, who's as safe as anybody out there on the field, for spilling it, and you can't find a reason. It was straight to him, and maybe just a whisker low, but was in and was out. 450 for 8. Patterson-White on 64. Dominic Bess continuing, bowling first ball of the over, pitched up nice and straight and full, and Patterson-White with a yellow grip on his bat handle pushes it back to him. Next ball down the leg side, thuds into the pads of Patterson-White. They'll take a leg by. 451 for 8. So another opportunity for Dylan Pennington. Where will he look to get this single to bring up his first knots 50? Just made to wait a little bit. Russell Warren, the umpire, with his left arm outstretched. Pennington surveys the field. I think Johnny Bairstow's still moving fielders around hither and thither. In fact, he's just bringing them in, just putting the squeeze on Pennington a little bit, trying to make him go for the big hit. Best bowls, and that's turned away square of the wicket on the leg side. Biggest roar of the match for Dylan Pennington. Where's that come from? Well done. Tremendous, tremendous entertainment. 40 minutes, 38 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes. And I'm sure he won't mind me saying that was a little bit unexpected when we turned up today, but it's been a joy to watch. Pennington 50 not out, 452 for 8. Brings Bess back onto strike. Beg your pardon. Patterson White back onto strike, and Bess fields off his own bowling. Might not go down quite as well north of the Nottinghamshire border as it's gone down inside Trent Bridge. That 50 for Dylan Pennington. Nice shot from Liam Patterson White. 453 for 8 is the score, and there's 1 ball left in the over, and it's 1 o'clock, I think. Yeah, the board's just ticked on, or the clock has just ticked on the scoreboard. Best bowls defended by Pennington, and are the umpires going to take them off? They are. So we will get lunch at Trent Bridge. 453 for 8 Nottinghamshire. They've had a very good morning. They started 298 for 6. Ishan Kishan should have gone to the second ball of the day, but was put down. He made 87. Farhan Ahmed made 2. Just wondered at that stage, 378 for 8, whether Notts would be get up to 400. Well, at lunch they're 453 for 8. Dylan Pennington 50 not out. Liam Patterson White 65 not out. Huge thanks to Ben Slater for joining us this morning as we hand Sports Extra 2 listeners back to Kevin Howells. And from Jonathan Doidge and myself, many thanks for your company this morning. Looks very much as if Notts are going to be in a position to bat on after lunch. They'll return, presumably, with those 2 wickets still intact in 40 minutes' time. We'll be back then with the commentary, and kindly invite you to join us then. It's lunch at Trent Bridge. Notts 453 for 8. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge in good time as the players are just returning to the field for the afternoon session on day 2. Nottinghamshire batting on, as you'd expect, 453 for 8, nicely poised with 2 not out players both having reached 50. One, shall we say, more of a surprise than the other one. Liam Patterson-White is 65 not out. Not so much of a surprise with him, having already registered in his career at 2 first-class hundreds. But the other end, Dylan Pennington, who previous best for Nottinghamshire was 29, made last year, is 50 not out. Got to his half-century from 38 balls. 7 fours and 2 sixes. Certainly had a little bit of fun out there this morning, particularly at the expense of Will O'Rourke, who in 1 over he hit for 24, 3 fours and 2 sixes. That was just before the interval. So we get back underway. 4:53 for 8 with Moriarty to bowl the opening over. Very good afternoon to you. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Kevin Howells is here, the headmaster from BBC Sport. He's currently chatting to the listeners on Sports Extra 2, and they'll be joining us in a moment. Jonathan Doidge, the voice of Yorkshire cricket, is here as well, and also from BBC Radio Leeds, very warm welcome to Jamie Rayner, who will bring in a second because the first ball has already been bowled a whisker before time, and a single punch down the ground by Patterson-White. 4:54 for 8. Jamie, you're with us. Very good afternoon to you.
Very good afternoon to you too. A pleasure to be here.
When did you get here? Did you see any of the play before lunch or not?
No, I listened to the majority of it on my way down.
I was expecting you to go on and say, and what a thrilling listen it was to as Moriarty bowls to Pennington, who drops this on the leg side. Nottinghamshire's morning by some distance, and Yorkshire still with a little bit of work to do, but sometimes it just takes 2 deliveries, doesn't it, just to finish the innings off, and then we're done. Next ball from the left on spinner is worked down the ground by Pennington for a single, takes him to 51. A number of people have got in touch basically to tell me what I was telling all the other listeners just before lunch. His previous best is 56, or his career best is 56, made in 2021. It's turned on the leg side, and there's no run. 4:55 for 8. So Doidge is having a blow in the commentary box. I'm not sure who's having a blow out on the field for Yorkshire, but we've got Harry Duke out there, the terrier, the retriever. He's chased everything when he's been on the field. Another single by Liam Patterson-White, and it's 4:50. Concludes the over, and another very confident, elegant prod down the ground from Pennington. 4:57 for 8. So all going well in the Nottinghamshire corner. Not quite so good for Yorkshire at the moment.
No, and somewhat a reflection of the season so far. I heard you guys talking about the difference in time scales and how long coaching setups have been in place, and I hate to use that word that I know that you heard a lot over the last couple of years, transition. I can't help but feel that Yorkshire are on that journey at the moment, but it's been, as we were just discussing at the lunch break, slightly deflating really as to what the pre-season hopes were in comparison to where we are now.
We're going to get from this end, looks like it's going to be George Hill.
George Hill, yeah.
Do you want to rattle through this over? See if
yeah,
you
why not?
Bring a little bit of luck to the White Rose and to George. 18 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 84. His figures so far. You've been fed and watered, I presume, downstairs.
I got here in time for that.
I got here in time for lunch. Yeah, they all do. They all do.
And they look after you well here at Trent Bridge. They really do.
So you've had a dodgy tyre this morning, which is the worst possible thing, and they only ever happen when you're in a hurry, don't they?
Don't they just? Well, George Hill, he has been mightily impressive with the ball in hand so far in the county championship, and slightly back of a length, just pushed out into the offside by Pennington, who with no run from that last delivery was in fine form, wasn't he, prior to lunch, and particularly off the bowling of Will O'Rourke, wasn't it?
Yeah, gave him a little bit of a torrid working over, in truth. O'Rourke was determined that his bouncer tactics were going to work, and kept going to them time after time.
Running away from us, Hill in again, and that one is solidly pushed back towards David Milan, who's at a very short mid-off, and there's a short extra cover in Finlay Bean as well. There's a short mid-wicket on the leg side, so Yorkshire just trying to put the pressure on Pennington here, who is so well placed, 52 or 44.
He'll know, though. He'll know his career best. They all know their career best, don't they? That's 56.
One blow away, potentially, and that one's driven elegantly towards Don Bess at mid-on. Surprised to hear that his highest score is 56 when he's playing shots like he is right now.
I couldn't believe it was Dylan Pennington this morning, to be perfectly honest. And I've watched just about every innings he's had for Nottinghamshire over the last 2 years.
It's dangerous times, this, for Yorkshire. They'll want to try and get those quick wickets wrapped up as best they can. Hill with that bustling run up, and it's on the back foot, cut towards point. So another dot ball. Well, it hasn't been quite his way with the bat this season, George Hill, but without question, he has been ever so impressive with the ball in hand. And he's got 2 wickets to his name from his 18.4 overs. 2 for 84, 6 maidens. Hill with 18 on his back over the wicket to Pennington, who again is driving firmly. Don Bess fielding at mid-on, and another dot ball.
This over, in a sense, has been a small sample size of what we've seen pretty much over the last 24 hours. The bowlers are giving plenty of effort, but they're not getting an awful lot of assistance from the surface. This hybrid wicket, Kookaburra ball, really just coming onto the bat nicely.
Hill to continue. Oh, he peels. He may have got him trapped. It looked slightly high in truth. I don't think he was too committed with that appeal. George Hill, as he looked around, he puts his hand into his left palm, and well, it's a maiden. Is George Hill's 19th over. At the end of that, Notts 457 for 8.
Yeah, just have a little look there. 79 they've added for the 9th wicket here. The 9th wicket record, still some way off for Notts against Yorkshire. 114. Ben Phillips and Andre Adams, remember it here, back in 2011. They had a little bit of fun, those two, trying to outslog each other. 457 for 8. Here's Moriarty. Yorkshire starting with spin at both ends after lunch. Patterson White himself a spinner, cuts this away for 4. Nicely played. Revis was in at shortish extra cover on the offside of it, conventional extra cover really, just about where the 30-yard discs would be if it was a white ball game. And once Patterson White had got it a couple of yards to his right, it was always going to race away towards the Larwood and Vaux stand for 4. And Patterson White now into the 70s. 461 for 8. He's on 71. Moriarty in again. Liam Patterson White nudges it this time to mid-wicket, and there's no run. James Wharton doing the fielding. Lunch taken at 453 for 8, so 8 runs have already come. Moriarty bowls now, and Patterson White just helps it back to him. Figures of 2 for 75 for Moriarty. Yesterday got all the wickets of Joe Clark and Ben Slater, who was up here this morning with us for 10 minutes that stretched on to just about an hour, which was very enjoyable indeed, as this is nudged all the way down along the carpet by Patterson White for a single down to long on. And he's on to 72. 462 for 8 knots. Who this morning lost Ishan Kishan for 87. He was dropped second ball of the morning without adding to his overnight 44. So that was an expensive drop, as Pennington gets another single. It's Finlay Bean putting him down off Moriarty. 463 for 8. So Patterson White on 72, the partnership worth 85. You'd imagine Notts won't want this just to go on and on and on. At the moment they're happy to continue building the runs as Patterson White gets a single, but they want to start chipping away at these Yorkshire wickets as soon as they can, I would imagine now. 464 for 8 at the end of the over. Dylan Pennington on 53, Liam Patterson White on 73 here on BBC Radio Nottingham Online. 5 Sports Extra 2, and also on the picture feed given to you by Trent Bridge Live. 464 for 8 is the score.
They've put a few down, haven't they, Yorkshire as well? Listening in the morning session, and just alleviates the pressure on Notts and the piles of pressure on for Yorkshire. Hill will continue with Patterson White on strike. As a wide third, maybe come fourth slip in Adam Lyth, as Hill coming around to the left-handed Patterson White strays down leg side, and that will run towards the man at wide fine leg, and leg by is the signal.
Yes, Slater was dropped on 11 early in the piece yesterday, went on to make 96. Kishan was dropped on 44 this morning, went on to make 87, and Dylan Pennington was dropped on 49 just before lunch.
It's an interesting field this set for Pennington, as Hill running away from us as just drops it in, and Pennington with a little step down the ground nudges that one towards Jack White at mid-on. Yeah, there's a short mid-wicket, short mid-off, short extra cover, and then a conventional mid-off as well. Backward point, and a third come fourth slip as Hill with his floppy brown hair comes over the wicket. That is an elegant shot, cover drive, 4 runs by Pennington, and that should take him past his highest score.
Yeah, new CB for Dylan Pennington, boldly going where he's never gone before, up to 57 not out, so can't really do much better than turning a career best performance. Sometimes you need it when you're really up against it. I guess coming in at number 10, you know, maybe if he'd done it when Notts were 130 for 8 or something, might have counted for a little bit more than the situation he did find himself in, but these are still really useful runs.
7th 4 of his innings is a fuller length delivery from Hill, is pushed towards David Malan at short extra cover, dot ball. Yeah, there's no pressure in some sense, because you have that licence to enjoy yourself with runs in the bank, but nevertheless these are valuable runs from a Nottinghamshire perspective, and for Yorkshire, well, very dangerous. As Hill to continue, and a good length delivery. That one is solidly pushed towards James Wharton, I think that is.
The plus side of it, of course, for Yorkshire is that Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean will be looking at this thinking, well, if their number 10 can play like this on this surface, there's not too much devilment in it. But of course they'll be up against the new ball and the fresh new ball. I say fresh new ball bowlers. Of course, Dylan Pennington will be one of those new ball bowlers. He might not be so fresh.
57 to his name off 53, and make that now 54 deliveries as he just clips it towards the man at short mid-wicket. A dot ball to end that over. Nottinghamshire 469 for 8.
Let's just have a quick gallop around the grounds. Test match at Headingley, of course. India 165 for 3. Fairly pedestrian going there today. India lead England by 171. At Chesterley Street, Durham 55 for 1. Replying to Sussex's 361. These are all Division 1 scores at the moment. Hampshire 96 for 2 at Chelmsford. Essex made 296 yesterday. At Edgbaston, certainly a flat one there. Somerset 448 for 5. Centuries for Kohler, Cadmore and Lammonby. Surrey 159 for 1. the second place side, really closing in on Worcestershire's 209 yesterday. Division 2 at Bristol, Gloucestershire 187, Derbyshire have sailed beyond that, they're 249 for 2. Just waiting for Moriarty to start his new over. Kent 279 for 5 at Stanley Park, Blackpool, where they had a fair amount of rain yesterday. There's a couple more to give you, but Moriarty to bowl to LPW, who steps away and bounces it into the offside, fielded by Revis. At Grace Road, Leicestershire 57 without loss. Glamorgan, the visitors there, made 353. And at Wantage Road, Northants 82 for 1, Middlesex 413. Moriarty to Patterson White, and well, it's almost like a replay. If you are watching on the live stream, it's not a replay. He's just hit 2 in a row exactly in the same place on the bounce to Matt Revis at extra cover. And again, but this time it bounces twice.
Just those 3 playing at the moment, isn't
yeah.
it?
Can you move a little bit, please? I'll be saying 469 for 8. Moriarty joining the dots here. Patterson White this time, by way of a change, pushes it back to the bowler. If Yorkshire thought Notts would come out straight after lunch and just go bang, crash, wallop and miss one and scoop one straight up in the air, that's not happened as yet. Just seem to dig in and to try and get towards 500 as the 5th ball is pushed back to the bowler. And that's not so far away at 469 for 8. Mohammed Abbas to come. Patterson White can score quickly. See him in the short format, getting on with it. But he's just content to bide his time here. He's found a ready, willing and able partner in Dylan Pennington, and he's content just to push this for the 4th time in the over out to Revis. So maiden for Moriarty. And that's figures of 2 for 76 from his 28 overs, 469 for 8.
Patterson White looking very comfortable, very at ease at the crease. A man with 73 to his name from 114 deliveries. And as we've already outlined, ably supported by Pennington, 57 from 54. Crucially, this partnership, this 10th wicket partnership, worth 91. As Hill to continue running away from us, and a decent length delivery that's just prodded into the offside dot ball.
We've got the Jamie Rayner fan club on. It's Lily from Malton, who's as fickle as they come. Hi JD, Dave and Jamie. Yorkshire need to bowl out Notts as soon as we can. This is the kiss of death though, because I think Adam Lyth, Johnny Bairstow, George Hill, Matty Revis will all get big runs for Yorkshire. I just love listening to Jamie Rayner. You are fickle, Lily. You were saying that about me and JD yesterday.
£5 in the post as Hill, slightly straighter line this time, is seeing that ball clip towards Wharton at mid-wicket and no run. Now that is it now, isn't it? Because you take the wicket and the conditions into the equation, sorry, yeah, you would back them, quality players like that, to go out and hopefully get runs, but scoreboard pressure is a thing in cricket, and Nottinghamshire have got off to a really good start here, and Yorkshire will know that, and they'll know that they'll have to reply. Hill with the 3rd delivery of his 21st over. That was driven well by Pennington, but he finds the man in Wharton at mid-off. It's another dot ball. Patterson White at the non-strikers end, just going through a couple of cover drives, shadow batting. These two looking very well set for Nottinghamshire at the moment. Valuable runs at the tail end of their innings, with Pennington bat raised. Hill comes down the ground as Pennington, and that one is dispatched straight over Hill's head. Couple of bounces, 4 runs. That's his 8th 4 of his innings, and it moves him on to 61 from just 58 deliveries.
Yeah, partnership worth 95. I was just looking. We have had a century partnership for the 9th wicket this season. Asiba Mead and Brett Hutton up at Durham put 122 on earlier in the season. So this is a fine effort. In fact, we've also had a 96, Lyndon James and Josh Tong, in the first match against Durham here.
It's crucial to get those runs at any part in the innings, and with the quality on show at the moment, Nottinghamshire really doing that, and that last ball just worked into the leg side, and it's another dot ball. 4-7-3 for 8 are Nottinghamshire. George Hill with a brief word with his fellow bowler Jack White. Just lobs him the ball after giving it a little bit of work in the Yorkshire jumper, and Hill bustling in. It's a good length delivery, and it's well pushed back to him by Pennington, who, with the boundary in that over, moves himself on to 61. This partnership 95, as we've mentioned. Nottinghamshire 4-7-3 for 8, and looking rather untroubled at the moment.
Yeah, Hill's now bowled 20 overs, Jack White 21, Will O'Rourke 22, Dan Moriarty 28, and Dominic Bess has bowled the most, 31. The most lightly used, Matthew Revis, just 6 overs, but those 6 overs going for 26. Just those 6 bowlers employed. Not seen any, well, obviously just those 6 bowlers employed. Just wondered a time or two yesterday whether Adam Lyth might get an over or two just to try and break things up or give somebody a breather or what have you. 473 for 8, but that's not the way it's gone. Here's Moriarty into Patterson White, backs away, cuts it out into the offside for a single. Move on to 74, 474 for 8. Notts top of the table by 10 points over Surrey going into this round of matches, but Surrey already well on their way to getting on top of Worcestershire. Bowled them out for 209 yesterday, and already Surrey 150 for 1 in reply. So chip back, and there's a caught and bowled, and Pennington goes out for 61. Sharp catch, reflex catch from Moriarty, and Yorkshire just getting that little bit closer now. Certainly for the bowlers to put their feet up for a while. Pennington has gone, caught and bowled Moriarty for 61. He was at the crease for just an hour. Faced 61 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes. Career best for Dylan Pennington. He's getting a great ovation from the Notts faithful as we hit 2 o'clock. Be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. Score 474 for 9. Just do that update for local radio. And Notts are still batting, but only just. They've just this second lost their 9th wicket. 474 for 9. Dylan Pennington, career best 61, just chipping the ball back to the bowler. Ishan Kishan out for 87 earlier. Notts 474 for 9. The last man is Mohammed Abbas on his way out to the middle. So Liam Patterson White on 74. Just wonder if he'll look to just try and accumulate whatever he can as quickly as he can now with the number 11 with him. He's going to have a word. He's taken off his helmet and gloves and laid those and his bat down on the ground. Just towelled off, cooled off. We'll be just having a little word to Mo Abbas, who's got 4 balls left to face in this over. So Liam will desperately be hoping that he's able to get back on strike and sort of dictate terms from there on in.
That was a breakthrough for Yorkshire that they really needed. A very dangerous partnership.
Yeah, came back at him quickly as well. It was nicely struck by Pennington and taken sort of chin height by Moriarty. They're not always easy to take at that sort of height, but adjusted nicely and hung on. So the right-handed Mohammed Abbas prepared to face his first ball, and a forward defensive dot down onto the leg side. Patterson White on 74. Be really interesting to see how he does go about it. But also interesting to see how Yorkshire go about it if they do bowl at him as Abbas defends. It's very often in these sorts of scenarios you see the fielding captain will push everybody out, protect the boundaries, and just try and get to a scenario where they're trying to cut off the runs of the set player and only want to bowl at number 11. There's an LBW shout. Umpire O'Shaughnessy just for a moment would have given Abbas some palpitations because he moved his right hand across his body and then just popped the coin in his pocket. Thought once we got that arm movement he was going to give him, but did me as well. Big smile as if he knows it. I've got you, Bracegirdle, I've got you there. You thought, you thought I was going to give that, didn't you, you idiot? 474 for 9. He's perhaps listening to us as this is pushed into the offside, and it is the end of the over. So Yorkshire didn't push the fielders out to give Mo Abbas a single, so they will be bowling at Patterson White. But to me, Jamie, it wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if Johnny Bairstow just dropped 20, just dropped 20, just dropped 20.
Yeah, get that field spread, invite the single, the rotation of strike. I don't think Patterson White will be in a position now to accept such invitation, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he dictates now this final wicket partnership on 74 from 115. So 26 away from a ton, but more importantly for him is just trying to generate as many runs now at the back end of this Nottinghamshire innings. Dan Moriarty getting his third wicket of this innings, 3 for 79 from his 29 overs. George Hill to begin his 22nd over. Figures of 2 for 92, 7 maidens so far. He'll be coming round the wicket to the left-handed Patterson White with that extremely spread field, and there may have been a chance there. Johnny Bairstow scampering towards what looked like a miss hit, but what's that finally come off is the crucial question.
We'll never know, because they didn't take a run, so there's an indication of how Notts are going to play it, and we can see how Yorkshire are going to play it with everybody now in different postcodes.
Well, this is a field. Everybody on the boundary edge bar Messrs Bairstow and Hill. So this will be quite an interesting matchup, this. Hill coming to Patterson White. That's a fullish delivery. Get to clip it down leg side, and again Patterson White rejecting the single as I think it's Milan out there on the fine leg boundary. So Patterson White on 74. Mohamed Abbas the other end, yet to get off the mark. George Hill just twirling the ball from left hand to right hand as he turns and runs away from us, bustling in. It's a full delivery again, and it's well met, clipped to the man at deep mid wicket on the boundary edge, but again no single taken. 3 deliveries so far.
When do they go then? When do they go? When does it all change? When does the dynamic change?
How much faith does he have in Abbas? Twirling his bat.
I tell you what, whether you bat number 11 or wherever you bat, if you've played Test cricket, you know what you're doing generally.
Hill to continue. 4th delivery of this over. It's wide outside off stump, and it's driven through, and they do take the single, so he'll give Abbas at the very least 1, if not 2 deliveries to face of this Hill over.
JD's back alongside.
Apologies,
JD.
folks. I bumped into somebody in the back corridor and ended up being a 25-minute chat.
That's all right. Just want to point out how we've had Fickle Lily on saying Jamie Rayner's her favourite commentator. What about this?
Well, that's disgraceful, Lily. Don't ever expect to have an email read out again.
So 2 balls left in the over. Abbas on strike.
Next you'll be saying he's in the top 10 good-looking commentators, and we're not, Girdler, and that'd be the ultimate insult, sure.
Unsurprisingly, a huge change in the field as all Yorkshire's outfield come up into what would be the proverbial ring in white ball cricket, and that is well defended by Abbas, who survives the penultimate delivery of this Hill 22nd over, so 1 more to come.
Of course, this will all just suit Dylan Pennington down to the ground if this wicket drags on 10 or 15 minutes. He can just towel off and reflect on his career best 61 and then go out there pumped up for a bowl.
Feeling good about yourself. Hill, final delivery, and Abbas solidly behind that. He's very capable as he's proven in that delivery there. So a dot ball to finish that hill over. Just the one run to come from it. Nottinghamshire 4-7-5 for 9, and Patterson White will be on strike.
What are you going to do here then, coach? You're going to keep Moriarty? Well, he's taken his cap off and walked up to the umpire, so I think we know what he's going to do. He's going to keep Moriarty on. So then Patterson White. Again, we'll have the challenge and the choice, if he makes connection, to stay on the strike or to just take what runs are on offer. Go over the wicket to the left-hander.
I wondered if he was going to keep a slip in place, but he's just told Adam Lyth to walk down to a fine leg.
I wonder what you're going to say there. He's just told Adam Lyth to go off.
Depends how he told him.
He's in a strange old position. He's on the one on the 45-degree angle, but I think that's a good position for Liam, as we saw in the last over. Does like anything leg-sidey just to play that wristy whip shot. So Moriarty 3 for 79 his figures. Bowls now, and Liam Patterson White's got hold of that and hits it along the ground to deepish mid-wicket, and there's no run. He'll look to take the aerial route if anything's dropped short from Moriarty. Best chance of a 2 is just to drop it on the leg side, about 8 or 10 strips away from the one they're on. He comes again now and gets hold of this. Big hit down the ground into the building site for 6. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. That's going to take some finding, I think, as well. We lost David Milan and a ball this morning. The ball still hasn't been found, and this one's not going to be found. But we lost David Milan for about 20 minutes. He went looking after it, and
I think he's come back in.
Yeah,
I think he has as well.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone looking for it.
Yeah, you've not quite got your mix right there, Mala. No.
He's got his hard hat on. Where's his helmet?
He's gone behind the tunnel of love, as Kevin Howells calls it. The long white front to the stand, the lower front, is a little tunnel that the spectators can get from side to side. Kevin Howells calls it the tunnel of love, for reasons best known to himself.
He's really gone in, hasn't he?
I'll tell you what, let's hope the club's got some good insurance cover, because if anything collapses while he's in there.
Well, it's a little bit pointless because the umpires have got a spare ball at this end.
He's found it. He's found it. Is that the one that's just been hit, or is that the one from before?
That's one that a dog's been chewing, I think, around the back of the old pavilion. It's a big blow, 481 for 9. That 500's still there, and Liam Patterson White now into the 80s.
That's destructive, wasn't it? Down the ground, power hitting. When the field's set like this, just take them out of the equation.
Milan and Bess just having a little bit of a joke with each other. Down there, they're doing well if they can see the funny side of anything at the moment, I think. 481 for 9. You know what's going to happen, don't you? He's going to hit it there again. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world. He does like to hit it straight. Yorkshire's over 8 is +2, which is fine. Moriarty in again, and Liam comes again, and this one might just have gone straight up in the air and in fact dropped short of the fielders on the offside. It's George Hill with a look of disgruntledness, as it doesn't quite carry to him. Didn't get to the pitch of that one, did he? And flailed away a little bit, just away from his body. Liam in the 80s. I'm sure the family are watching. He'll be in touch, I'm sure, sometime soon if he stays there, as this one past the outside edge through into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow, who doesn't pause for a minute in orchestrating the troops. A little bit like Strictly, isn't it? He's choreographing his dancers here, there and everywhere. They were out for the American smooth, and now they're in for a little bit of quick step. 2 balls left in the air. I don't know what I'm saying there. I don't watch it. I've no idea, but it sounded
lost on me.
Yeah. Patterson White on 81. Dan Moriarty, left arm spinner, bowls. Liam Patterson White dances down the track and drills it to mid-on, and there's no run. Fielded by Wharton. I'm always second guessing Wharton and Bean. I've not got those two sorted out properly yet, and it confuses me even more when I can just see the 3, because I don't know if it's number 23 Wharton or number 33 Bean.
Wharton taller.
Yeah, there's no excuse for it. Everybody knows there's no excuse for it other than that I'm an idiot, but it does throw me when I can just see a 3 and I think, and then it's not. It's the other one. 481 for 9. Kept me awake through the wee small hours this morning, that did, as Patterson White comes again. Once more, it's just gone to check in on the new developments down at the far end. Another big 6 from LPW. Takes him to the Australian Devil number of 87, and it's 487 for 9. Big blow. And this partnership now is worth 13. All of them to Liam Patterson White.
Yeah, again coming down the wicket, power hitting on show, and happy to accept that Mohammed Abbas will be on strike for this next over, which looks like it will be George Hill to continue. Well, he had the cap off, but he's just put it back on. Johnny Bairstow's having a chat with David Milan.
I don't know if you've seen Lily's latest communication, JD. I'm copied in on it. Just to make up for it, JD, I'll bring you a homemade lemon cake to Scarborough. I mean, it's
It'll
all
take
right.
more than that, Lily.
It's all right for you, isn't it? Hey, homemade lemon cake. Hello, hello, hello.
Take a homemade lemon cake and a 99 at lunchtime. And the coffee from the van down at the bottom of what Brace calls the Ken Dodd stand.
That's it, yeah.
And then I might think about it.
A pen and paper out, make a list.
Jonathan Doyce, Dave Bracegill and Jamie Rayner to talk you through the next over.
And George Hill to continue. This is 23rd over. Field is up for Abbas, who is just working that one to Matthew Revis at point for a dot ball. All eyes on Patterson White. 13 shy of a ton. That would take Nottinghamshire past 500 if they can achieve that feat.
In the depths of winter, JD, I saw one of those Sky documentary channels, 2 hours of Ken Dodd. It was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Short ball from Hill, Abbas ducking through to Bairstow.
And his good lady wife had decided she better do something with the attics, the rooms, the sheds, everything of all his old costumes, all his gag books and everything, and got a valuer there, got somebody from the museum in Liverpool there where they were going to donate it all to, and it become part, a wing, the Ken Dodd wing with all his memorabilia. I'm like, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Hill into Abbas again on the back foot this time, just pushing that into the offside.
He used to have that coat that he used to say made of moggies or something, didn't he? And all the fleas and everything, and they would go into a box and find one of his costumes, and then they would cut to him on stage in that costume doing one of his gags. It's worth looking out for, folks.
Yeah.
2 hour documentary. They come round every so often, don't they? But Ken Dodd, funny man.
Fuller delivery from Hill, and Abbas looking very able at the crease. Dot ball.
He couldn't get off the stage. I think I bought my mum and dad tickets to go see him at St George's Hall in Bradford. I don't know, I remember 20 years ago now, something like that. And I can remember my dad coming back saying he just didn't want to get off the stage. No. So he told he was told, sort of pointing round to the cleaner or whatever, saying you can get yourself off home if you like. I'm just going to carry on.
Yeah.
Hill with his 5th delivery, and again opting for the short ball.
No point trying to get out because the doors are locked. Hope you've brought a packed lunch with you. Hope
the
babysitter knows you won't be home. But I saw him no end of times. Funny man.
Value for money.
Yeah, the Jambutti mine. Sticky mint. His Diddy men. Absolutely brilliant. Lovely afternoon at Trent Bridge now. The sun is out. There were 1 or 2 doom mongers this morning. Might get a bit of drizzle today.
Hill with a foolish delivery that again is just defended nicely by Abbas. Nottinghamshire, and this final wicket partnership continuing to frustrate Yorkshire. 487 for 9, and Patterson White will be on strike for the next over.
Yeah, your overs aren't very exciting, Jamie. Have you noticed this?
I have, yeah. Just what I'm enjoying.
You've got George Hill bowling line and length and giving nothing away.
I'm enjoying the Abbas defence.
That's a check move, a chess move, isn't it? I think I'll open up with the Abbas defence. We're going to get a bowling change far end because Master Moriarty is he's going to have another one. He's going to have another one. He went the distance a couple of times in the last over. Bowled 30 now. Master Moriarty, 3 for 91.
Johnny's taking his cap off and having a chat saying, look, if you don't get a wicket this over, I'm coming on.
We've got, what do we got? 2 Centurions so far. Will O'Rourke 2 for 113. Don Bess 1 for 107. Hill is 2 for 89 and Moriarty 3 for 91.
Yeah, they're all creeping up, aren't they? Jack White's economical, mind. 1 for 40 from his 20.
I was just having a well-deserved breather there for 30 seconds because we were all ready to go except Johnny Bairstow was still down at the bowler's end, so I knew we wouldn't be bowling any time soon. Yes, Jack White, 21 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 44. A little bit lightly used. There we go then. Moriarty to LPW's on 87. Ooh, full and wide. Straight through to Bairstow. I don't do baseball at all, but that was almost like, was it strike one or hit one or some such? I don't know.
You bang on.
Don't follow it. Next ball on its way now, and LPW's pulled this along the ground to deep mid-wicket. And that one is Finley Bean. And there's no run. That's 9 down, making Yorkshire wait a little bit wider. The off stump, very wide indeed, but not called. Patterson White chased after it. Just wonder if Moriarty had a little sense, a little feeling, a little gremlin on his shoulder saying he's coming charging at you this ball, so he bowled it very, very wide. Little surprised it wasn't called by O'Shaughnessy. Next ball on its way, and there he is again, and this one's gone straight up in the air, and this should be the end. Hill underneath it, gobbles it up, and that's the end of that. 487 for 9 becomes 487 all out, and Liam Patterson White falls for 87, exactly the same as Isham Kishan. He was caught by George Hill running in from the Fox Road side of the ground, a sliding take, and Moriarty duly gets his 4th. The openers have dashed off, and Notts are all out for 487 after 132.4 overs. And I think the home side will say that's a job well done as Liam Patterson White. 7 4s, 4 6s, 129 balls, 3 hours at the crease, makes his way off and gets a very good ovation. That looks quite a decent score that Notts have put on the board, and quite a decent toss for Asiba to win, and he'll be very pleased with his decision, I'm sure, yesterday morning.
Yeah, and a bit of relief for Yorkshire to get eventually those wickets that were proving elusive at times, and no doubt about it, that Nottinghamshire tail has wagged, and some crucial runs towards the back end of their innings. Yorkshire will need to regroup, hopefully take some confidence from the wicket, the conditions, but as we mentioned already, there will be that pressure. Dawid Malan, the final Yorkshire player to leave the field of play, and he just had a good long hard look at the wicket before eventually departing, but there will be that pressure on them now. Adam Lyth, Finley Bean at the top of the order, Dawid Malan, Johnny Bairstow, big names with big expectation on their shoulders, so the question mark for them now is, can they use the conditions in the same fashion that Nottinghamshire have so far impressively done? It'll be interesting to see how they go, but some really notable scores within that Nottinghamshire innings, and as you say, a good toss to win.
Michael Hickman, hi Dave, I once saw Ken Dodd at Dudley Town Hall. He came on at 9 p.m, rumoured to do 2.5 hours. We were still there at 1 a.m, and that's a true story. Yeah, the only thing I find, I won't say little surprising, but the one there with Michael, he didn't necessarily like to come on. He didn't like a warm-up act. Generally he would start at 7 or 7:30 and keep going till 1 a.m. Love to give everybody value for money. I was just trying to find another one that came in, and it was with a reference to something that Jonathan was talking about before lunch. When I can find it wasn't Jonathan, the one I'd earmarked at lunch that I meant to mention. It was Kevin Howells. Can you remember this morning, JD? Kevin came in and he said, bugbear of mine is throw-ins.
Oh yeah,
Bugbear is throw-ins, Kevin said. Joshua said, throw-ins also a bugbear of mine too, Dave. Only gets punished if the foot is over the line. I watch a lot of non-league football, Belper Town home and away. Up the nailers, says Joshua. I've seen it creep into league games in the last few years. Very much agree with Kevin Howells. Throw-ins a bugbear. So there we are. He's got that off his chest. I've got that off my chest. The man who puts the harm in pharmacy. That was a fabulous innings by all concerned for Notts. Now get the bowlers revved up. They're getting revved up. We'll get revved up. We'll just have a quick comfort break, and when the players return to the field in 5 or 6 minutes time, so will we. In the meantime, I'll hand you back to the man who gets a little grumpy about foul throws in football on Sports Extra 2. Kevin Howells will look after you for the next few minutes. And for those of you following on Trent Bridge Live or via the BBC Sport website and app, we'll leave the effects microphone on, and as I say, as soon as the players return, so will the commentary.
During the season today, they talked on reaffirming consensus of my coach and captain in the Aboriginal touring world. Of course, Australia is the tour international match that will take place in last far on the first floor of the
And welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody, in time for Yorkshire's first innings to get underway in a minute or two. Notts all out in the last 10 minutes for 487. The last man to go, Liam Patterson-White, out for 87, caught by Hill from the bowling of Moriarty. Fourth, hang on, let's have a look. Yeah, fourth catch in the innings for George Hill. So solid contributions from Nottinghamshire all the way down the card. 96 for Ben Slater, 87 both for Ishan Kishan and for Liam Patterson-White, 61 for Dylan Pennington and 52 for Asiba Mead. A little unusual, 5 players passing 50, nobody getting a century in a score of 487. And for Yorkshire, the standout figures belong to the left-arm spinner Dan Moriarty, 30.4 overs. He was also the most used. Just 2 maidens, 4 for 91. O'Rourke 2 for 113. Hill 2 for 93. Bess 1 for 107. White 1 for 40. And Revis none for 26. The other bowlers used. Right, we are moments away from the start of the innings. Adam Lyth is out there. Been certainly right up at the very top of the County Championship openers in terms of runs accumulated, runs scored over the last 15 years or so, and still one of the very best in the game. Young protege Finlay Bean alongside him. And for Notts, you'd imagine it'll be Mohammed Abbas and Dylan Pennington to get things going. Notts skipper, of course, Asiba Mead. He's got the floppy sun hat on, so every time Hamid goes, I think you can always take it for granted, every time Hamid chases after the ball, his floppy sun hat will go in one direction, he'll go in the other. Just saves me saying it, because it does come off every time he runs for it. It is going to be Mohammed Abbas from this end. We've got Kevin Howells, we've got Jonathan Doidge, we've got myself, Dave Bracegirdle, and we've got Jamie Rayner. Not necessarily in that order, by the look on the faces of those to my right.
I'm playing all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order. Yeah, who's going to kick us off?
You.
Okay. Mo Abbas then, in the sunshine, which breaks through a gap in the cloud to bowl to Adam Lyth. As the Girdler was saying, he's had a cracking season so far. 728 first-class runs at 56. 3 slips in place and Abbas going round the wicket to the first of the left-handers, and he's gone. First ball of the innings. Adam Lyth is out, and that pretty much sums up Yorkshire's day so far. Yorkshire none for one.
None for one. Ishan Kishan, the wicketkeeper, with the catch, his first ball as the Nottinghamshire wicketkeeper. Abbas got a 5 for Headingley, and he really seems to have the wood over Yorkshire at the moment. 1 ball, 1 wicket. Adam Lyth out for a Goldie, and he'll remain second in the list of run scorers in Division 1 for the time being, behind Asiba Mead. There was more movement there with that ball than we have seen in a day and a half from the Yorkshire bowlers. I know it's a new ball, but that went miles, didn't it?
That was a beauty. It was a beauty, and that's the quality of Mohammed Abbas. Whatever wicket he's on, and yes, it is a new ball, but to get that first up, just in a nip away from Lyth, who looked at the pitch actually once the catch had been taken behind the stumps. But what a start for Nottinghamshire. And as Doidge says, I mean, doesn't that just sum up Yorkshire right now? Up against it, 0 for 1.
Yeah, that takes his average down below 50 now, 48 points something. No addition to, that's his first duck of the season as well. Adam Lyth, he's had, well, as you can imagine now, 728 runs from 14 knocks. Very few scores that have come up in the single figure bracket. James Wharton, been talking to James's parents, Paul and Bev out the back. He's going in at 3 for the second ball of the innings to face And Mohamed Abbas with his tail up after a wicket off his very first delivery. So right-handed James. And he's had a good season so far as well. Careful what I'm saying here. But he has, you know, he's not managed to convert any of his really good starts into triple figure scores. I think I said to Ben Slater when he was on this morning, just asking what, you know, whether that preys on your mind. But here he is, guard having been taken. Abbas switching to over the wicket to the right-hander. This one's straight, and as you might imagine, Nottinghamshire up for that, but felt pretty high. Not sure about direction from this angle. I'd be about 3 or 4 strips away to the leg side of where the playing strip is. James Wharton's season so far. Uh, 14 knocks himself, 422 runs at 35, so still obviously got youth on his side, as that is wide of off stump and he leaves. 2 big scores last year, 185 against Derbyshire at Chesterfield, 285 against Northamptonshire at Headingley. Would have given him a lot of confidence after that ton that he first really made his name for at first team level in a T20 game against Worcestershire at Headingley 2 seasons ago. And I think we just saw Russell Warren have a wander down the pitch after that delivery by Mo Abbas.
Yeah. Told him to get off my land.
In comes Mo again then, short of length, and James Wharton leaving. Conversely, Finlay Bean at the non-striking end. He's had a bit of a wretched time of things, unfortunately, this year. 7 matches, 12 knocks, 164 runs with a high score of 31 and averaging 14.9. And for their part, of course, Nottinghamshire will want to keep him down, as it were. But he'd love a first proper score of the season here. As Abbas is in, and Wharton elbow up, plays it to mid-on, where Asiba Mead's got the floppy on. Wonder if that'll stay intact for long in this wind.
It won't. He always has to go running after it.
Notts, well, buoyant at the moment. They would be 487 runs in front, and already the benefit of a big Yorkshire wicket. Here's Abbas, it's wide of off stump, and Wharton leaves, so he's safely negotiated his first 5. Well bowled Mo Abbas, got the first one on the money, and that's all it took to get the wicket of Adam Lyth. And Nottinghamshire, well, that first session today, the 4th session of the match, is the one that really has cemented who's on top, because they've gone from 298 for 6 this morning. Ishan Kishan dropped second ball of the day, and they've got a score which I would have thought would be at least 100 more than Yorkshire would have wanted him to get, on a pitch that's hybrid and used. Not going to get any better, you wouldn't think, and might get worse, but they tend to hold up, don't they? It'll just be slow and maybe players getting under the ball, but you feel like already that there can only be one winner of this match, and it's for Yorkshire to bat as well as they can to ensure that they don't lose it.
So Pennington running towards us, fresh from his career best score in the first innings, and Finlay Bean just dropping that ball into the offside, back of a length from Pennington, dot ball. It really is a joy to watch Abbas, you know. First time I've seen him bowl in person, and just the skill set clearly and the experience that he has. We've seen him do it in the county championship before, of course, but it was a peach of a delivery to dismiss Lyth first up. Pennington, and that one's an outside edge that will race to the boundary. 4 runs, so Finlay Bean off the mark. It goes through that gap wide of third slip, and Yorkshire Move on to 4 for 1, their first runs.
Yeah, I think thinking about the season so far, they'll have had few, if any, worse sessions with the ball than that morning session today. They've had a couple with the bat, but
I think it was topped off by that Pennington over where he hit 24, wasn't it?
Here he is with the ball in hand now to Bean, who is stepping back and pushing that one towards Pennington, fielding off his own bowling. Say hello to Mike Scott, who got in touch with me on X. He says, "Blimey, Jamie, whatever sport you do, we get hammered against Notts." Yeah, Notts County have been rather unforgiving when they've played Bradford City in recent years.
Yeah, well, we won't discuss that much further.
New man in charge now as Pennington to the left-handed Bean, and again, similar shot. Was it a surprise appointment?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that he wasn't in the. I was going to say he wasn't in the top 20 in the bookies odds, but he wasn't anywhere in the bookies odds. Just snuck out a press release at 7 o'clock on a Sunday evening.
Steve O'Shaughnessy's just had a wander down as well after Dinham Pennington there, so both bowlers have had I think a little word in the shell like from the umpires.
5th delivery of this Pennington first over, racing in as he bowls that slightly fuller, being behind that one. Defensive block up towards mid-off.
Breeze picking up, isn't it? The flags at half-mast today for the sad loss of Sid Lawrence, but the flag's nearly blowing off the masts at the top of the hound stand.
It was a blustery drive down to meet you both this morning, and we had all elements. There was rain, sunshine, gloomy skies above.
Morning, were you up this morning? You didn't get here till 1 o'clock nearly.
Pennington final delivery, and that's worked off the hip by Bean. Man comes round to square leg and they'll take a single, and Bean will keep the strike.
Oh, Ishan's lost his Notts cap.
You have some car trouble this morning, Jamie?
Yes. A flat tyre.
It's interesting that it's not going to disappear down a rabbit warren that I won't emerge from, but it's Ishan Kishan. It's up on the board and has been when he was batting as well, caught Kishan, but he has got Ishan on the back of his Notts shirt, number 32. Some real harmonious relations in that first over, with the first wicket going down, caught by an Indian wicket keeper from a Pakistan bowler.
Fiddly Bean then on strike to face Mo, who's got Abbas written on the back of his shirt, and that's turned into the leg side by Finlay for a single. Would be a bit of fun if you'd just put Mo on the back, wouldn't it? Shortest name on a cricketer's shirt, surely. Andy Walker says, "We, meaning Yorkshire, just have to bat and bat and bat and bat." JD, looking on the bright side, all that time in the field must be character building. Thanks, Andy. I think you know that particular Twitter handle, but of course not allowed to use it anymore, so it's at BBCWIS. Jamie might actually give me a log on for that before he leaves today. As Abbas is in, and that's punched square on the offside by James Wharton, and there's no run.
I don't hold the keys. I don't hold the keys. I've just had one cut, that's all.
It shouldn't happen to a vet. What was that, James Elliott? Shouldn't happen to a commentator. 6 for 1, Abbas. That lovely, steady, smooth run-up he has, and then chest-on action. Wharton gives us a bit of a twirl, Anthea Redfern style, for those who remember, after he lets that one go. Didn't he do well? Marvellous.
Anthea Redfern, crikey. Was it after Isla St Clair?
Yeah, Isla.
You've no idea.
I'm just going to sit out of this one. Just going to sit out of this one, yeah.
We better not mention Slack Alice then. Abbas making his way in past umpire Russell Warren, short of length. Morton right over the top of that, defends again. Yet to get off the mark, James, but he certainly can play the long game.
Somerset trying to do what Notts couldn't and reach 500. They're 496 for 9 at Edgbaston. Craig Overton is 19 not out, so good chance there might be a few more runs then if he's there.
Still a couple left in this third over of the Yorkshire first innings. Then Abbas has gone leg stump, and that's a beautiful shot by James Wharton. Just leans on that and uses his natural timing to get it away for 4 wide of mid-on. So he's got going 10 for 1. A rare opportunity off the bowling of Mo. Just joining us, Nottinghamshire, 487 they posted first time around. And you're in for a bit of fun for a week or two anyway as a Notts supporter with Ishan Kishan in the ranks, I reckon. If you've just returned from your jollies and missed day one, it might be worth having a rewind of the stream as Abbas is in again, and that's left by Wharton wide of off stump. So 3 overs in, Wharton on 4, Bean on 6, and it's 10 for 1.
Aeroplane just going over the top of the Batman board and then just drop into East Midlands Airport. Away to our right, lovely white fluffy clouds up there now.
Let's have a little look at the score at Headingley. One seems to be getting away from England now, by the looks of it. India 2-3-4 for 3. Kale Rahul has brought up his century. And Rishabh Pant there on 82 as well. Yorkshire 10 for 1. Pennington running towards us. Finlay Bean on strike, and he's leaning over it, clips it to the man at short mid wicket. Dot ball. Ishan Kishan with the turquoisey blue, would you say? Gloves?
Yep.
Yeah, the palms are white, aren't they? And the backs are turquoise.
Sun beating down now at Trent Bridge. Has been on strike again, just gets behind that one, slightly on the back foot. Punches it down the ground, dot ball.
It's interesting that Ben Slater said he might not even be as tall as Ben Duckett, so you're not watching the pictures and I've not seen Ishan Kishan on the screens before. He's not a big lad, not a tall lad, but my word, he played some good shots.
3 slips in place. Being on strike, Pennington in, and just seemed to get up a little bit on Finlay there. Something in the pitch. Brought his hand away from it very quickly. Goes down and does a bit of gardening.
Speaking of Ben Duckett, he may not be here, but once again we've got his shirt out there at mid-off. Joe Clark's had a bit of finger trouble and he's not fielding in the slips. I was just looking for him.
In slightly wider line this time. Bean just pushes that one away.
That has to be a club fine, doesn't it? is it? There we are. Look on the live stream.
Yeah, big fine, that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the interview question of the day for you. Do you want to bat like Ben?
It is not the first time, I promise you. And even Ben Slater made reference to it this morning, didn't he?
Pennington, that's a good ball. And Finlay Bean, well, left that one alone.
So the not slip cordon, which seems to change every match this season, has now got Liam Patterson-White at first slip, Freddie McCann at second, Jack Hayne at third. Ben Slater, who came and joined us for a good chunk of the morning session, is at backward point. Lyndon James at extra cover. Ben Duckett slope slash Joe Clark at mid-off.
Pennington is in, and again a straighter line this time, and Finlay Bean just gets across it and flicks it towards the man at mid-wicket. He plays the shot again about 3 times afterwards as well. Yorkshire 10 for 1.
Yeah, that was Farhan Ahmed at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. The rest of the leg side fielders, Mohamed Abbas down at long leg, and Seba Mead, who, I don't know, you had to get look at the times he spends fit all day, as regular listeners will say, talking about that white floppy sun out more than the cricket some days. He goes flying here, there and everywhere. It doesn't stay on his head for more than a couple of minutes at a time usually.
He's busy in the field as well. I mean, I've been watching him given the floppy hat watch, but he's stretching out all the time and just very busy.
Ben Duckett's at mid-on now. Wonder if Ben Duckett's playing in the Test match at Headingley in a Joe Clark shirt.
Here's Abbas then to Wharton. Pushes into the offside for Hamid to field, no run. A hardy few away to our right on whichever stand that one's called.
That's the William Clark stand.
Okay.
I can tell you a little bit about William Clark if you want to know a little bit about William Clark.
Any relation to Joe?
He was a... Oh, I'm sure, yeah. He had an E on the end.
So he didn't make shoes then. Here's Abbas to Wharton, wide of off stump and left.
Very famous cricketer back in the mid-19th century, and used to take the All England touring 11 round the country to play 22 of York, 22 of Warrington, 22 of Guildford, whatever. Big money maker for the players, and in particular for William Clark. He would play, but he would be an early entrepreneur. He would put it all together. Your early Barry Hearn, if you like. Okay. William Clark.
Here's Abbas to Wharton. Just playing across that one.
Middle of the 19th century, shacked up with his new squeeze. I think that's the terminology. Mary Chapman, who ran the Trent Bridge Inn just behind us there. Got under her feet. He was always sat on the couch watching Sky Sports cricket, and Mary said, look, if you want something to do, get yourself out there and chop that meadow down at the back of the pub. So we went where you see here, lots of wood, lots of trees, lots of an old meadow, sorted it all out, turned it into Trent Bridge Cricket Ground. So he didn't have to go all around the country. He could start playing cricket here.
Fantastic. Abbas in and Wharton blocks. That's a great story. I was in there last night actually for my tea after a day's play. The Trent Bridge Inn, unknowing of all that information.
Well, there's that one there, of course, and then there's the Larwood and Vose diagonally opposite, behind the Larwood and Vose stand, and of course that was named after the 2 former Nottinghamshire and England quicks who went on the famous Bodyline tour, 32-33, Douglas Jardine and all that.
Yeah. 2 fearsome quickies. Here's Abbas, and Wharton waiting for that. Just a bit of drift in towards him, a bit of swing, and he defended that one solidly. Still 10 for 1.
I'm sure your listeners know, Dave, then what's happening across from us, but for someone who's arriving at Trent Bridge and seeing all the work that's happening then to that's the pavilion, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
What's the situation there?
Essentially just not enough room, and talk to the players, and the smaller, or on the small side, the dressing room facilities.
Passing again, another good legs ball defended by Wharton.
And that's been over the years in general, but for modern day cricket, certainly inadequate. Not enough facilities for the men, let alone for double headers, let alone for women's cricket, let alone for the vast amount of umpires and second umpires and third umpires and fourth umpires and match officials and referees and all sorts of other paraphernalia you have to have. So all that is being catered for. Sam Seacron's on the field as a sub. Lyndon James has just gone off. So yeah, essentially it's going to be deeper and higher, with more changing room facilities, more dressing room areas, more areas for women's cricket as well.
And when do they hope to have it completed by?
Well, what day is it now? What time is
Monday the 23rd. Pennington to Finley Bean, and he's clipped that one nicely into a vacant area just behind square leg. They'll pick up 2.
It won't be this season. Thought it would be sometime next year. I did hear during the Zimbabwe Test match, Stuart Broad interrogated about it on air, and Stuart was of the opinion, I don't want to misquote him, I think he said it would be 2 full years before it was finally complete, so we'll have to see.
Well, running away from that very end, Pennington. Oh, and he's bowled a good ball there to Finley Bean. Goes past the outside edge.
But like you say, when you see roadworks and you see the big yellow, when you see a big yellow sign, this is going to be serious, and you approach them and it goes roadworks until spring 2029 or whatever, and you just think, queuing this way.
Anyone back in West Yorkshire who lives within the Pontefract 5-town region will know that the ongoing roadworks at Went Bridge have just been pushed back to December, which is just the worst news. Pennington to Finley Bean, who finds bat on ball on this occasion, but there's just nothing worse because it is so frustrating, and they've pushed it back even further now. So I mean, it must have been the best part of 3 years now, these roadworks ongoing. But
especially when they've only just built roads around the Ponty area as well, haven't they?
Took a while to catch up.
Them cobbled things are just being covered over.
That's why I've had the flat tyre. Pennington into Finley Bean, and he drives at that one, and it goes past the outside edge, and then Kishan, lively behind the stumps, just throws it back towards Finley Bean's wickets to try and catch him unawares, maybe.
Trying to do a Johnny Best there.
Stay in your ground, stay in your crease. So a dot ball, but an eventful one at that. So the temporary...
Tell you what, our man Slater's got some very, very fetching sunglasses on today. Wonder if we might get a little glimpse of those again on the monitors sometime soon.
I'll look forward to that, with Pennington slightly straighter line, and that one's pushed towards mid-on.
Yeah, there's Ishan Kishan on the stream. Dylan Pennington, beg your pardon, Ben Slater's sunglasses it was, but there's some fine ones from Ishan. He's got a chunk of gold in his ear. There we are. Oh. Ben with his sunnies. Very nice indeed.
And they'll do a job. Proper.
Big as my windscreen.
Proper. Yorkshire 12 for 1. Rebuilding after the loss of Adam Lyth. And the very first ball of this innings is straight down the leg side. It comes off Finley Bean's leg. It will be called leg by, I'm sure. And they come through for a single. 13 for 1 at the end of that over, which is the 6th.
Lyndon James back on the field. Not got 12 at the moment, but Sam Seacron will make his way off in a moment. He's just taking a drink on for Mohammed Abbas. 13 for 1. Yorkshire replying to Nottinghamshire's 487.
So the temporary changing room is down to our right then, is it?
Yeah. Essentially where the players are running on and off from and to.
So Finley Bean on strike then to face Abbas, who's 1 for 5 off 3 overs so far. That won the very first ball of this Yorkshire innings, with one that nipped off the straight, took the outside edge of Adam Lyth's bat. First duck of the season in red ball cricket for him. Primary club territory. Abbas then round the wicket to the left-handed Bean. Punches to Haseeb Hameed coming in from mid-on. No run. Bit of peripheral movement. There's a flag that was draped over the railings away on the Fox Road stand side of the ground, which is billowing around in the breeze. Not sure.
It's the Nottinghamshire County flag, and that's the Morleys. They bring that, pop it on the railing virtually every game.
Yeah, the bat again, and Bean elbow up defends.
Robin Hood in the middle, of course, was a very proud man of Nottinghamshire.
Yeah. You can't avoid that, can you, when you drive into the county, because it's always slapped on the sign, Robin Hood County. Wherever you go. Made a few quid out of that down the years, I'm sure. Probably continuing to do so, souvenir-wise. One of your Yorkshiremen?
No, just a nasty rumour.
Here's a bass, and Bean pushes out to duck it at mid-off.
Is Loxley a real place? Here's an update. Quick radio update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Where Nottinghamshire are having things very much their own way at the moment. They made 487 with the bat. The 3 out today. Ishan Kishan for 87. Liam Patterson-White for the same score, and Dylan Pennington for 61. And then the first ball of the Yorkshire innings, Mohamed Abbas has dismissed Adam Lyth. Yorkshire 13 for 1.
Bean right in behind this latest delivery from Abbas. And there is no run. So Finlay on 8. He's seen 23 deliveries so far. He's seen quite a lot of deliveries, I think, in his innings so far this season. But he's also seen that there are fewer scoring opportunities in Division 1 than there were in those couple of seasons in Div 2. Especially when you got bowlers like this up against you. And again, there's no easy wins. You've got to work for all those runs. He just pushed one back to Abbas.
Yeah, the challenge obviously is then going to be for Lyndon James, who's just the third seamer. Lots of, by and large, generally gone in with 4 quicks and a spinner, but here for this game with the Kookaburra ball, Lyndon James will be the third seamer, and then the 2 frontline spinners will probably get a lot of action. Left arm spinner Liam Patterson-White and the off spinner Farhan Ahmed.
Here's Abbas in again, and Bean shouldering arms to this latest delivery. The complete over number 7 at 13 for 1 with Walton on 4, Bean on 8.
Well, Yorkshire just trying to rebuild, taking their time, understandably so. Nottinghamshire in a great position following that first innings, 487. And with all the momentum, particularly when Mohamed Abbas found the outside edge of Adam Lyth, first ball. James Wharton and Finlay Bean just looking to steady the ship. Pennington to begin what is his 4th over, running towards us, and you would put that in the bracket of good leave in the end by James Wharton. It had the slip cord interested. That must have been mightily close to his off stump.
Been a lot of famous matches, of course, between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire on this ground. Just if I may take you back to 1988 with an extraordinary performance. Yorkshire actually won the match. They won the match by 127 runs, so it wasn't even close. Yorkshire making 380 on the first day. It was a 4-day match.
Pennington in and slightly back of a length. Wharton on the drive, dot ball.
And the reason it's a of historical importance was that Franklin Stevenson, who was the Nottinghamshire overseas player, the man from Barbados, he went into that game. He'd already taken 110 wickets, first-class wickets that season, and had scored 780 runs. Well, Yorkshire making 380, Franklin Stevenson 4 for 105. There were half centuries for Moxham and Metcalfe and Robinson. The next day, not scored 296. Franklin Stevenson, who hadn't scored 100 all season, 111.
Pennington, short stuff again, and on his toes, Wharton defending.
So Yorkshire had a first innings lead of 84. On the third day, in that 296 all out for Notts, 7 for 89 for Arnie Sidebottom, of course, was Ryan's dad, played football for Huddersfield Town, Manchester United. Day three, Yorkshire 340 for 7, with top score Phil Robinson's 87. I'll get to the point in a moment.
Fourth delivery of Pennington's over, and it's slightly down the leg side, which allows Wharton to work it around the corner for a single.
So on the last day, Notts were set to score something like 400 to win. They didn't get there. They were bowled out for 297, but Franklin Stevenson needed 110, I think it was, to reach 1,000 for the season, and he got 117. So in the match, he took 11 wickets, having not scored a century all season, got one in each innings to complete the first-class double, and he was the last man to do it, and nobody, because of the number of games they play, which may even be shortened even more, nobody will ever again get 100 wickets in a season and 1,000 runs. Franklin Stevenson in this match, which Yorkshire won.
Some going as Pennington pulls a heavy ball, and Finlay Bean again fully behind that one, fielded it mid-on.
Craig Hughes, I don't know, said, how is Joe Clark wearing Ben Duckett's top? Well, I think we heard from Ben Slater, who was with us this morning. He hadn't brought his kit bag in or something, so raided Ducky's locker. T says, on the same theme, Joe Clark wearing Duckett's shirt and name is very village.
Always a bit of time for that. Now Bean driving, and it's well fielded at mid-on by Mohammed Abbas, I think that is.
Alistair's with us. He says, and that's because Notts are doing well and England aren't in the Test match. And T congratulating Mohammed Abbas on getting that wicket. And Lily, disastrous start for Yorkshire. Please steady the ship, Finlay Bean and James Wharton. 14 for 1. If you had to pay 50p for all your tweets, Lily, you'd not have much pocket money left. But lovely to hear from you.
Would you say ship steadied?
I would say sailed to calmer waters.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that.
If you want to have a nautical theme. But steady the ship.
Well, Abbas then, Radcliffe Road end to James Wharton, who gets a ball that just kicks a little bit, and he's been watchful in turning that one round the corner, and then checks that the willow is still all intact. He's on 5 at this moment in time. You can get in touch on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, a new email address especially for this match and onwards, after we've ingrained the previous one. And I know some of you have still emailed in on that old one. It's now, I think it's still accepting emails, but I ain't checking them, so it's Yorkshire Cricket. Well, obviously I've checked them to know that there's still some coming in, but you know what I'm saying. I'm not actively checking them every few minutes. It's Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Shot myself in the foot there. And also on X, you are still welcome to message me with any comments on X.
Outlaw Chris on the same theme. You can tell the people who are listening to us and who aren't. Outlaw Chris, Joe Clark's wearing Ben Duckett's kit. I'm guessing Joe's mum's on holiday, so he's not got his kit washed.
Something's just been brought on, and somebody's just gone in under the lid at short leg. Liam Patterson-White, I think, as James Wharton plays nicely down the ground. This might have the legs on the chasing fielder. No, it doesn't. He's, by the sound of things, managed to flick the ball back in from the boundary edge, Joe Clark. And he's pointing to the Ben Duckett on his back. Well fielded, Ben.
Yeah, no, it's our man Slater who's the short legger.
Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, yes, of course. I remember him doing that up at Headingley a bit as well.
He was only in for one ball. There, look.
So 3 there to James Wharton. He's on to 8. 17 for 1 in the 9th. I don't know about steadying the ship yet, but they're just trying to see off the major effect of the Kookaburra ball and then hope that they can get some runs on the board. And Finlay Bean's getting some here. It's a good chase by Haas, as the lads call him.
Yeah.
Down to the mid-wicket boundaries, kept him to 2.
And the floppy stayed on. That's incredible. Must have had it welded on his head today.
So 19 for 1. Finlay Bean into double figures. Bit of a wave from Dylan Pennington out down there in the deep, but he's staying put as far as Mo Abbas is concerned, and he's round the wicket to Bean and bowls it now. Turn to Lyndon James. Mid-wicket, no run. There's a bit of arm whirling going on as well from Liam Patterson-White at first slip. So could be some early twirl for Notts once these two have had their first spells apiece.
Yes, he hit a couple of big bombs down the ground towards the building site, didn't he?
Here's the Bass once again, past umpire Warren, wide of Beans off stump, and he has that covered in leaving.
Milan in next?
Yes, sorry, Milan next at 4. And then Johnny at 5. George Hill, Matthew Revis. Quick flick around the grounds elsewhere. Somerset 498, Warwickshire 13 without loss. Down at Edgbaston, where we take it it's not raining, because it's not here, or something like that, as the Bass is round the wicket and Bean leaves to complete the over at 19 for 1. Middlesex 413 all out in Div 2. Northamptonshire 137 for 4 in response. In this division, Sussex made 361, Durham now 106 for 2 in reply, and Essex all out for 296, Hampshire 149 for 3 in the 49th over. Worcestershire, of course, bowled out for 214, and Surrey now 202 for 6. It's developing into a good match at New Road. Gloucestershire 187 all out. Derbyshire have a lead of 130 there, 317 for 5. Glamorgan 353 all out. Leicestershire 158 without loss in response after just 33 overs. They're going well.
Who's opened for them?
Back to that in a sec, because it's Kent 330 for 8 against Lancashire over at Blackpool. Let's have a look at that scorecard. Rishi Patel is 60 and Sol Budinger 104. 94.
That's what I was wondering, if Sol had gone in first and put back to ball. Not sure if that's his first last 100 or not. Was here, of course, Sol Budinger.
94 deliveries.
14 fours and 3 sixes.
Yeah, doesn't tend to hang about. Still 14 overs to go until the tea break here. So you can imagine that will be slightly delayed. Spinner on changing short legger, and it's Jack Haynes. Slater does it to the quicks, Jack Haynes does it to the spinners, so we've just had to wait whilst he got himself nicely attired. Shall I do this end as Liam Patterson-White? Is it? Oh, first ball is worked away onto the leg side for a James Wharton. Moves on to 9. It's 20 for 1, Yorkshire. So former Notts men cashing in around the country. Ben Compton got 100 as well, didn't he? The Kent opener. I'll have a little dab that Jacob Bethel might well score 100 for Warwickshire. He's not in yet, but this is pushed into the offside. He must be sick of that stat that keeps getting banged out there, that, well, Ollie Pope's got to play because Jacob Bethel still hasn't got a first-class 100. I think he'll put that right sooner rather than later. And the man who I was just talking about, Franklin Stevenson, of course, was his coach. Jacob Bethel, brought up in the in Barbados. This one, a little bit of turn there from Patterson-White, but it was the bounce that did for Wharton. Goes through to Ishan Kishan, who could just about see over the top of the stumps. 21 for 1, Yorkshire. Notts with a big first innings score on the board. Next delivery is left by the tall right-hander. Again goes through into those turquoise gloves. Patterson-White in once more to Wharton. He eases this into the offside. The skipper's first there. And there's no run. Just beat Farhan Ahmed to the ball. Don't think it'll be too long before Farhan gets a ball. Next delivery is driven crisply up to mid-off, and there's no run. Farhan was the only player dismissed in the Notts innings for single digits. He only made 2. Dismissed earlier today. 21 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, so 10 overs in. Take out Adam Lyth after 1 ball. This pair have been together for 9 overs and 5 deliveries, and so far so good. Probably have to say, when you look back on those 10 overs now, that although clearly nobody's been loose because they've only got the 21 runs on the board, it was just that first delivery that was anything like a wicket-taking ball, really.
Yeah.
Adam Lyth will be cursing his luck in that respect, but more from a where's this game going point of view at this moment in time. It still looks fairly placid out there.
Change of ends for Pennington. Looks like he's just been off for a quick towel down and come back again to be greeted by his skipper saying you're bowling.
Which end does he tend to bowl at, Bryce? Or does he swap around quite readily? Yeah. Sometimes it's just that preferred end, isn't it? I know Ben Code, for example, at Headingley bowled more of his overs from the Kirkstall line end, for sure.
There's been lots of different combinations this season already, because of course Fergus O'Neill played the first 4 matches. Josh Tongs played 3 of the matches. Brett Hutton played a good chunk of the matches as well, so they've all just had to sort of mix and match a little bit.
Just sorting the field before Pennington then resumes, but from this Radcliffe Road end, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8 so far. Bowls at Bean, who's got one aerial into the leg side. I'm not sure if he, into the offside I should say, not sure if he jammed that into the deck or if it was lifted. It was difficult to tell in the moment, but either way it was safe, and they've got back for 2 runs.
Why is Joe Clark down on the ground? Well, he's got back up again. He was well away from the action, well away from the ball.
I think only Joe knows.
Yep.
13 to Finlay. And Pennington shirt flapping behind him in the breeze. He's in and bowling. Bean pushes back to him. No run.
Of course, he was leading wicket taker in the country last season, Dylan Pennington. 31 wickets the first 6 rounds. Called up by England, was taken here, there and everywhere. 12th man for a series of tests. Didn't get any cricket at all. First game for the, or in training for the 100. Got an injury and that was his season done with.
Finley Bean, no run.
Ollie Stone still out injured, had knee surgery in April, hoping to be back by August. And of course Tong is away playing in the test match for England, so lots have got a whole room full of nasty fasties, but not many available at the moment.
Pennington in again, up there to drive and driven by Finley Bean. He's not got all of that, has he? It would have gone sailing along the deck past the Seabermead, I think, and he was able to get across and field, so slightly mistimed. Yeah, the Yorkies obviously had their injury issues as well, or people not turning out here. Jordan Thompson not in the squad, but not injured, just hasn't bowled much in recent times after that injury he suffered up at Headingley against Nottinghamshire. Matt Milnes, well, he had a scan recently after, I think, feeling something, and that's been given the all clear. So as Pennington bowls and Bean blocks, he may possibly come in, who knows, for the match against Essex at York starting next weekend. Nottinghamshire, is he a Nottingham or Nottinghamshire lad, Matt Milnes? Certainly from round these parts somewhere, isn't he, I think?
Yeah. I'll
went off
just have a quick check.
Kent.
He played, did he play some
second team
bit of
cricket?
first class? I was going to say, played a little bit of first class cricket at Durham University, I think, to start with. But
Pennington is in, that's pulled by Bean. He's got good contact on this one. There is a man down at fine leg, but he's not going to get close to stopping it. Boundary to Finley, 17 to him, 27 for 1 to complete 11 overs of this Yorkshire first innings.
Yeah, born in Nottingham, went to very locally, West Bridgeford Comprehensive School.
So you can assume probably that Matt would have been here watching Nottinghamshire as a nipper at times.
Yeah, he did.
Good that he's come through that scan with the all clear, and it'd be nice to see him back on the field of play, because he's certainly a good player to watch, both ball and bat.
So Patterson White to start his second over. That one's slightly down the leg side, which Wharton just from underneath him clips away for a single. He's had some rotten luck, hasn't he, Matt Milnes, since arriving at Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Good to hear that those scan results have come back good.
Since before arriving at Yorkshire, if you remember, they announced they'd signed him, and about 24 hours later, that first injury was announced.
Finley Bean letting that one run through to Ishan Kishan behind the stumps.
Was Ben Mike dogged with injury during his time at Yorkshire, or just didn't feature as much as from afar you expected him to?
Can't remember any significant injuries.
Full delivery that's defended by Finley Bean. Back to Patterson White.
I thought he'd be a good fit as a good time of his career, but back with Leicestershire now.
Slightly wider line outside off stump from Patterson White. Bean again reaching forward, just defending that one out into the offside. Yorkshire 28 for 1, Finley Bean 17 from 41 deliveries on the back foot this time, just dropping that one into a similar region for another dot ball. Looks over his right shoulder, Finley Bean, and then sets as Patterson White towards us, is in, and that one's worked towards Hamid at short mid-wicket for a dot ball, a maiden. 28 for 1 are Yorkshire. This partnership worth, of course, 28 following that first ball dismissal of Adam Lythe. Patterson White with just the 3 runs coming from his 2 overs thus far. There's a bit of a conversation taking place now in front of us. Hamid in conversation with Pennington. Mo Abbas there as well.
No devilment in the surface at all, is there?
No.
We're long 4 days. Pennington then to James Wharton. Straight delivery. Pushed firmly back at the bowler, then at a shy at, well, either Wharton or the stumps. It can't have been at Wharton because telling off.
It's something the ECB have looked to clamp down on over the last year or two, wayward throwing or what can be termed dangerous throwing. I didn't see anything particularly outlandish about that. It was, well, let's have a look. Yeah, Asib Hamid's now being called over. We'll just try and find out. We're looking on from a mile away, but is there any sort of signal towards the scorers? Not as yet, as I've seen. It might just be a case of you're being given a bit of a warning. Don't do this again. Is he going to stick his hand up and say 5 penalty runs, or is he not? Yeah, tap of the shoulder, and that I think will go down as 5 penalty runs.
See what the board operators produce. 28 for 1 at the moment and 14 off Dylan Pennington. There you go, 33 for 1. It's not against Dylan's analysis by the looks of things, which I guess if you're going to punish the player who's done it, it probably should be, but I think the decision itself is a little bit strict on that occasion. He's in again and bowling to Wharton, who punches back down the pitch to him now. He's out of his ground, and Dylan Pennington saying to Steve O'Shaughnessy at square leg, well, he's out of his ground. If I'd have picked that up clean, surely I can have a throw at the stumps.
Yeah, I can't
He didn't pick it up clean, but
you want your fast bowlers to be aggressive. You want them to create that.
Now Joe Clark's having a word at Steve O'Shaughnessy. I think that was all instigated by Russell Warren, actually.
Yeah.
Rather than Steve O'Shaughnessy, but it seems like Shawnee's getting the brunt of it at the moment. But I agree with you. I think there's a huge grey area there about what you can do and what you can't do, and it wasn't a dangerous throw from Pennington.
No, the first one went wide, didn't it, of Waltz, as he's in again. And you might imagine he's got a little bit, a bit of temper up, if you like, on the back of that.
It does feel like he's cranked up a little bit.
Yeah, that delivery worked for a single into the leg side. But I saw it on Saturday. I was doing the test match, and one of the Indian bowlers threw it at one of the England batters. It hit him on the leg. It was aimed at the stumps. It hit him, and he immediately put his hand up and apologised. I can't remember. I don't think there were any penalty runs added in that instance. So yeah, Pennington's in again, and Bean pulling across the line but misses. No run. I'm all for. I think the rule is fine. The law, I should say, is fine. Yeah, that's fine. But in the context of what just happened there, probably a bit harsh.
Yeah. Agree with you there, and also one of the things you touched on there about maybe it should go against the bowler. Penalty runs are just all lumped together, so there could be an instance where the ball hits the helmet. It's absolutely nothing to do with the bowler. A fielder's wanged it in and it's hit the helmet, and 5 penalty runs. And that really is unfair to lump that against the bowler.
Pennington to Bean, and he blocks to mid-on, no run. Yeah, but okay, so that's fine if it's a team penalty, but if the bowler is the man who picks the ball up and fires it down, not saying this is just Dylan Pennington, but anybody who does that, fires it in and it hits the batter, and it was a needless throw, if you like, then you could say, well, that's 5 runs against you, mate. And
But is it an act of bowling or an act of fielding?
Well, it's an act of aggression. And you've perpetrated it as the bowler, so maybe you should, maybe it'd stop you doing it regularly, wouldn't it, if you were going to get it for 5 runs. Has been turns one square on the leg side and picks up 4 to take his score to 21. So the over didn't work out particularly well for Dylan there. 38 for 1.
But I think if I was it Wharton on strike? It was,
Yeah.
Wasn't it? I think if I was Wharton, I would be, I would be dancing down the track every time I just played a defensive. I'd come forward a pace or two, just trying to dare him to do it again.
I suppose the delivery that followed further backed up Pennington's point, which is it shows, well, actually, I'm well within my rights. If he is coming down the wicket and coming out of the crease, then as he's just shown there, why would I not have a shy at the stumps?
And for all you youngsters wondering there, we just saw it again on the live stream. The awarding of 5 penalty runs is a tapping of the left shoulder by the umpire, and then he'll hold his hand up, spreading the fingers, 5 fingers.
So after all of that, Yorkshire 38 for 1. Patterson White to continue bowling towards us here, with the sun beating down now here at Trent Bridge, and James Wharton flicking that through into the leg side for a single.
You know, the umpires get uppity in white ball cricket, don't they, when the ball's thrown to scuff the ball up, and the umpire's trying to stop that.
Beam across his stumps and drops that into the offside for a dot ball.
Might not be the worst thing in the world for Notts if Dylan Pennington's just getting a little steamed up and fiery here.
He did seem to just crank it up a little bit. Patterson White. Oh, that's gone through everything. It's gone past Kishan behind the stumps. I'm not sure Finlay Bean knew too much about that. It signalled as runs, so that looks like an inside edge. 43 for 1. Well, that got everybody excited out there. See if we can maybe watch a replay. But that fits through everybody.
Yeah, I'm sure the replay will pop in a moment or two, maybe after the next delivery.
Moves Bean on to 25. Patterson White into Bean, who is solidly behind that dot ball.
Tommy says, can you give us some clarity on why those penalty runs were given? Well, are you listening, Tommy?
Where you been, Tommy? You've been talking about it for 10 minutes.
Mr. Joined late. Patterson White, and similar length delivery, but Finlay Bean this time going on to the back foot. Was it a season high score of 31, was it, for Finlay Doidge? 43 for 1, this partnership worth 43. Patterson White to Finlay Bean, and again that's an inside edge that skews out towards mid-on, and a failed attempt at some keepy-uppies there from, I think, Clark in the guise of Duckett. And at the end of the 14th, 43 for 1 Yorkshire.
Miriam, Scarf Lady, first of all, Miriam, if I can direct you to our new email address,
Scarf Lady?
YorkshireCricket at bbc.co.uk. That is YorkshireCricket at bbc.co.uk. Says, loving the commentary, great company whilst working, makes me homesick listening to the Yorkie accent. Just booked the train for Scarbados versus Sussex. How much? Come on, Yorkshire, bat, bat, bat. Miriam down in sunny Brighton, who's a regular emailer season on season. Nice to hear from you, Miriam. 43 for 1. Still handed James Wharton. Back of a length, punches that firmly. It's, well, there's a hand or two on it maybe from Lyndon James, but he doesn't stop it cleanly, and they've got through for 1.
Scarf Lady.
Scarf Lady, yeah.
I think Dylan Pennington, for his own sanity, should be switched back to the other end by Asiba Mead, because he's having another bit of a run in here with the umpire now. Once again, ticking him off for running on the wicket.
Here he comes again, Pennington. Round the wicket to Bean, short ball. And help down to fine leg, and it's going to just beat the fielder who's chasing it down in that general direction. Good contact on it from Finlay.
Tommy sent a picture of him in the stands here, so I just told him it was for a dangerous throw. Tommy wondering why the penalty runs have been awarded. We're like a public service. That's what we are. Yeah.
Yeah. You want the price of the Mars bars at the shop down at the bottom, or a coffee?
Well, Pennington's going to bowl. I'll come back to that topic after this ball.
As in comes Pennington, driven, lovely shot by Finlay Bean. He's not going to get any runs for it. Probably similar to when he played a couple of overs ago, actually. He got into a good position. He's not nailed that, has he? Because it sort of ambled its way, really, in the end towards Hamid.
2013, Notts got through to the one-day cup final at Lords, and ironically, Notts were there the week before to play Middlesex in the Championship, and we had a day where nothing but rain was forecast, but it was always going to be one of those days where the umpires aren't going to call it off till 4:30 or whatever. So I said, if any of you come into the final next week and want to know what the view's like from your seat, let me know where you're sitting.
Pennington in, Bean just pulling across that one, but no contact.
So I was getting all this while I'm in the the Edrich stand, row C, seat 42, and I'm in the tavern stand. this. So I was going around the ground doing a real public service, taking photographs from each individual seat and sending it back to the interview. It killed a couple of hours, that did, just going around. This will be your view from your seat.
Well, public service broadcasting, I suppose. 2 to come in this 15th over, and Pennington bowls short, and Bean's got it away fine again. He's not quite managed to get it fine enough to get a boundary this time. 1 takes him to 30, 49 for 1.
So Tommy said, can you tell me why those penalty runs have been awarded? I said it was for a dangerous throw from DP. Yeah, thought that's what it could be. Heard Lyndon talking to the square leg about it. To the square leg umpire about it. Anyhow, there we are.
James Wharton back on strike then on 13. Final ball of Dylan Pennington's 7th over. Comes in and passes Russell Warren and bowls it now, and again drilled back at him by Wharton. Pennington shapes to throw, but oh no. Told you so, Russell Warren, as I take my sweater from you. What about that then?
Throw it, Dill.
49 for 1 after 15. Some fun and games at Trent Bridge this afternoon.
I wonder if he thought about it. Just pulled out at the very last moment.
Don't spoil your day, Dylan. You've got a career best 61.
We all know if that's your brother in the drive at home, that you're firing that one.
Yes.
Probably even harder than you would actually normally have done.
As a clean pickup, a good bit of fielding off his own bowling, which he's proven in the last couple of overs.
They've added 49 this pair.
And if that ship is just about steady. Patterson White into Bean, and there was just a little nibble that in the end wasn't taken cleanly behind the stumps, but Patterson White just asking the question of Finlay Bean.
That follow-on mark looks a little way away there, doesn't it? 338.
Patterson White slightly quicker, slightly shorter. Maybe a couple of words back down towards Finlay Bean, who ably just defends that into the offside. Now 1 shy of his highest score this season, Finlay Bean. 30 from 57 deliveries. Patterson White goes full, and that is driven down, dispatched by Finlay Bean. And a wonderful way to bring up what is his highest score in the county championship cricket this season. And it also takes this pair to their 50 partnership, 53 runs from 92 deliveries, and certainly rebuilding Yorkshire's innings after that very early setback, the loss of Adam Lyth in the first delivery of this Yorkshire first innings. So Bean on 34, Patterson White in, and that one is just defended back to the bowler.
the Nottingham area likes batting in. Don't know if you were with us yesterday when we were talking about the 400 he scored just down the road on the second 11 ground.
I remember that very well. A mammoth score that was. Put him on the map somewhat. And there he is defending again. Solid block to Patterson White, who's bowled at 5 of his regulation 6 in this what is his 4th over. Patterson White to Finley Bean, and he just gets behind that nicely, blocks that one into the offside. So at the end of the 16th over, Yorkshire 53 for 1, and just that wonderful drive from Finley Bean, the only runs there to come from it.
Yep, things fairly calm out there, barring the little tete-a-tete between umpires and Dylan Pennington. But yeah, from a batting point of view, things are fairly quiet, so they'll be glad of that. This pair, Finley Bean, as you say, has moved on to his highest score so far this campaign, and he really will now want to cash in here. Kookaburra ball, he's got himself an opportunity. And same goes for James Wharton. He might only be on 13, but he's faced 34 deliveries. So the pair of them have had a good look at this for 16 overs, bar 1 ball. There's going to be a change. And Farhan Ahmed coming on by the looks of things at the Radcliffe Road end of the ground. Had to go with the bat this morning. Farhan with a couple of runs to his name. And in terms of his career, well, obviously still very early days. At 17, just his 12th first-class match. 30 off spin. Sets his feet, and in he comes then. First delivery to James Wharton is worked up to Joe Clark at deepish mid-on. They get a single. Taking James on to 14. There'll be a change in the field, of course. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Mo Abbas just making sure the hammies are stretched and flexible at the moment. He's at mid-on to the left-hander. Short leg in place plus a slip. Short extra cover, backward point. Sweeper out in the covers. Mid-off, mid-on. Sweeper at mid-wicket, and a 45 behind square who's coming into play with this next Ahmed delivery. Back at his mark again, bowling round the wicket now. And he comes again, and Finley Bean solidly behind it. He's almost like a tennis player on the baseline waiting to receive serve, isn't he, as he starts his run up. Feet set, you're just expecting 1 foot left, 1 foot to the right, like the tennis players do. He is rocking a little bit side to side. And can he produce an ace? Delivering. Not that one, but it's not a bad one. Turned to the feet of Ben Slater.
I was making a comparison the other night. I don't know if you've seen Big George Scrimshaw, used to play for Derbyshire, now with Northampton, the 6'14" fast bowler, but he does the same with his feet at the end of his run. Stands with his legs well wide apart.
And he comes, and he's got like quite a high step with his left knee as well as he sets off. As Bean turns that one into the leg side and picks up a single. So there's a bit of the tennis player, or maybe something like a long jumper at the start of his run, or a high jumper ready to go in, and then he lifts that first knee, that left knee as well, just before he propels himself towards the stumps. It's a reasonably long run up, isn't it, for a spin bowler? And he comes in again, and that's full and driven down to Clark at deep mid-on for another single. So quiet over for Yorkshire, quiet over for Ahmed. He'll be happy just to
on once again as the sub-fielder. 56 for 1. Yorkshire were 0 for 1 first ball of the innings, but this pair building nicely. Russ Woodcock says if Joe's mum has gone on holiday and unable to wash his white kit. Where on earth has she gone on holiday? She's had a month to do it. But Liam Patterson-White, 4 overs, none for 12 so far. Just a gust of wind blowing in through the window, and I felt maybe a spit or spot in the breeze as the first delivery is pushed back to the bowler, but I might just have imagined it. It's pleasant enough afternoon now. 56 for 1, Yorkshire. Patterson-White round the wicket bowls, just dropped down at the feet of Jack Haynes, who missed out really yesterday, only made 18 LPW to George Hill, who ended up taking 4 catches in the outfield. Patterson-White in again, and then swiftly has to adjust and move to his left to prevent the straight drive going past him. Men out this morning, Kishan Courthill bowled best for 87. This one is defended. Farhan Ahmed, Courthill bowled O'Rourke for 2. Dylan Pennington, he was caught and bowled by Dan Moriarty for 61, career best 61 for Pennington, and last man out Liam Patterson-White, Courthill bowled Moriarty for 87. Next ball helped into the covers, in fact out into the deep to Lyndon James, single taken, 57 for 1. Mo Abbas not out, Notts 487 all out after 132.4 overs. And then Yorkshire losing Adam Live, caught behind by Ishan Kishan from the bowling of Mohammad Abbas, first ball of the innings. Patterson-White bowls to number 33, Joe Clark's normal number. It's blocked into the over, 57 for 1.
Yeah, they're looking rather untroubled at the moment. Not to give them the kiss of death, these two, but this hybrid pitch, Kookaburra ball, not too many demons in it at the moment, albeit Patterson-White has got a little bit of action out of the pitch, out of the surface. It's Farhan Ahmed to continue from the Radcliffe Road end. It's James Wharton on strike, the right-handed batter. Slip in place. Starts that unique run-up. Ahmed is in full delivery, and that one is driven down towards mid-on for a single.
Farhan Ahmed bowling here. His brother Rian Ahmed is now batting for Leicestershire because they've lost Sol Buringer for 118 and Rishi Patel for 70. They're 210 for 2 against Glamorgan.
Farhan Ahmed slightly down the leg side, but using the spin. And Finlay Bean was playing across the line, didn't make contact.
Didn't look to have too much going for it, did it?
No. A bit of turn from the surface. 58 for 1 Yorkshire, Finlay Bean on 35. Hop, skip and a jump from Ahmed as he bustles in, and on the back foot Bean is cutting towards Hamid at extra cover. Dot ball.
Sorry, 240 for 6 now at New Road. Will Jackson and Mitchell Santner both just been dismissed for naught by which of the Allisons? Ben Allison.
Ahmed full delivery, and that one smothered by Bean as he clips it up towards mid-on. All eyes on Chesterley Street from an England perspective, isn't it? With Jofra Archer bowling, he's got his wicket. Ahmed set. So again with that high knee trigger movement to set off on his run up. Back of a length, and it's punched back to him by Finlay Bean, who's faced 70 deliveries for his 35 runs, so going at exactly 50 at the moment. Sun is shining here at Trent Bridge. A few clouds in the sky. As Ahmed into Bean, and Bean just behind that angles it towards Hamid and the offside, and it's a dot ball. End of the 19th. Yorkshire 58 for 1.
4 overs to go until the tea break. So we're already in overtime. Tea should have been 10 minutes or so ago, but doesn't matter too much, not that far behind. But Liam Patterson-White to resume. 5 overs, none for 13 to Patterson-White. Made 87 today. Was the last out. Yorkshire got all the field out on the fence for Patterson-White. Here he comes past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Wharton thrusting forward from the U's and R's that might have seemed that he managed to get one through the defences of the tall right-hander, but he hadn't. Ball returned to the bowler, comes in again and worked into the offside. Good work by the not skipper. Sliding stop from Hamid. 58 for 1. Next ball turned to leg and there's no run. Hamid actually standing on what will be the women's ODI strip on Saturday. England women playing a T20, I beg your pardon, T20 international here against India. 2:30 start on Saturday afternoon. This one drifting down the leg side. I think it was off the pad of James Wharton it was, so that'll be a leg bite. So if you're listening and fancy some cricket this weekend, Saturday, England women playing India women here. A number of the Blaze players, the Trent Bridge based team will be involved. Nat Severbrunt, the skipper, Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones, the wicket keeper. Next ball dropped on the leg side, fielded by Hamid. Of course, Sunday Notts back in action in the County Championship down at Taunton. Yorkshire up at York. Ball is pulled over left hand. It's been pulled into his body, into his hand from very short range, and Seep Hamid, the skipper's across, got his arm round him. There's a few smiles out there, as there normally are in sport when somebody gets one in a painful place, but Jack Haynes leading the smiles. He'll be okay. 59 for 1.
I've taken that one well.
Come up with it, the sport I was thinking of, it's like a gymnast who's about to, you know, when they go across the floor,
yeah,
you know, they've got to do a lot of Arab springs and all of that. It's like that, isn't it? Just about to launch into one of those diagonal runs across the floor.
It's an amalgamation of sports. His run up, Ahmed's, and he's got Finlay Bean driving through the covers for a single. That moves him on to 36. Yorkshire 61 for 1.
Yeah, Jimmy Binks, Yorkshire wicketkeeper, 50s, 60s, maybe leading up to the time of David Bairstow. I suspect there's probably one or two in between, but was part of that great Yorkshire side. Some household names: Ray Illingworth, Brian Close, John Hampshire, Doug Paget, and so on.
I know some of those names, yeah.
Jeffrey, of course.
Oh, who's that? Farhad Ahmed into James Wharton, who judges that one and lets that one run through to Ishan Kishan.
Phil Sharp. Richard Lum was a little late as Jeffrey's opening partner. Richard Lum, dad of Michael, who played here for many years.
Yorkshire 61 for 1. Ahmed bustling in, busy action, and that one's driven again by Wharton, finding a bit of joy with that area, that shot, and up towards mid-on for a single. You mentioned Farhan's brother Rayan. I thought he'd done well with the bat this year. Just having a look at his record this season.
Got 50 against Notts in the T20 the other night, playing against Farn. Nice to see the two brothers competing.
Finley Bean calling early for a quick single, and it's well judged. Saw the gap, set off quickly, and comfortably comes home. So at the end of the 21st over, Yorkshire 63 for 1.
Joe Clark coming back on the field, been off for a couple of overs, and he'll be going off again in 2 more because we're closing in on the tea interval here at Trent Bridge. Joe Clark has come back onto the field and straight away made a beeline for Farhan Ahmed, so just wonder if there's been something from the coaching staff, just have a little word with Farhan about this, that or the other. This, that or t'other. It's going to be LPW to continue. Not sure what the hold up here is, but I'll be going again in a moment. Seems like we've got a bit of a wardrobe malfunction or something. Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, can't quite find what he's trying to find in his back pocket. Anyway, we're ready to go. Liam Patterson white bowls to the left-handed Bean, drops it on the onside to Hamid.
He's gone again, hasn't he? He's gone back again. He's still not happy.
Can you just...
Yeah.
I've just lost one of my coins, Liam. Can you just have it? Here we are. Maybe his scissors he's found.
That's it.
Yeah, just cutting off a little bit of a loose thread or something from the ball. And, Bean blocks this one. Very much playing for the tea interval now.
I wonder what the umpire checklist is before you go out. I mean, what have you got to have? Make sure you've absolutely got in your back pocket, in your kit.
That'd be a nice feature for you to do for BBC Radio Leeds in the near future as this is pushed back to the bowler. Of course, then as soon as they get out there, they get, can you hold this for me, Can you hold this? Here's my sweater, and what have you.
And about 5 hats.
And in COVID times, of course, they quite rightly refused. And I did think that would be one of the things that, right, now we've got a system in place as this is pushed back to the bowler, a system in place during COVID for, you know, if you want to take your sweater off and somebody to hold it, get the 12th man to come on and take it on and off. It was a thankless task during the COVID period for the 12th man because he was running on and off every single over, bringing sweaters on, taking them off and all the rest of it. Turn to leg by Bean, we'll get another single, 64 for 1. There's just 7 balls left before the tea break.
I can feel a cricket show special coming on now.
Yeah.
Graham Orange, our occasional commentator on BBC Radio Leeds matches.
So cogs are whirling at the moment, yep.
And he'll ask you all sorts of questions about the laws.
Next one's turned to leg. That's the end of the over. 64 for 1.
That hour will fly by, Jerry. So, if I have a coffee with Graham, he'll often come out with, so let me ask you one then, and it's never one. It's always about 21. You know, by the time he's finished. So if the bowler walks back to his mark, and a pigeon flies across the pitch, and the umpire looks at him just at the point the next ball's been bowled, and the bail's come off, what's your decision? It'll be something like that, and you go,
What do you think his take will have been regarding the penalty runs then?
Oh, probably quite right.
Quite right.
Don't want people throwing a cricket ball about, do we? On a cricket field. Be an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. 64 for 1.
If he's watching, listening this, Graham, I'll be in for it now.
They're certainly not rushing to get their cup of tea and a slice of cake. Very protracted chat going on between captain and bowler. Bean has 38. We've got Jack Haynes going over from short leg onto the offside.
cricket plays underway in day 2 of Nottinghamshire's County Championship match against Yorkshire. The race schedule is at Trent Bridge for us.
Well, we're now in the final over before tea. Yorkshire 64 for 1, replying to that mammoth Nottinghamshire first innings score of 487 today. Ishan Kishan on debut out for 87, and Liam Patterson-White got exactly the same score. Tea is moments away, 64 for 1.
Thanks, Dave. You can hear ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website.
Next ball is played up to mid-on, and there's no run. No idea where that news is coming from. It tends to be a little bit of an East Midlands job through the afternoon. In the 23rd over of the innings. There's a 17-year-old Ahmed. Bowls once more. A little bit of turn away from the left-handed beam. Just goes with it and helps it out into the deep to the Lyndon James, who we haven't seen bowling yet, the third of the Nottinghamshire seamers. 65 for 1. 3 balls to go before the break. Seem to have got a bit of Brian Adams. Wharton on strike. Farhan Ahmed in to bowl to him, turned on the leg side, fielded by Patterson-White. If you want to just take us through the next couple of balls, James, Jamie, sorry, I'll try and get rid of Brian Adams.
Well, Farhan Ahmed, that wide stance to begin his run up into Wharton, who has a leg side field set. 2 men very close to the bat. There's a short mid wicket as well in Hamid. We've seen him use that on drive quite a lot. He's favoured that against Ahmed in particular. There's a big open gap on the offside should Wharton want to exploit it, but I think he'll be just thinking about getting in for tea. 65 for 1, Ahmed in, and it's solidly blocked away by James Wharton, and that should take us to tea.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Jonathan, for listeners to Sports Extra 2. We'll hand you back with a score 65 for 1 Yorkshire to Kevin Howells. And to those of you with us on the live stream, on the pictures, or on the BBC Sport website and app, tea here at Trent Bridge, Yorkshire 65 for 1. We'll all be back in 20 minutes' time. I hope you'll join us then.
Championship.
Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge for the final session on day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship game between Nottinghamshire and the visitors Yorkshire. Notts racking up 487 in their first innings. Yorkshire at tea, 65 for 1. Adam Lythe out. First ball of the innings dismissed by Mohammed Abbas, but since then relatively smooth progression by Finlay Bean, who's on 39 not out. James Wharton has made 19, so really decent foundation being laid here by this young pair. Sun is with us. We've got 32 overs left in the day. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Jonathan Doidge alongside me. I think I'm right in saying we haven't yet had a session in the match which has had more than 3 wickets in. We only had 5 wickets go down today, 2 in the morning session, 3 between lunch and tea, and it's a similar story yesterday, wasn't it? There was none in the morning session and then 3 between lunch and tea, and 3 more between tea and the close. So it's tough going for the bowlers. Liam Patterson-White is going to bowl the first over of this session. It'll be the 8th that he's bowled, and Finlay Bean is on strike, the left-hander, and we're underway again. Might not be quite all the thrills and spills that some people would necessarily like to see from their cricket, but you'd imagine this will be a tough old battle between bat and ball here as Bean defends on his highest score of the season so far, 39 not out. Nice tea. Did you manage to catch one of those tasty scones downstairs?
Lovely scone with jam and cream again. I'm not going to be, my stomach's going to be regretting this, isn't it, on my waistline by the end of the match.
Single here for Bean, pushing it into the offside, just to the left of Ben Slater. Farhan Ahmed scampers after it like a young pup, and they take a single, 66 for 1.
Taste buds certainly not regretting it.
That's what they're there for. Pyro Shaughnessy again, just having a look at the surface, but gets back behind the stumps. There'll be another single here, and they'll have to be quick. In comes the throw, which I think struck the bat of James Wharton as he scampered a quick single. The shy from Ben Slater towards the non-striker's end. As I say, we'll never know what it would have or would not have hit, but it actually hit the bat of Wharton as he was making good ground to get to the far end. India 319 for 4 in the Test match, lead England by 325. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run. And Ben Stokes is famously happy to chase anything. Well, he may well have to do that tomorrow to try and win that first match of the series at Headingley. Patterson-White bowls and Bean plays it up to mid-on, and again they scamper a sharp single. So decent first over for Yorkshire. After tea, 3 runs have come from it. Bean on to 41, Wharton on 20, 68 for 1, 31 overs left in the day. That might be the most interesting column to follow in this next 2 hours. How many overs are left between now and the end? It's, I don't think anybody's really expecting there to be either a flurry of big overs in terms of runs or a quick clatter of wickets, but if anybody can produce a clatter of wickets, it might be Mohammed Abbas, because he's going to bowl the second over of the session.
Yep, so concentration the key for this pair if they're going to keep things going. And just want to do catch-ups as well from that new email of yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, because for whatever reason my laptop, which usually brings notifications up and numbers up in the relevant columns for new emails, it does not for that address. So if I don't remember to refresh it, then it's tough. You might not get your email read out for about 4 hours, as is the case with Steve Carmichael, who says, my question is, can Yorkshire bat for 110 overs and save this game? I feel the key is Adam Lyth. Well, that one didn't age that well, did it, Steve?
I wouldn't have read that bit out.
He's the one Yorkshire batter who may have the patience for the task ahead, he said. And why was Code left out of the side? Well, more on that in a mo. Abbas is a mo as well, and that's pushed into the onside by Finlay Bean. No run. As I mentioned, I think yesterday with Ben, I think the decision was taken that you can only fit 11 players in the team. You're not going to bring a bloke halfway around the world to not play him in the one match he's available for in the Championship, i.e. Will O'Rourke. Jack White has been bowling well this season, and I think it was a case of we've only got the 2 new ball bowlers rather than the option of having 3, because when you think about the batting lineup, and that puts a different twist on things when you want to have 2 spinners in the side. Abbas bowls and Bean defends. So you've got your 2 spinners, Bess and Moriarty. You've obviously got the top 5 with the bat, and you know who they are. So that's 7 players.
Didn't you tell us off mic that he'd had a massive falling out with the coaching staff and wanted to leave Yorkshire?
No, I absolutely did not say that, because it's not true. And in fact, Ben Slater obviously mentioned this morning when he came up, as Abbas is in and Bean defends, he said, I think I saw the conversation yesterday morning, so I don't think Ben knew that he wasn't going to be playing until close to the start time. And he well, that's what Ben Slater thought. He thought he saw the conversation between Johnny Bairstow and Ben Code, where it looked like he was explaining to him that he wouldn't be playing.
Oh.
So, but to go back to what I was saying, you've got the top 5, you've got George Hill and Matthew Revis. You need some runs still, and clearly, as first-class Centurions, they're better options with the bat than Ben is, except that Ben does score runs sometimes. As that is turned into the leg side by Finlay Bean, no run.
Do you imagine he'll come in for O'Rourke next week then?
I would think he'll play at York, and I'm not sure it'll be O'Rourke who's expendable, because Will Sutherland's playing at York theoretically.
Okay.
So I think he might come in for one of the spinners, I would imagine. So we can only fit 11 players in the side, Ben, and we think that we've got to play the overseas player. We think Jack's probably just edged it with the ball this year, so Bean punches into the onside and there's no run. I think that was the gist of things. You're obviously welcome to disagree with that if you feel that that's the case. And Ben, well, as I said to Ben Slater this morning, what did you feel like when you knew that Ben Code wasn't going to play, a bloke who's got 300 wickets at under 20 in first class cricket? I guess there would have been a little bit of eyebrow raising going on in the Nottinghamshire dressing room as Abbas is in, and that's dropped into the offside by Bean. And there is no run. 68 for 1 after 25.
And Shafiq as well. It's I guess well known within the squad that he's going to play next week, isn't he? Assuming they've sorted the visa out, which you believe it has. So maybe, or where will it be? Will it be these 2 that are at the crease at the moment? Who's fighting for, to hang on to their shirt for next week with regards to bringing in Shafiq? Well,
out of the players in the top 5, you'd have to say from his record this season that would be Finlay Bean, but I'm not sure David Milan will be playing next week anyway, so I think there's a spot created there. But where they line up in order, I'm not sure. I think you kind of have to play Finlay at the top of the order, don't you?
Well, if he carries on like he is at the moment, 41 not out from 95. It's James Wharton who's on strike, 20 from 55. And it's Patterson White. First ball was a dot ball, second the same. Wharton defending Yorkshire 68 for 1. I don't think it can be under any question that it nevertheless was a big call to not include Ben Code. Valid reasons that you've listed there, Doidgy, but it's still a big call nevertheless, and I'm sure it was a huge deliberation for the coaching staff as James Wharton pushes that one up to Hasib Hamid, and it's a dot ball.
Who do you play next week, sir?
Essex.
Essex.
Big game, that, in the context of the season.
Yep. Wharton working that one into the leg side, defending.
It'll be a slightly less big game if they can walk away from here with 8 points and a few bonus points.
Is Ben Coates
But still be a big game.
Still here, do we think, or will he have been sent away? You know, go and rest up for that one.
Don't know.
You've not seen him about.
I saw him obviously yesterday, but I've not seen him today.
Patterson White was dropping it a fraction shorter, which allowed Wharton to work it around into the leg side for a single.
I've not been looking for him today, but I say, they were out at the far end of the ground doing the warm-up football match. He might have been involved in that, I'm not sure. I wasn't specifically looking for him, I've got to say.
He'll go well next week.
Well, the point to prove maybe as well, Patterson White, it's Bean who drops that into the leg side for a dot ball to end the 26th over. Yorkshire 69 for 1.
Have you been looked after downstairs, Jamie?
Really have. I really have. I've got to say a big thank you to Trent Bridge and their hospitality. That scone was marvellous.
You're like Lord Muck, to be honest with you, Brace. I mean, he turns up at Headingley. I have to go get him a burger and chips on a Friday night before a T20 match. Just swans in when he likes.
He's sort of emulated Dave Townsend, hasn't he? He arrived on the stroke of lunch to have a massive feed.
Yeah.
He's now at his tea. He'll be telling us he's going in 10 minutes. You watch.
Oh, was I not meant to?
Abbas from the Radcliffe Road end over the wicket to Wharton, who tries to flick one off his legs, but it wraps the thigh pad. No run.
No, but it is genuinely always a pleasure to visit this ground, and I've seen many different formats of cricket.
Yeah, well, of course, you've been down here in your TMS role in the past, haven't you, as well? Yeah.
So I was here for Johnny Bairstow's remarkable innings in the new era of this Test team for England. He and Ben Stokes.
Here's Abbas, and Wharton over the top of that pushes into the offside. No run.
Was that New Zealand?
It was. Yeah, it was.
What was your executive producer of Test Match Special, was it, Jamie?
Nothing of the sort, as you well know, you mischievous so-and-so.
Runner?
Gopher?
I was looking after the 5 Live updates.
Oh, okay.
I was in this very box, actually, when Johnny Bairstow teed off and there was Phil Tufnell and Sir Alistair Cook.
Any more names you want
watching on in amazement? Yeah. Pick them up off the floor.
My mate Al. 69 for 1, Abbas to Wharton. Straight blade pushes to Pennington mid-on. Bit of in-dip according to our Test Match Special overlord.
I'm just asking the question as opposed to stating a fact. It looked like there was a bit of in swing there.
Is it a good ship to work with, TMS?
The best.
Yeah.
Genuinely the best. It was a privilege and a real honour.
Did you get a tie?
No. No tie.
Could Aggers remember your name from one day to the next? That young lad, the lad who gets the tea for us, as that's turned to leg by Wharton and there's no run. that rather nice chap got us a cup of tea yesterday. What's he called again?
No, they were a very, very welcoming team and a real honour to work with them that summer. It was a very exciting time with Baz McCullum coming in and Ben Stokes and the like, and it's all built up to this, what it feels like, this Test series, and then the one down under.
Wharton waits, 21 to his name. Abbas is in and defends again into the cover region. There's no run. Is there any truth in the rumour that you did, like the day before the first McCullum-Stokes Test match, when they were netting, that you did go have a word with Baz and say, I think you should, play more positive cricket, Baz? We'll call it Baz ball instead of Jamie ball.
All I can say is he's a very good listener, Brendan McCullum.
Yeah.
He's a very good listener.
You are the man of ideas. Last ball of the 27th, a Bass in, and Wharton gets a thickish edge there, just pushing at that genuine edge, I think, wide of the second slip, and they have. Oh, he's got 4 through third man, the vacant third man. 73 for 1, Wharton on to 25. First semblance of a missed stroke. It wasn't really an opportunity, was it? But, a false stroke since that dismissal, the first ball of the innings.
Yep, absolutely. And wouldn't even put it under the category of half chance. It was nowhere near and wasn't going to carry, but you're right, it's the first shot that hasn't come out of the middle, so to speak, and has strayed into a semi-dangerous area, but Wharton survives, and Yorkshire 73 for 1 is slightly wide and maybe quicker delivery from Patterson White. Goes through both Kishan behind the stumps and even a McCann attempt at first slip.
Have you got any salacious gossip for us about the TMS team, behind the scenes, off mic? Come on, we'll keep it to ourselves.
You're digging here, Doidgy, digging. Patterson White to Bean, who is on 41, and he works that one up towards mid-on, dot ball.
The girdler's already been trying to mix it about Ben Code, so, come on, why not just jump in there with both feet? Did Aggers turn up on a morning and slap Dan Norcross across the cheek or something like that and challenge him to a duel? What was it?
Bean dropping that one up towards the bowler Patterson White, 75 for 1. Nothing of the sort. Nothing of the sort,
No.
Doidgy. No. Just a very enjoyable few weeks, months working with a great team. That's all I'm going to say.
Disappoint me.
I know. Faint cries of catch. It's behind us, so Finley Bean trying to work that one into the leg side, which he replays the shot in the aftermath, but just landed right in front of him. Patterson White, foolish delivery, his appeal as Finley Bean seemed to meet that one outside the line, and not interested from that appeal.
Seem right on it, Notts, in the sense that they're really giving it a go. Everybody's encouraging everybody else. Really confident appeal there from Patterson White, even though it didn't seem to have much going for it.
Sun-drenched Trent Bridge as Finley Bean rocks onto the back foot and cuts it through the gap and away for 4 runs. So an eventful over that. 79 for 1 Yorkshire, Bean on to 45.
And he'll be happy there. I said earlier, didn't I, that I think one thing maybe that's changed in the way that Finley Bean's seen county cricket this season is that there are fewer loose deliveries. That was one, and he's very strong square of the wicket both sides, and he was not going to miss out on that, especially after he's already seen 101 deliveries before it. Got into a good position right over the top of it and nailed it. 79 for 1 then after 28, so the ball is past its best by all known previous form, at least.
By 25 overs.
Yeah. At least to have been patient. Might have to still be continued patience when you have somebody like Mo bowling at you. Taking on the quick single here, and James Wharton takes on Hamid, and he misses with the throw for the direct hit. I think James, who is quick, was through anyway, but it might have been a bit of thought for Russell Warren had it hit. 80 for 1.
On the very rare occasions where I get talked into umpiring, that's where I have a little bit of difficulty knowing which side to run to, because they always say that the professional umpires, the top umpires, try and get on the same side as the thrower. Well, I saw that Russell Warren there went to the other side. I know he's just getting out of the way and getting somewhere you can see there, but it is difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's a Bass again. This one thuds into the pad of Finley Bean, fading down the leg side. No run.
Didn't have an awful lot of time there, the umpire, to decide, well, should I go that side or should I go that side? It was just, hang on, there's a very, very fast throw coming at these stumps, and I'd better move. He did a good job. He was in a nice position, sideways on.
Abbas then, making his way in round the wicket. Bean gets a straight delivery and turns it to the man. Ben Slater, I think, yep, positioned at a very short, straight mid-wicket. A couple of strips away, probably 15 yards from the bat. Something like that. Dylan Pennington keeping himself loose.
Naughty boy Pennington.
Yeah.
Got a ticking off to the tune of 5 penalty runs before tea for a wayward throw, in the opinion of the umpire.
Here's Abbas, and elbow up. Bean punches it to Pennington right on cue.
Meanwhile, the test match has advanced a little bit, because India 3 for 5 now. Rishabh Pant out for 118, Rahul out for 137. So India lead by 3-3-9 with 5 wickets left.
And they did fold a bit the other day. I was doing that day's play, the back half of their innings. If England had set something like 400, any England side that's got Ben Stokes in it for starters and Harry Brook, you're never going to say never. But it's obviously very, very difficult once you get past 250 in most test innings, 300. As Bean turns one to Hamid, and there is no run.
And the shirt of Ben Duckett. He must be a nightmare to bowl to.
Duckett?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's his career leave percentage is below 2%?
Here's Abbas for the final ball of the 29th to Finlay Bean. Solidly behind it. And there is no run. Seen that over off okay. Abbas 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 15 so far.
Just quickly round the grounds then. Durham 177 for 4 at Chesterley Street. Sussex, the visitors there, made 361. Hampshire going along quite nicely. They're 207 for 4 at Chelmsford. Essex 296 in their first innings. Somerset 498. Warwickshire 58 for 1 in reply. And Surrey now 7 down at New Road. 271 for 7. Worcestershire made 214. The batting sides in Division 2. Derbyshire 395 for 9. Lancashire 22 without loss. Leicestershire 251 for 2. And Northants 204 for 5.
And James Wharton facing Patterson White, beginning his 11th over. Tickled round the corner. In fact, it came off the leg of James Wharton, as signalled by the umpire Shaughnessy. And so 81 for 1. Yorkshire are. This partnership worth 81, of course, but crucially 174 deliveries. These two have been out there together. Finlay Bean backing away and cutting towards Ben Slater in the offside. Pennington just continuing to keep loose at fine leg. Slightly quicker delivery, it looks like. Patterson White just mixing up, varying his paces. Full delivery that Wharton leaves alone. Bit of excitement in the Notts field. So Patterson White, well, that one's driven firmly by Finlay Bean. We've seen him produce that shot already. It goes past the man at mid-off and away for 4 runs.
Been very impressive, actually, Finlay Bean. It's not just look to defend and occupy the crease, soak up time. Just flat back the ball away. He's looked to be positive whenever the opportunity has presented itself, and he's on 49.
He is one shy of a half century, which doesn't come from that delivery. Again, on the back foot this time, just punching it towards Patterson White.
Has he played in every game this season then without getting a 50?
I think he's missed one game. I could be wrong. Patterson White to Finlay Bean, who again defending, gets out towards the ball, smothers it. Dot ball to finish that 30th over. Yorkshire 85 for 1. I seem to remember, Doidger, you'll know better than me, that he was left out for one game. He went into the seconds and he got
150.
That's right.
Warwickshire, yeah. Don Bess opened the batting, you'll recall, in that match. So he has sat one out.
Looks a good player on this showing. Didn't hang around in either innings in the match at Headingley. Month or whatever it was ago. So I've not seen too much of him myself, but very impressive today. Bass, always impressive. Going to continue. 8 overs, 1 for 15.
Ball into James Wharton here. Sunny conditions at the moment at Trent Bridge. And first ball solidly in behind it. James Wharton does his usual walk away towards square leg and a bat twiddle.
That Warwickshire game was when Root and Brook came in.
Yeah. So, you know, you've got to find a place for those two. Finlay had not had a score of any note in the first few matches, and so even though they weren't opening, the way to sort of shoehorn Don Bess in the side and have a spinner was to stick him at the top of the order. He'd got 100 in the previous match at Headingley. As this one's faded away down the little leg side. A diving attempt from Ishan Kishan, who's writhing around on the floor as if he's hurt something there. So while I'm watching him, I'm not sure if that was giving us runs or leg buys or what, actually. It must have been runs. He's on to 28 now, James Wharton, so 2. 87 for 1. And Ishan Kishan.
He's got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, you might have to put that as a half chance, because he got a hand to it, albeit it would have been a remarkable take if he had caught that, but it definitely sounded woody off the bat and tipped around the post.
Gets winded him a little bit, but we're good to go.
He's just flexing the right arm as Abbas runs up to bowl, and Wharton opens the face and runs one out to point this time. It's a fairly tight ring of fielders, plus the 2 slips and then a long leg. What's the ooh for?
Russell Warren again.
Oh, right, walking on. Sorry, I thought you'd seen something on the screen.
Official warning, look. Crikey, nobody's going to want to bowl at Russell's end.
No.
He's had Pennington for throwing the ball. He's got Abbas for running on the wicket. And he's given him an official warning here.
I'm glad I got in them tickets at Cheltenham over here. Keep on the right side of him. So Mo and Asib Hamid, a little chat, and then comes Mohammed Abbas then, past his pal Russell Warren, and that's turned into the leg side and picked up no run.
So if with Wharton again just coming down the wicket and then retreating back to his crease, if that ball then is worked into the leg side, and who was fielding there, Jack Haynes, he has a shot at the stumps. How does that differ or compare to that of Pennington?
It doesn't if it's a dangerous throw. If it's thrown in a reckless manner that might strike the batter, it's 5 penalty runs. That's why I said it's unfair for any of it to go down against the bowler.
But then if the keeper throws it from behind the stumps,
it's the same.
Here's Abbas and Wharton defending into the offside again, no run.
To make it clear, Jamie, if any of the 11 throw the ball in
No,
a reckless manner,
I understand. I'm being purposefully facetious here, but if Ishan Kishan has had a shot at the stumps when he sees someone wander down, like Bairstow-esque, how does that differ to Pennington?
I don't know. Your mum and dad must have been sick of the sight of you though in the school holidays or on a weekend after. But why?
Is he endangering the batter by throwing at the stumps?
Well,
that's the question.
Yeah, but I don't think Pennington was either.
No, but the umpire did.
Final ball of the over. Here's a bass to Wharton, and he's driven this one firmly but straight to cover again. I think that's Ben in there. Ben Slater, end of the over, 87 for 1, with Bean still 49, and Wharton having faced all 6 there, 28 not out.
It's more of a surprise that Mohamed Abbas can have been running in like that for 20 years, and he's still doing something that he that he shouldn't be, according to the umpire.
I suspect that was going through the mind of Mo Abbas when he was walking back to the top of his mark, shaking his head slightly.
Yeah, I've done this for 20 years, and you're the first bloke to get on my case, Russell.
Maybe he's the first umpire who's tough enough to mention it. Maybe he's been getting away with it all that time.
It was tickets for him you got, was it?
Not for Mo, but I mean, I could get Mo in at Cheltenham as well if he likes. I'm sure.
Patterson White towards us here at Trent Bridge as Finley Bean again
He's signalling for some tickets now, is Mo, you see. Yeah, I've got 2.
Yeah.
2, yeah.
I was going to say, is this a regular thing, you looking after the first class umpires?
Bean on 49. Patterson White into him, and Bean flicks it past the man at short leg, and in doing so will trudge on through for a well-earned 50 runs from 114 deliveries with 8 fours. He's going at shy of 44 his strike rate. His first half century of this county championship season.
First one since the match against Glamorgan, September of last year. 14 innings he's had to wait for that one. Pleased for him, he's had to work hard, and he'll feel a lot better, I'm sure, about life now.
Question: is it his first 50 in Division 1 then?
That's a good question. Yes, I think it is.
I'm going to say yes. Patterson White, slightly fuller and quicker delivery to Wharton, who's on strike now.
But we'd both be wrong, because he did get 50 against Essex in the penultimate game of the relegation season of 2022, just his second first-class match. 53, in fact.
Good question. 88 for 1 are Yorkshire. Patterson White hit on the full, straight down leg side, and Wharton flicks it. He wants 2, he sets off quickly for 2, and in the end gets back comfortably for 2.
Answer brought to you by Jonathan Deutsch, the man who takes Michael Goff to restaurants and Martin Saggers to the cinema.
Wharton solidly behind that defending. No run.
Actually, that's the one and only time I've ever met Russ Warren. And it was Gareth Clough, who's a mate of mine, and he just happened to be with Gareth for the day out.
Patterson White in, and slightly straighter line that Wharton works into the leg side. No run.
Those theatre tickets for Ian Blackwell are a little trickier there.
I do know Michael Smith, now match referee, Will Smith, match referee, James Middlebrook, umpire, of course, but I don't think I've sent any of those to the races or anywhere else, in fact, theatrics or whatever, but with any tickets yet, but there's time.
End of the 32nd over, Yorkshire 90 for 1. Patterson White on for 29, 1 maiden off his 12 overs.
Now Mohamed Abbas is having a almost nose to nose. In fact, Mohamed Abbas is giving Russell Warren a good listening to here, because it's Russell Warren doing all the speaking.
Listen, lad, unless you can get me in for next year's Grand National, you're going to be off before the end of this innings.
It did end with a smile, though. Asiba Mead was standing there close enough to leap between them if it developed into a bout of fisticuffs. He's going to go round the wicket to the lefty.
You want to?
Bean is on 50, made from 114 deliveries. But looking to really convert this into a big score now. Platform set. Abbas bowls onto the pads, but say well protected Onside field, Ben Slater breaks off from his own chat to the other umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy, to field. And there's no run, 90 for 1. Pennington, without any word of a lie, has turned his arm over and had a little practice bowl after every delivery since we came back from tea, and that's what, 9 overs ago. Lyndon James being brought in, catching short extra cover. So is Abbas going to be giving him something outside the off stump, and terrific delivery. Gets between bat and pad and then deviates sharply in the other direction, so Kishan, the keeper, has to throw himself to his right. Being a left-hander, of course, and Kishan had to go the other way. Terrific take. It's a lovely delivery as well from Abbas.
It's a beauty. Absolute beauty. To get it through the proverbial gate.
Liam Patterson-White just asking the keeper what it did, and nice description no doubt given from the 26-year-old Indian. Plays his IPL cricket for Sunrisers Hyderabad. Plays his first-class cricket for Nottinghamshire. Crouches down now as the next ball is pushed back to Mo Abbas, and there's no run, 90 for 1. Abbas just playing his 4th game for Notts. Made big impression already, 16 wickets at 18 in the 3 previous games. Best of 6 for 45. Already the clock has made its way round to 5 o'clock. There's Abbas in again, bowling to Finley Bean.
Play is underway in day 2 of Nottinghamshire's County Championship match against Yorkshire. Trent Bridge for us.
We're under cloudy skies. Yorkshire now 90 for 1. Mohammed Abbas doing the bowling for Notts, and it was he who got the only wicket. First ball of the innings, getting Adam Lyth caught behind. Earlier in the day, Notts made 487. Ishan Kishan and Liam Patterson-White both out for 87. 487 for Notts. In reply, Yorkshire 90 for 1.
Thanks, Dave. You can hear ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website and app, or tell most smart speakers.
Abbas just asking long leg for Han Ahmed just to come a little finer. He bowls now to Bean, who turns this to mid-wicket, and will come back for 2. It's good running between Bean and Wharton. Slater down on the ground, having up the ball quickly, whipped it in. He's okay. Bean on to 52, 92 for 1. So we've just had the 5 wickets go down today. Yorkshire toiled hard this morning, got a couple of wickets, but at lunchtime Notts were 453 for 8. Pennington played really a delightful knock, 61 from 61 deliveries. There's Abbas bowling, and Finley Bean, the left-hander, works it up to the Notts skipper Hamid at mid-on, no run. That was right, wasn't it? A runner ball. Just have a little check. Hadn't picked up on that before. That yeah, 61 from 61 for Dylan Pennington, and he was at the crease for 61 minutes as well. There you go. Tales of the unexpected. Dylan Pennington, 61 from 61, 61 minutes at the crease. 9 4s and 2 6s. Both came in the same over from Will O'Rourke.
It's a very entertaining knock. He's still keeping loose out there. Dylan Pennington. Patterson-White into what is now his 13th over. James Wharton on the full, clipping that to a wide mid-on who comes round to field. Single taken.
He is still bowling, Pennington. He'll be worn out by the time he actually comes on.
Is that for his own benefit, or is that just sending Hamid a message that I'm ready and I'm raring to go if called upon? As Patterson White sees that one clipped up to mid-on, and it's a dot ball.
He's presumably been told he's on at this end as soon as Mo's finished. The one thing he hasn't been told is when Mo's actually come to the end of his spell.
As Bean solidly gets behind that one. A bit of dust kicked up from Patterson White as he came through that delivery stride. Slip in place. Freddie McCann there from Nottinghamshire. Pennington at a wide, fine leg as he falls to the floor. He's doing his side raises now.
I think I've just dislocated my hip watching that.
Yeah. He's very busy in the outfield. Yorkshire 93 for 1. 5th delivery of this set. The 34th over, and it's just a kick through again. Past Kishan behind the stumps. And Wharton and Bean will cross. Buys the signal. There's been a few deliveries from Patterson White that have just kicked up. And what has been a fairly flat pitch thus far. Wharton on strike. Slightly shorter from Patterson White, and Wharton onto the back foot, opens up the offside and cuts it through point. Takes the single. 95 for 1. At the end of the 34th over. So Yorkshire's still just rebuilding after that early wicket loss of Adam Lythe with the first delivery. Been out there now for 203 balls. And all that warming up was worthwhile. He knew Dylan Pennington.
I think he just said to Russell Warren, am I allowed to stand on the strip at all? Do you want me to bowl it from the strip next door?
He just said, do those penalty runs still count against me? Am I on a yellow card or what?
Yeah. Are we on good terms? Where do we leave it? Was it me or was it you?
Yeah, it's not you, it's me.
Yeah.
We've all had that one before, lads.
Well, it's the tall, fair-haired Pennington going to bowl to the tall, dark-haired Wharton, and this is turned on the leg side. And there's no run. Sam Seacron doing the fielding, so somebody's popped off for Notts. I was going to say it must be Abbas because he's come out of the attack, but it's not Mohammed Abbas. He's mid-on. But Notts are missing somebody. Can't see Slater. Although, there's that down at... that's Joe Clark out in the distance. Yeah, I think it's Ben Slater. Must be currently off the field. There's Pennington in again. Wharton turns it to leg, and there's no run. No, Ben Slater's in the covers. Farhan Ahmed's warming up now. So I'm missing somebody clearly. Captain's there, McCann's there, Clark's there, Slater's there, Jack Haynes. Can't see Haynes. Haynes must have just popped off for a... Oh no, he's there. This is a nice shot though, down the ground for 4. Lovely stroke from Wharton. It's Lyndon James. Working my way down the scorecard, and we'll go as far as Lyndon James, and he's not out there. 99 for 1. Wharton up to 36. Very nice indeed. Pitched up by Dylan Pennington, but just on middle and leg, and driven crisply along the ground just to the onside of straight. Yesterday we saw Joe Clark 3 times in 18 deliveries clatter the ball into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Pennington bowls again, and Wharton plays it back to the bowler.
I'd love to see his wagon wheel from the 36 runs he's scored so far, James Wharton. It'd be quite a high percentage of runs will have come through that region, that onside of straight. Seems to be very strong at getting to the pitch of the delivery, whether that be from the spinner or in this case the fast bowler. Seems so balanced at the crease when he plays that shot.
Dylan Pennington to bowl to him in his 8th over. And, chance caught by Hamid at mid-off, and he's hit the ball again in the V, but this time couldn't keep it down, and Pennington gets the wicket. And the opening partnership, or the partnership, ends with 99 runs to their name, 99 for 2. Wharton's gone, driving the ball to Asib Hamid at mid-off from the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 36. And it's 99 for 2.
The first real time that the ball has been hit uppish from James Wharton on the drive. And he'll be desperately disappointed with that. All the hard yards, 84 deliveries he's been out there for, 36 to his name.
Listeners to 5 Sports Extra 2 have just joined us. The fall of that second Yorkshire wicket here at Trent Bridge. James Wharton playing nicely as the foil for Finlay Bean, who's already passed his 50. Wharton, who drove the previous ball just to the onside of straight for 4, this time just lifted it straight to Hamid at mid-off, nicely pouched by the Notts skipper. Reward for Dylan Pennington, who has been literally warming up for half an hour since we came back out after tea, and in his first over, having been struck for 4, he gets the wicket. Pennington's figures 1 for 29, and this could be interesting because Dawid Malan is coming in at number 4 for Yorkshire. Notts 487, Yorkshire in reply now with that wicket, 99 for 2.
And India 349 for 6 up at Headingley. Rishabh Pant 100 in each innings. Wonder if the Yorkers will put in a phone call. You can play on our surface, so why not come back next year and have a season for us? 4 different centurions for India in the match. So they've got themselves a 355 run lead. The latest wicket to fall was that of Karen Nair. Caught and bowled Chris Wokes for 20. I think that's the first wicket of the match, isn't it, for Chris?
Yeah.
I wonder if it was Pant in the first innings, wasn't it? They did the celebration, they flick-flack the gymnastic thing. I wonder if he did that again today. 99 for 2. No celebrations for James Wharton, out for 36 in front of his watching parents here at Trent Bridge. Wicket for Dylan Pennington, who's had a great day, a career best 61. His day only spoiled by ticking off from the umpire and 5 penalty runs being debited against him for a shy at the stumps. I think it was Wharton who was the batter, wasn't he? The right-hander at the far end. So a little bit of retribution. New man then is the left-handed Dawid Malan, and first ball from the former Middlesex man, although it's a good number of years now since he left Lords, and he defends it. 99 for 2. Applause for Pennington. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. What's been a sleepy post-lunch session really for the majority of the crowd bursts into life with that wicket.
And that wicket partnership worth 99 for Yorkshire between Finlay Bean and James Wharton, singing his praises for how well he'd driven the ball. It was the first real time in this innings for him that he lofted one up and it was straight down the throat of Asib Hamid. And as I say, he'll be desperately disappointed because he'd done all the hard work, he'd got himself in, been at the crease for a good long while. But not a bad man to come out and replace him in this Yorkshire batting order.
Wow, Surrey all out for 291, so they lead Worcestershire by 77, so they've only got 1 batting point there, Surrey, and they blew Worcestershire away yesterday for 214. I expected Surrey to rack up 500 and bowl Worcestershire out cheaply in the second innings. They've got a good lead of 77, but only 1 batting point for Surrey.
Patterson White into his 14th over here at Trent Bridge, and Finlay Bean with 52 to his name, dropping that one into the onside. None for 31 from his 13.1 overs. Patterson White, just the 1 maiden. Economical. Doing a fine job for Nottinghamshire.
We're into the third innings of the match at Bristol already. Gloucestershire 187, Derbyshire 398. Gloucestershire have just started again.
Bean is forward to a full Patterson-White delivery. It's another dot ball.
They lost some time for rain yesterday as well at Bristol, so that game's really moving on apace.
Fourth delivery of this, the 36th over. Finley Bean looking to flick it through mid-wicket, but Hasib Hamid, the Nottinghamshire captain, coming round to field. Yorkshire trailing by 388 runs with a score of 99 for 2. Patterson-White, again a straight line delivery that Finley Bean opts to work onto the back foot. It's another dot ball. Calm weather here at Trent Bridge as Bean settles for a maiden. It's the second of Patterson-White's spell. Yorkshire 99 for 2 at the end of the 36th over.
Yeah, it's just past 5:15. Was it about 6:10, 6:15 last night when we had 2 overs to go, didn't we? We had the floodlights on, and then a couple of overs later they decided it.
6:20.
I wasn't far off, was I? I was in the same period, roughly. But yeah, it got a little gloomier. Right now, seems okay. I think we've got what a lot of people would describe as a Simpsons skyline over Trent Bridge.
I like that.
There's Patterson to bowl to Dawid Malan, has nothing to do with it. Dawid Malan first met back in 2011, Notts County Champions in 2010, went to Abu Dhabi, and it's all part of the package of winning the county championship. Then you'd play the champion county. The champion county would play the MCC 11. For many years it was at Lords, and then they took it to Abu Dhabi for a while, and then Barbados for a while, and now they've stopped it. But he was in the MCC side in 2011 in Abu Dhabi as Pennington bowls, and this is cut away on the offside, and there's a single taken. Joe Clark fields in Ben Duckett's shirt, and that's the 100 up, 100 for 2. I was asked, I think, by BBC London to do an interview with Dawid Malan, and whilst I was just about to start, his phone went and totally surprised me, because he was chattering away, I presume, in Afrikaans, I mean, it's, obviously I know more about him now and all the rest of it. He was just a young lad making his way in the game back in 2011, but yeah, away he went. I sat there for 5 or 10 minutes wondering what the conversation was about, but first time I met him. There's Pennington into Finley Bean, and this is steered into the offside, fielded by Jack Haynes.
Well, he's been at Yorkshire for a fair while now, Dawid Malan. Thinking back to when he joined, which from memory 2019 I think it was.
2020
was his first season. He joined in 2019.
Did he?
Yeah.
Pennington bowls Malan, who joined in either 19 or 20.
He may have been signed for the 2020 season.
Correct.
In 2019.
Correct.
Mr. Pedantic, meet Mr. Pedant. 100 for 2. Notts incidentally signed Mohammed Abbas to play for the 2020 season, and then
Was that in 2019 or 2020?
Well, short ball pulled away by Bean for 4 from Pennington.
Short.
Was due to play for Notts in 2020 whenever he signed, but couldn't come into the country because of the COVID restrictions, and then obviously things moved on, and he signed for Hampshire the following year. So it's 5 years we've been waiting to see him play in Nottinghamshire colours. Nice shot from Bean.
Just to add, by the way, to my India score, they've lost 2 further wickets without adding any runs. Thacker's gone for 4, caught Root bowled tongue, and then Siraj first ball caught Smith bowled tongue.
So is Josh on a hat-trick? the Nottinghamshire lad. This one goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. 104 for 2 at the end of the over.
Looks like it.
37 overs gone here at Trent Bridge. This morning, Kishan, 44 not out overnight. Second ball of the morning from Moriarty, pulled to Finley Bean at mid-wicket, and down it went, and it was costly because Kishan, 44 at the time, made 87. Farhan Ahmed, he came and went cheaply to Will O'Rourke for 2. Dylan Pennington made 61, and Liam Patterson-White last out for 87. 104 for 2.
Yeah, hat-trick ball is going to be Jasprit Bumrah. It may have already taken place because this will probably be about 45 seconds behind real life.
I'll keep an eye on that as Patterson-White again to continue from. It's the Stuart Broadend, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pavilion end, Stuart Broadend.
Hat-trick avoided with a forward defensive push.
Milan on strike. 2 left-handers at the crease for Yorkshire. And that one is defended well. Yorkshire 104 for 2. Trailing that first innings score set by Nottinghamshire of 383. And now big appeal by Patterson-White. Shaughnessy watching on, not entertaining.
I think we've got a fair idea that Liam Patterson-White feels that might have been very, very close.
I think a few of his teammates as well, actually. It was a healthy appeal. Milan, one from his 6 deliveries faced, and he lets that one run through wide, this time of the off stump.
Would you like to tell me how Mr. Bumrah is getting on now?
He's out.
Yeah.
Off the bowling of who?
Josh Tong.
349 for 9. Bowled in middle stump out of the ground.
Wow.
3 and 4.
Imagine Headingley is rocking right now. Patterson-White to Milan, and he is solidly behind that defending.
That's what he did here, first match of the season, Josh Tong, and last afternoon drifting to a draw against Durham, and he got 4 wickets in 12 balls, just blew the Durham middle order away, and Notts were left with a reasonably comfortable run chase.
He got 4 wickets in the first innings, didn't he, in that test match at Headingley, as Milan gets bat on ball, but it bounces into the hands of Kishan behind the stump. So another maiden, back-to-back maidens for Patterson-White. And Yorkshire 104 for 2 at the end of the 38th. Yeah, he really cleaned up the tail end, didn't he, in the first innings, Josh Tongue.
Yep. Patterson-White has now bowled 15 overs either side of tee, 8 before, 7 since. And a very miserly none for 31 from those 15 overs. Pennington to have another go. Once they've finished deliberating and sorting the field out. There's a lot of players with a lot of input at the moment to give the Notts skipper a few ideas. 2 slips, backward point, there's a catching short extra, there's a conventional extra cover, there's a mid-off on the offside, and Finley Bean blocks it out to Jack Haynes on the leg side. The captain's at mid-on, and then there's fielders on the fence in front of square and just behind square. Bean has looked to play his shots. We know Milan likes to be positive and aggressive, try and take the bowlers down. 16 overs to go in the day after this one, as Pennington bowls wide enough for Bean to leave it alone.
Well, same things happened for India in their second innings twice in a row, in their batting twice in a row, hasn't it really? Gone through the tail, England have, pretty quickly. Bubbled up into an interesting match, that one.
Very, very. I know Robbo was getting a lot of praise for his wicket that he's prepared.
I'm going to give him some stick. Indeed, have got too many on it. What are you doing?
Pennington bowls now. Worked up to a Mead at mid-on. There's no run. 104 for 2. Are you here tomorrow, Jamie, or there?
Here. With a full assortment of tyres.
He usually does seek the glory and disappear after things like that. Bradford City, that sort of thing. Lots of glory there this year.
Eventually.
Pennington to bowl to Beam. Another nice looking shot, and Mead's after it. Ball is making its way towards the mid-wicket fence, but that sliding stop from Mead, the floppy Sunat, comes off, but that's good work by the not skipper. And he keeps them down to 3. 107 for 2. Been 59 not out now.
A fully committed chase, that wasn't it, from the Nottinghamshire captain.
He's doing battle with his Sunat once again. Starting to turn a little chilly at Trent Bridge. Don't know if we'll get much more sunshine. Pennington bowls wide of the pegs. Ball smacks into the gloves of Ishan Kishan, who's had a very fine debut for Nottinghamshire. Made 87. Didn't really seem as if he was in any obvious trouble, and seemed to be motoring towards a certain century. And then when he got out, you know, as you'd expect, he looked absolutely crestfallen, didn't he? He was another one that it took absolute ages for him to get off the field. Now then, LBW shout here, asking umpire Warren looked a little high to me, but also going over the wicket to the left-hander, might have pitched outside leg stump, but it's not out anyway. 107 for 2 the score.
I'm sorry, Dylan, that you can't have that. I couldn't quite see over the top of that muck that you've kicked up in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, might have pitched outside leg. Maybe not quite as high as I initially thought, but
my first thought was outside leg. So is Kishan here for the rest of the season?
No, just this week and next week. Then Carl Verena, the winner of the World Test Championship, is back with Notts. He scored the winning runs, of course, the South African wicketkeeper batter. They're just having umpire O'Shaughnessy here just get his ball gauge out, just to make sure that the ball has not been damaged or knocked out of shape in any way.
A bit more of that umpire kit.
Yeah, in other words, they're just trying it on to see if they can get a ball change. 107 for 2.
And Patterson White again to continue to start his 16th over. And on for 31, 3 maidens.
Yeah, wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if he, just settles in from that end till the end of the day.
Finley Bean on strike as he backs away and punches that one up towards the fielder at mid-wicket. No run. Patterson White into the left-handed Bean, who solidly defends as a very short, very straight mid-on, if you want to call it that. Standing right on the edge of the wicket. As Patterson White is into Finley Bean, and straighter line this time. It's clipped to the man.
Yeah, it's Haynes at short leg, and it's Slater who's just caught the ball there, who's very straight. Silly mid-on.
107 for 2 at Yorkshire. Bean on 59. He cuts that away. Patterson White. Successive overs prior to this one. Nothing from his 4 deliveries thus far. Bean, though, looking to affect that, and he rocks back and he pulls it away. It runs to the boundary edge for 4 runs, but it was just a few inches over a leaping Hasib Hamid, and that moves him on to 63.
That's you and your economical, isn't it? Just looking at umpire Warren there, he's staying as the umpires are supposed to do, at square leg, but he's got Jack Haynes in front of him. They're not a short leg fielder, so umpire Warren was sort of getting into a position where he was able to see but wasn't really square of the batter. Surprised he's not moved over to the other side.
Yorkshire 1-1-1 for 2, and they remain on that despite a slight fumble in the field, as that one was cut backward of point by Finlay Bean. So just the 4 runs to come from that Patterson White over. 40 gone. Yorkshire 111 for 2.
Worcestershire have lost a wicket right at the start of their second innings. Gareth Roderick, the keeper, batters out. Worcestershire 8 for 1 at New Road against Surrey, who fully expecting to go on and win that. Other Division 1 scores: Durham 224 for 4 against Sussex, who made 361. Hampshire 241 for 4 against Essex, who made 296. And Warwickshire 106 for 1 against Somerset, who made 498. Nelson on the board here at Trent Bridge. Dylan Pennington, shirt ruffling in the breeze as he makes his way in past umpire Warren. Ball's now nice and full to Milan. It's been on one for a while. That's only the 12th ball he's faced, though. Plays this gently out into the offside, and there's no run.
Keeping an eye on the Headingley score. England still searching for that that final wicket.
Pennington bowls, and Milan has decided enough is enough, and a swing of the bat, and he's hit a couple of 15 for 2.
That is his favoured area. If it's in his arc, he isn't afraid to swing through the line. A statement of intent there from Dawood Milan.
Yeah, Notts won't mind that. Won't mind him playing a few shots, I'm sure. Always more of a risk involved if you're looking for the big hit. Lots of sent Ben Slater back out onto the leg side fence. He was in on the 1. Now another powwow between Captain Hamid, bowler Pennington, and senior advisor Abbas. See what they've cooked up with now. Next ball, down the leg side off the thigh pad. Kishan scampering after it, but Farhan Ahmed will get to it first, so it'll be 2 leg byes.
Gave it a good go there, didn't he, Kishan, behind the stumps? Very busy.
Notts have still got 2 slips in. We've not had too much. Well, now once
they
been
were listening
brought
to you.
out, yeah. So we've not had much go in the general direction of the slips in either innings. There's not been a single slip catch either taken or indeed attempted in the match so far. Nothing much really coming off the outside edge. A couple of catches to Johnny Bairstow, of course one to Ishan Kishan in this innings, but slips by and large have been fairly redundant in this match, so Notts just leaving Freddie McCann in there. There's Pennington round the wicket, bowls to Milan, who are just late, drops it out on the leg side. Lyndon James comes in and underarms it towards the stumps, narrowly misses, but I think Bean would have been down the far end in any case. 118 for 2. The follow-on mark for Yorkshire, 338. But for the time being, they'll be looking, I think, principally to get through to the end of the day without any more damage, and tomorrow morning start contemplating the prospect of getting to 250 first of all on that first batting point, and then eating into the Nottinghamshire lead. Leave the follow on and probably knock off another 200 runs, but as a walk of 1,000 miles, it begins with the first step or whatever it is. 118 for 2. A blustery June evening at Trent Bridge. Pennington bowls again nice and full and turned up to Hamid at mid-on. Pennington round the wicket. I was looking right behind his arm then as he fired that in towards Dawid Malan, and it was certainly going to be a huge LBW shout had he not brought the bat down on it, but he did. End of the 41st over of the innings. 14 overs left in the day. Right now the light is good chance of getting them all in, and Yorkshire going along at just under 3 runs an over. They're 118 for 2.
That's got to be one of the highest, if not the highest, scoring overs in Yorkshire's innings thus far. 7 runs coming from it. Very steady about their work. Shy of 3 and over after 41 bowled. 118 for 2. Bit of aggression from Dawid Malan in that previous over. We'll look to continue against the spin of Patterson-White from the Stuart Broad end. 17th over, and he's just dangled the carrot there. Patterson-White wide of off stump, and Dawid Malan was tempted into it. Flail of the bat goes through to Kishan behind the stumps. Patterson-White in again, slightly straighter line, and this occasion Malan just defending back to the bowler. We have seen a bit more intent from Dawid Malan since he's come out to the crease. 6 to his name from 17 deliveries, but that again is a solid defensive push back to Patterson-White. 5 fielders on the leg side for Malan, who is again just dropping that in front of him. Patterson-White will walk over to pick up the ball. Sun creeping through again. Shadows growing longer. I see Hamid just looking up into the sky as Patterson-White into Malan, who on the back foot cuts into an open space with Mo Abbas giving chase. Just at the boundary rope, he keeps it in. They'll pick up a comfortable 2. Moves him on to 8. Yorkshire 120 for 2. With 1 delivery remaining of the 42nd over.
I'm sure Abbas is very much looking forward to going back to Southampton to the Utility Bowl next month when Knott's going to play his old side.
Driven by Malan and driven for 4 runs. Beat the man inside what would be the ring if it was a white ball game, and that was very Malan-esque in his approach. And that moves him on to 12 runs. Yorkshire 124 for 2.
Just looking at the skipper there, I just wondered if he might be contemplating change, perhaps give Farhan Ahmed an over or 2. Chatting away with Joe Clark, who seems to be the unofficial vice captain, is T20 captain. Eyes on Hamid. Still not looked towards Patterson-White, so I presume he's just going to keep things going from that far end, and the same from this end. Dylan Pennington will begin his 12th over. He's got 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42 at the moment. Dismissed James Wharton. 4 overs back. He's in now to Bean. He turns this to Hamid, the Notts captain, at mid-on, and there's no run. 124 for 2. So this is the 6th of a potential 12 sessions in the match. So very nearly at the halfway stage. We've had 12 wickets go down so far. I think for 40 wickets to go down, it's really got to deteriorate rather more, I think, than everybody expects it to. It's pushed into the offside and there's no run, or things have got to change. One or two perhaps reckless shots or poor decisions made out in the middle. But only 12 wickets to go down by this stage of the contest. I think we can see what the favoured outcome is looking like. Of course, we might not need all those wickets to go if there's either a successful run chase by Yorkshire in the second innings, or if the other way round, Yorkshire made to follow on. But otherwise we'd need 40 wickets to go down. Pennington to Bean, stays on 63 with a gentle defensive push.
How is the forecast looking for tomorrow?
I don't think it's particularly bad. I think they've just said you might
windy,
cop
cloudy,
a shower.
yeah, windy, cloudy, and you might cop a shower or two.
But this time of year, it's so dry and it's so bone hard and dries quickly anyway. And presumably won't get a lot of rain. Stays light till late. Pennington bowls down the leg side, pulled away by Bean. He'll get nope, just the one run. Good work by Farhan out there in the deep. You know, you can make up a little bit of time tomorrow night if we did lose half an hour or an hour. 125 for 2.
Beaming sunshine at the moment. Lovely picture.
Yes, I think we'll get the full allocation in here. 12 overs to go after this one. Pennington to bowl to Malan. He's made his way to 12 from 21 deliveries. Pennington bowls and is driven into the offside. Not the sweetest of timing, and Noah Bass will cut it off. Just a single. Thanks to our camera crew once again. Lee, Lewis, Barney, Spence, Rebecca and Wilson out there today, and to Kirsty and Aaron looking after things in the production office, keeping us on air somehow. 126 for 2. Pennington bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side. There's no run, and it's the end of the over, end of the 43rd over. Dawid Malan has 13, Finlay Bean 64, the partnership 27, and the bottom strap line on the scoreboard, Yorkshire still trail by 361. Notts made 487. Nobody scoring a century, but is it 5 players past 50? Slater 96, Kishnan 87, Patterson White 87, Pennington 61, and Mead 52. That's a pretty decent effort, 5 of them to get half centuries, and might have just seen the last of Dylan Pennington for a while because he's just making his way off the field.
Cap in hand, jumper still off, so crosses the boundary rope. Yorkshire 126 for 2. Yeah, this partnership worth, as you say, 27 from now 50 deliveries. Top ball to start. Patterson White's 18th. It does feel, although the scoring rate might not reflect it, there are a few more shots being played by these two since Dawid Malan strode out to the crease. He is on strike, and just using his front right foot to pad that one away. Of course, no run taken as it scurried down towards third. But 11.4 overs remaining. Glorious sunshine here at Trent Bridge. Patterson White, his left arm off break. Dawid Malan turning that one to short leg. Another dot ball. Had Adam Lyth falling in the first ball of this Yorkshire innings. Mohamed Abbas having him caught behind by Ishan Kishan. Another dot ball there. And then James Wharton, the last man to go. Caught by Hasib Hamid from the bowling of Dylan Pennington, 36 to his name. Yorkshire were 99 for 2. They moved on to 126 for 2. Milan driving that one up towards mid-off. And no run. Plenty of encouragement out there for the Nottinghamshire bowler as Patterson White in, and Milan clips that off his hip towards long on, single taken.
Yeah, Liam Patterson will know this, but interesting nonetheless for the Yorkshire followers. Knots down at Taunton next week. Liam Patterson White made his Nottinghamshire debut at Taunton against Somerset, obviously, in 2019, and Farhan Ahmed's actually going to come into the attack from this end to replace Dylan Pennington, and Notts were in the field on the first morning. We got together for drinks, midday drinks, after an hour of play, and one or two players started looking at Liam, obviously on his debut. And, are you all right? Are you all right? You sure you're all right? You don't look very well. Well, I don't feel that well, really. And one or two concerned for the way he was looking, and just wondered if it was debut nerves and whatever. Called the physio on, and a quick look, and took him off. They took him to hospital. He had very bad tonsillitis. He was in hospital for the rest of the day, and then bed rest for 24 hours, and then he returned to the ground on day 3, got a duck, and then got a 5 on the last day. So that was a most remarkable debut. And then the next time he went, he scored his maiden first-class 100 at Taunton. So he's got lots of memories from his first couple of visits to Taunton. Here's Farhan Ahmed into the attack for the first time since tea. Bowls to the left-handed Milan, who cuts this out into the deep to Lyndon James, who we still haven't seen bowl a ball yet today. And the single is taken, 128 for 2. But yes, he'd had family go down. He was told he was playing. Family got down there to see his debut, and he was on the field for an hour. Don't know if he actually touched a ball in that hour, and then he was whisked away initially to hospital and then bed rest, and got back involved in the game. Next ball is pushed back to Farhan, bowled 4 overs earlier for 9 runs. Standing again at the end of his mark, comes in past umpire Warren. Bowls a ball that was just speared down the leg side, just tucked away by Bean. Moves on to 65. Notts would be desperate to get another wicket or 2 this evening. Make their task a little easier tomorrow morning when the bowlers are fresher. Still 10 overs to go. Johnny Bairstow listed at 5. But if it goes up,
Johnny, who's a night watchman? No messing about here, lads. I'll just go smack it.
Do you think he will? Do you think he'd come in 2, 3, 4 overs to go?
That's kind of his, I would say, obviously not for every innings, but that'd be his attitude to life in that respect.
Ahmed bowls and Milan pushes it.
It'd be
back
one of
to the youngster.
We're not going to be hanging around here, lads.
129 for 2. 1 ball left in this comeback over for Farhan Ahmed. 45th over of the innings. 10 to go after this one. He comes in now, bowls to Milan, who's on 15, and pushed it into the offside. Denied a run by a sprawling stop from Hamid. And that is the end of the over. Yorkshire 129 for 2, replying to Nottinghamshire's 487. It was 65 for 1 at tea, so the pace has certainly dropped in this last session of day 2.
Yep. LPW to continue from the Stuart Broad end for his 19th over. Yet to take a wicket in this one. 3 maidens, 42 runs against his name. Yeah, they have slowed up, but not a problem, is it? It's just a matter of taking every passing ball takes the game closer to an end, and if there is an end to this match that is because they're shaking hands, then that'll be a positive end for Yorkshire after what happened at Headingley recently, and where the two sides respectively are coming into this match. And India's final wicket has fallen. They're all out for 364, so I reckon England need 371 to win that test match up at Headingley, as Bean goes back foot to this delivery and drops it at the feet of Jack Haynes. No run.
At the same time, as Bob Litchfield says, can you or your colleagues give us a warning before you tell us anything about the test match, because I'm going to watch the highlights later? Well, sorry Bob, I understand where you're coming from, but...
LPW in again, and Bean pushes back to the bowler. No run.
It is very relevant to obviously what we talk about for 6, 7, 8 hours, so it's not exactly practical to say if you don't want to hear the next score update, we won't give it you.
Bean tickles one off the legs here. That's going to run away down to the fine leg boundary and bring him 4, as signalled by Steve O'Shaughnessy. 133 for 2. Bean on to 69 now from 156 deliveries. First serious contribution with the bat for Yorkshire this season, and from the White Rose point of view, that is good to see. From his as well, of course. Partnership worth 34 now for this third wicket so far, and he's just turned that latest delivery to Hamid at mid-wicket. No run. 22 bowling to 33 with 44 at first slip. Is there a 55 out there now?
No.
A little bit of tinkering with the field. Leg slip now, Jack Haynes. Catching position short straight mid-wicket. Bean turns it squarer than that to Hasib Hamid. Dot ball. One to come in the 46th. Cloud winning at the moment. We've had outbreaks of sunshine at times. Ben Slater just checking with LPW where he wants him, and he's now going in at leg slip, which means Haynes has come out of there under the helmet to go to short leg again. Patterson White left arm round the wicket. Bean's got a top edge on this one. It's well clear of the field, but it was a bit of a false stroke, and Ben Slater is the man running after it and returning it, and they got 2. Finlay Bean into the 70s. 71. 135 for 2.
Worcestershire have lost 3 wickets. They're 21 for 3 against Surrey in their second innings, still trailing by 56. So I think the writing's on the wall with that one. It'll hurt even more that Nathan Smith, who played for Worcestershire last year, has got 2 of the wickets. Made the switch from Worcestershire to Surrey. And seems very much as if Surrey are going to wrap up an early victory there tomorrow. Bowling to David Malan. This is pushed out into the offside, and they get a single. Malan on to 16, Bean 71 not out, back on strike. He's got Haynes standing right in front of him. Oh, this is down the leg side, nicely taken by Kishan. Game drifting, it seems, towards stumps on day 2 as Kishan bowls again. Kishan doesn't bowl again. Farhan Ahmed bowls again. This is played up to mid-on, no run.
Not completely uncommon though for the keeper to bowl. Johnny Tattersall took the pads and gloves off at Cardiff a couple of seasons back and had a go.
On 36 for 2. This one's got away behind square. Pennington's after it. And they get 2. A couple of years ago at Southampton, they actually went to tea with Hampshire needing 1 run to win, and they came back after tea. Tom Moores bowled the 1 ball that was required for Hampshire to get the winning runs. It was a little bizarre that common sense wasn't used. Farhan Ahmed round the wicket and turned to the leg by Bean, and there's no run.
I'm also thinking Johnny Wilkinson, or maybe even somebody like Kevin Sinfield for Farhan Ahmed, but he sets up with his the way he sets himself here, ready to go.
Yeah, definitely a goal kicker here. Comes in again and bowls to Bean. He's been very restrained, concentrating all the time to turn it to Patterson White. LPW takes off his cap and strides towards the umpire. We've got 8 overs to go in the day. We're close in on 6 o'clock. Should be done, especially if the 2 spinners stay on, we should be done in what, 22, 23 minutes time, something like that. 138 for 2.
Yep, until it's the close season in football, because our respective stations around the county all desperate for some audio. When are you going to finish? You're going to be able to get us a post-match interview before we finish at 7 o'clock. They'll be hoping that spin is king for the last 8 overs, so they get through it quicker. Be cursing if Mo Abbas and Dylan Pennington get another couple of overs each. Drag things out a few more minutes. So I think I'll probably just do 1 more over, then I've got to go and do I'll nip off next door and do a hit for Radio Leeds, top of the sports show. And it's Liam Patterson White, non for 48 off 19, bowling to David Milan. Strokes one out into the offside. No run, not really got going by his standards yet, David, but he's had a good look at this. 34 deliveries for his 16.
Didn't he blaze his way to a quick fire 65 or so at Headingley?
He did
when
in
the
40-odd ball, wasn't it? Yeah.
In the first innings, and went very cheaply in the second. Thank goodness, from the Notts angle.
As he's turning one up to deep mid-on for a single here. Full-length delivery from Patterson White. Yeah, he's just a class player to watch.
Not many left in the Smith Cooper stand now. We could probably, if we were bothered, count them, but certainly no more than about 25 or so. Always chilly over there, the latter part of the day. So get no sun on that side of the ground.
Bean waits, back foot, dinks it to Jack Haynes, short leg. Sun back out. Shadows lengthen. Patterson White bowls wide of off stump, and Bean has that covered in, leaving it through to Ishi Kishi behind the stumps. 139 for 2. Finley Bean 73. His best for some time, and pushes it back down the pitch. He'll just want to get to the end of the day, whatever the scoreboard says. Put in a shift here for his team.
Yep.
Back foot, nicely cracked away square, one of his strengths, and he's got it just in front of square on the offside for 4 runs. 77 to him, 143 for 2 with 7 to go today. And I'll bid you farewell for the moment.
Yeah, thank you, JD. If he's not back, he'll be back with us just before 11 tomorrow morning. Farhan Ahmed going to be bowling this next over for Notts. Meanwhile, his brother is 95 not out at Grace Road for Leicestershire. Rian Ahmad, already a century in that innings for Sol Budinger. Leicestershire 347 for 2. They're playing against Glamorgan, Division 2 match. Scores just about level. Glamorgan made 3-5-3, so all those wickets in hand. Leicestershire in a strong position. Seba Mead talking to Lyndon James. I don't think it's with a view to Lyndon coming on to bowl. LJ's just having a little word. Just do a quick radio update. Well, we've got 7 overs left in the day, about 20-25 minutes worth of cricket. Yorkshire 143 for 2, replying to Nottinghamshire's mammoth score of 487, of which 87 for Ishan Kishan on debut and 87 also for Liam Patterson-White. Wickets in this innings for Abbas and Pennington. Yorkshire 143 for 2. Start of a new over from Farhan Ahmed, and turned to leg by Malan, who moves on to 18. 144 for 2. Once again a bit of a hold up whilst the Notts captain has a word with his young bowler. Seems like they're trying a few things here, Notts. Always good to have a plan. Leg slip in for Finlay Bean, who's on 77. Ahmed round the wicket bowls. Seems like Bean played that almost off middle stump. He went very deep into his crease before just delivering a back foot punch out to Hamid on the offside. Slater at leg slip, Freddie McCann at conventional first slip. As Ahmed passed umpire Warren's right shoulder. Ball's again cut into the offside. There's protection out there with Lyndon James. Just another single. 145 for 2. There's one or two more pick up their bags and coats and picnic hampers and whatever, make their way away just to head off for their tea or for their evening social plans. And a decent day's cricket. I guess in many senses, obviously a lot of people that have been here will have partisan views, either supporting Nottinghamshire or Yorkshire, but to see Dylan Pennington get a career best 61 and the way he got it would have been one of the highlights, as this is dropped on the onside by David Malan. Ishan Kishan played some nice shots for his 87. It was a more watchful but equally important 87 from Liam Patterson-White. This is a nice innings from Finlay Bean as well. On 76. Just a little way along the same road from where he got 400 odd for the seconds 3 or 4 years ago, playing against Notts seconds. Next one's cut to backward point to Pennington, and there's no run.
Yeah, they are trying a few different things, aren't they, Nottinghamshire, with this field placement. Back end of the day.
One ball left in Farhan's 7th over. Where's number 7? Delivers it now, and Malan on this easy-paced wicket has enough time just to nudge it out to Lyndon James once more. No run. 145 for 2 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, online 5 Sports Extra 2, and on the live stream the pictures from Trent Bridge Live, which are currently again showing the shirt of Ben Duckett, number 17. Ben Duckett's 70-80 miles north of here at Leeds, but he's left his kit behind, and Joe Clark's grabbed one of his spare Notts shirts out there.
It has dropped, hasn't it, the temperature just that little bit more back end of the day. This partnership worth 46. Patterson-White again to continue from the Stuart Broad end This is 21st over, none for 53. 3 maidens, shouts a catch. As Finley Bean was just trying to clip that through to the leg side. Short leg interested.
Might have just sort of deflected it into his body, which got in the way and prevented it looping up to short leg.
Finley Bean on strike, 78 from 171 deliveries. Again, cries of catch now. Was that a drop behind the stumps?
No.
I think it was well outside off stump, and thus not challenging the bat of Finley Bean. But, a little bit of noise around at the moment for Finley Bean to contest with, and thus on this occasion defending solidly back up towards Patterson White. But this will be the test for Finley Bean and Dawid Malan. They won't want to lose any more wickets before the close of play today. Bit of fun and games out there at the moment. Wide outside off stump, but Bean coming forward to it.
He gave that one a great big rip, Patterson White, just to see what would happen.
What will he do here? Slightly straighter. Finley Bean meets bat on ball. Drops it back down to Patterson White. It's been a challenging over for Finley Bean. This is the final delivery of it. Patterson White in, and Finley Bean driving. Didn't catch it as cleanly as he would have liked, and that invites the chase, which is well done there by Dylan Pennington. And Bean picks up 2 more to his score and to Yorkshire's. 147 for 2, he moves on to 80.
Ishan Kishan with his arm around 17-year-old Farhan Ahmed. That's lovely to see, isn't it? Really is. The young spinner just having the full attention of the Indian international.
17 years of age, I mean, goodness me.
Snooker maximum on the board, 147 for 2. If I could tell Farhan anything right now, I'd tell him that his brother is 97 not out at Grace Road.
As soon as he said that, he looked round up to us, actually. He must have heard you.
Yeah. He can't, of course. We're a long way away. There's someone or something just in the eye line of Dawid Malan. He'll turn around to see what it was. As Farhan comes into Malan, 5 overs left in the day. A wicket would be gold for Notts here. It would be really painful for Yorkshire to lose one of these set players. Single, 148 for 2. We'd then get the night watchman conundrum, and we'd see if JD was correct that Bairstow would beat his chest and make his way out to the middle. Certainly you want to be out there. A lovely looking shot from Bean through the offside for 4 to move to 84, and the 50 partnership comes up. 53 from 93 balls. Bean 32 of them. Also brings the 150 up. 152 for 2.
A lovely sound off the bat. This is one of his favoured shots, Finley Bean.
He's on to 84 then, from 177 deliveries. Farhan to bowl to him. Just dropped on the leg side and there's no run. So just 6 wickets have gone down today. We only had 6 go down yesterday. Doesn't bode particularly well for a positive result in this match. Down the leg side, well taken. In fact, it's not been cleanly taken by Kishan, but he did enough to get his gloves in the right place to stop it eluding him, running away for byes. 152 for 2 to the quicker bowlers Mohammed Abbas and Dylan Pennington. 29 overs between the two spinners so far, without reward as Farhan fields off his own bowling. Brother has just gone to his century. I may be wrong, I think that's about his third first-class 100 for Rian. 152 for 2, something of that order. Batting at 3 for Leicestershire. This is nicely played by Bean. Away for a single, he'll keep strike. 153 for 2. It looked good on Thursday night when we were at Grace Road with Notts for the T20 game. Got a quick fire 50. Rian, very, very good player. So too is Farhan, 3 years younger. 153 for 2 with 4 overs to go.
It's certainly his third first-class century this season. Looking at his record earlier in the campaign, I think he's got a century against Lancashire on at least one occasion. And yeah, he must be knocking on that England door. Or certainly in that conversation. And his brother, none for 22 from his 8 overs. Patterson White again to continue here at a sunlit Trent Bridge. Finley Bean on strike, letting that one run through to Kishan behind the stumps.
Yeah, Farhan, interestingly, had played first-class game for England Lions before he'd played a first-class game for Notts.
Fuller delivery that just comes off the inside edge of Finley Bean as he defends that ball away. It scurries through mid-wicket. It's a dot ball. Yorkshire going at just shy of 3 and over in the 52nd. That's Finley Bean again opting to use that cut shot, which has brought him a fair few runs in his 85, but he doesn't meet that ball cleanly on this occasion. And it's another dot ball. Just leans on his bat. Waits for Patterson White. None for 55. It's driven back to him. It's oohs and ahs around the bat. 2 overs remaining. Patterson White slightly quicker. It looks anyway from up here. Full delivery that's clipped to Hamid. The onside. Another dot ball. Patterson White slightly shorter. And a flick of the wrists in the blade from Finley Bean takes it past short leg, and he'll pick up a single and he'll keep the strike. End of the 52nd over. Yorkshire 154 for 2.
Yeah, the thing at the moment is with the 2 spinners on, at least we're getting through this little period of relative inactivity with reasonable pace. They're not taking too long to get through their overs, either of this pair, as you'd expect. 154 for 2. We've got a maximum of 18 legal deliveries left in the day. As you say, Yorkshire's camp would love to get to stumps 2 down. Notts would love to go off with a spring in their step by breaking this partnership, which is currently worth 55.
We will love it, love it. Norman Eastwood's emailed in. If you don't mind, Norman, I'll leave your first little paragraph out and you'll know why.
Tell Brace good, Lisa.
If you just let me talk you through this over, I'll give you Norman's email content as we go through. So Farhan Ahmed into Bean, who turns it into the leg side. He says Yorkshire have got no realistic chance of a win after losing yet another toss and seeing Notts get quite close to 500 and need to bat steadily for bonus points and save the game. That brings me to the Kookaburra ball. More in a sec. Here comes Ahmed at the start of his run down towards the pommel horse, and that's turned into the leg side by Bean, and there is no run. He said yesterday between the 2 divisions 2,612 runs were scored for 64 wickets at an average of 40.5 runs per wicket. That despite 2 sides being bowled out. It seems to me that county cricketers in general don't average 40 with the bat. In fact, overall it's probably below 30, which may be a good indication of the batsman-friendly nature of the ball. Yeah, interesting point. Norman has been with the full face of the blade defends. Yeah, it's a way of representing in statistics that it's not as effective a tool against the bat as is the Dukes. Now, that's only a snapshot of us from one day, but I think we'd probably generally find that hard to argue. Again, with a hop, skip and a jump, and that's pushed back to Farhan by Finlay Bean, whose mind will be on the end of the day. 86 not out, 191 balls. Well, of course, this area knows that he has got stickability at the crease from that massive score in second team cricket a few seasons ago. Ahmed in again. Bean flicks off the legs this time. Liam Patterson-White is at mid-wicket and does the fielding. Best part of the day. Get them extra 2 overs in that they missed out on last night. Oh no, sorry, there's a strange condition that means that we can't get those in. Finlay Bean, a pretty stiff old tap of the bat, as you can probably hear, and he's crashed this one away off the back foot, but unfortunately straight to Lyndon James. End of that over, just the 2 to bowl today, 154 for 2. 333 behind Yorkshire. England are out there batting up at Headingley. And are 5 without loss.
Made reference to it that many times during the course of this innings. I've just decided it's time we had a little look at what did happen down the road. 3 years ago, in fact 3 years ago this week, 27th, 28th, 29th and 30th of June 2022 at Lady Bay, not seconds versus Yorkshire seconds, as Patterson-White comes into bowl.
Malan driving as it caught, and Malan has to go well between Kishan behind the stumps. It was flicked up into the air, and the man at first slip, McCann, was able to take a loopy grab in the end. And in the penultimate over of the day's play, with Yorkshire looking to try and keep wickets in hand, Dawid Malan falls for 19 from 41 deliveries with just the 2 fours, but crucially the timing of that wicket is a real hammer blow for Yorkshire as today's play. Malan goes, Yorkshire 154 for 3.
Really big moment. So who's going to come out? Will it be Bairstow, as JD suggested? You have to say it's
so close to the end. Yeah, maybe not now.
It's a lovely sunny evening. Well, the other thing is it's so close to the end. He might just say, "Well, I want to be there at the start in the morning because there's runs to be had." We'll see. Whoever it is hasn't emerged as yet. That's not Bairstow, is it? That's not Bairstow.
It's not.
It isn't. It's Dan Moriarty.
Well, that's understandable, given the state of the game and the time of the day.
You can make a case either way, can't you? Like I said, it's so close to the end of the day. Where are we? Just less than 2 overs. That he might have come out thinking, well, I can stick around surely for 5 minutes and then I'm good to go in the morning. Or, you know, you can also make a case, well, if another wicket does go down and it is the night watchman, well, we're still nicely poised to go in the morning. I was just going to look up what happened then. Fiddly Bean's match, as we've called it. Notts actually batted first and racked up 534, with Matthew Montgomery, who's 12th man for this game, made 107. Half centuries, King, Singh, Hayes and Schardendorf, and then Yorkshire second 11 replied with God grief 814 for 7 declared. Finley Bean bowled Calvin Harrison for 441 from 518 balls, 52 fours and 3 sixes. And James Wharton, who opened with him and captained the side, he was caught and bowled Hayes for 126. The
Failure. Blobbed.
Pair of them put 287 on for the first wicket. Harry Duke got 108 then as well, so 814.
And that was played on which carriage? We have the A52, sorry.
And Notts then made 289 for 5 as the match was declared, with Shardendorf getting 100.
Oh, wow. Patterson White then fresh from getting his first wicket of this Yorkshire innings. 1 for 56 now from his 22.2 overs. Big wicket of Dawid Malan at his play, and Dan Moriarty now with 4 fielders around the bat, and he just prods that to one of them.
The dismissal, it brushed the glove or body, didn't it, Vishan Kishan, and just looped up nicely for Freddie McCann.
In many ways he did enough, didn't he, just to get it up there, so ended up being quite a comfortable catch. And Moriarty just finding the outside edge there from Patterson White, and thought about setting off for a quick single, who was sent back by Finley Bean at the other end. And they've got these two 8 deliveries to survive, 8 regulation deliveries to survive. Yorkshire 154 for 3. Finley Bean still there on 86. Patterson White into the night watchman Moriarty. Again, faint cries of catch it as he flicks a shortish ball past short leg.
Finley Bean just going through a forward defensive pushes to him from the other end.
Patterson White into Moriarty. Well, he listened to him, he saw him, and he played it. And so, as we enter the final over of the day's play, Yorkshire 154 for 3, and in that over, the crucial wicket of Dawid Malan from the bowling of Patterson White.
So 1 over to go. Not exactly perfect for Yorkshire in that they've got Bean on strike. This would be a really good time for Notts to dislodge him, and then they've got 2 on 0 tomorrow morning. But I'm sure Bean, if he gets the opportunity to get a single and scamper down the other end, will be eager to take it. Farhan Ahmed, whose brother, as we say, has just reached a century for Leicestershire, can do his little bit for family pride right now. Bowling his 10th over, figures of none for 22. And Bean on 86 not out. He'll want to come back tomorrow morning and turn it into a big one, as they say. First ball is confidently and solidly behind it, just pushing it out on the onside, and there's no run. Bean has been at the crease for 3 hours and almost 3.5 hours for his 86 not out. 13 boundaries. Farhan Ahmed bowls to him now, very full, and it's really easy just to push. Thanks as always to Kirsty and Aaron in the production team for looking after us and generally keeping things running relatively smoothly with the live stream, and thanks to the excellent camera crew all around Trent Bridge bringing you the pictures today. Next ball is defended onto the offside. Huge thanks, I know he can't hear because I can see him out on the field, to Ben Slater. I'm sure somebody will thank him as well as I will.
No, he's got an earpiece on, I think he's listening.
for coming up this morning. That was great. To Kevin Howells, who's been fully preoccupied with 5 Live this afternoon. Next ball is blocked, so we're 4 balls into the over, and from our Yorkshire representatives, Jamie Rayner joining us today when he eventually got here for his lunch, and Jonathan Deutsch. And to everybody who's been out there, that's the reason we do it, for our listeners and viewers, and also thanks to anybody who's taken the trouble to get in touch. If we've not had the chance to read out your message, sincere apologies. We do read them all though, and just get so many. It's not always possible just to squeeze them all in, even though we are sat here for about 8 hours. 154 for 3, but I'm sure JD will agree. Sometimes they all just come in a glut at the end of the day, and you think, oh, I wish that had come an hour earlier. been 86 not out. One ball left in the day, and this will be it. And hopefully, God willing, just before 11 o'clock we can do it all again. So it'd be great if you can come back and join us tomorrow for day 3 of Notts against Yorkshire. Notts made 487. Kishan, the Indian international on debut, made 87. Liam Patterson-White made 87. Dylan Pennington, one of the stories of the day, 61 from 61 balls in 61 minutes, curiously enough. And then when Yorkshire batted, Lythe 0, Wharton 36 and Milan 19 have all been dismissed. Finlay Bean, last ball of the day, is 86 not out and successfully negotiates the final over. Warm and generous round of applause from the spectators. They've enjoyed the day. I've enjoyed the day. Have you two enjoyed your day?
Very much enjoyed my day, if you want to call it a full day. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure being here at Trent Bridge to see both these sides in action. Glorious weather. We've had a majority sunshine throughout. In the end, just the 7 wickets to fall today, but crucially that 7th wicket, that final wicket, down with Milan, just keeping this game open.
Thank you, Jamie. JD, anything to add?
Not a huge amount of in session 3, and they'll be disappointed, I guess, particularly to lose David Milan so close to the end of the day's play. Nottinghamshire, as we know, firmly in control of the contest, and it's really over the final 2 days about whether Yorkshire are good enough to get draw points out of the match. 6
wickets fell yesterday, 7 wickets fell today. Will we get as many as 8 tomorrow? Come back and join us and we'll find out. Listeners to 5 Sports Extra 2, time to hand you back to Kevin Howells. And to those of you that have followed on the live stream, as I say, or on the BBC Sport website and app, really appreciate you being with us today from Trent Bridge. We end the day with blue skies over Nottingham. Blue skies to you and your friends this evening, whatever you're doing, and we'll speak to you tomorrow morning from all the team at Trent Bridge. A very good night.